This is, I think this is our 15th Bitcoin Plus Plus since 2022. I can't remember. I've lost track. But this one's pretty special. This is going to be our this song. Oh wow. Okay, that's interesting. This is like go back. This is our exploits edition here in Florianópolis. So thank you everyone for coming. I don't know what this is. I apologize. And this year, oh man, that's awful. All right, well, exploits edition powered by Differential. So thank you to all of our sponsors. Differential's our title sponsor. We also have NIDIG and Human Rights Foundations, who are our headline sponsors. So thank you to everyone, not just them, for making this possible. I don't know what's going on with the animations. I apologize. And also our workshop sponsor, Stockworks. Cool. Great. So this edition of Bitcoin Plus Plus, every edition of Bitcoin Plus Plus is a little special. For those of you, how many of you, this is your first Bitcoin Plus Plus that you're at? Wow, okay, so that's about half the people. That's amazing. So for those of you who are new, every edition that we have, we pick a different theme or topic. This year, our edition or theme is Exploits Edition. So we're very excited to be here in Florianópolis, Brazil, talking about exploits. I'm going to give maybe a little overview of like, okay, what does that mean? Why are exploits something that are worth paying attention to in Bitcoin? Maybe you've heard that Bitcoin is the hardest money that exists. Who's heard of this before? Is this a thing people have heard? Okay. So that means not only that it's economically hard or durable, but it also means that it can't be broken, right? Or that it's difficult to get or to exploit or have access to, because money that can be broken technologically or at the protocol level wouldn't be very hard either, right? So we need it to be hard, not just economically, but also at the protocol and software level. So in order to achieve, some amount of security in the cryptographic sense, we've used Satoshi Nakamoto chose algorithms such as elliptic curve cryptography, and we use keys to keep our Bitcoin safe in some senses. But despite this security, occasionally exploits or problems are discovered in Bitcoin over its history. There have been problems in the code, so bugs in the code that cause issues. Some of these, maybe there's been bugs that have been introduced into it that change some guarantees in the protocol, such as the monetary supply. There's issues that people have found based on the game theory of how transactions arrive into blocks through the mempool. Sometimes there's issues because Bitcoin is a distributed network. This means that denial of service attacks or the ability to change what other people are allowed to see are possible. So there's a lot of surface area for problems to happen on Bitcoin. And bugs happen, right? As software engineers, sometimes we make mistakes. Things get introduced that shouldn't be there. So really what I want this conference to be a celebration of, or a discovery, is, what are the things that people are doing now and today in order to prevent or to observe bugs or exploits that exist in Bitcoin through maybe observability, or through proactive hunting for problems that already exist in the code. Because Bitcoin may be the hardest money, but we also wanted to make it the most secure money, and the way that we achieve that, I think, is through the work that not only people that are here in the room, but developers across the globe are doing together to make sure, and testing Bitcoin, looking for holes and bugs, talking to each other about how the protocols work, and proactively attempting to find places there where Bitcoin may not be the hardest, and so that we as a group can collectively find fixes so that Bitcoin remains the hardest money that exists, both economically as well as cryptographically and as software. Cool. So that's my presentation on exploits. Very excited to have all of you here talking about the work that you're doing to help make Bitcoin secure. I have a couple of announcements before I hand the mic over to our first speaker. So a couple announcements really quickly. We're going to have a bunch of fun activities and opportunities for you guys to work together and learn. One of those is going to be a hackathon. Usually we get the question, who hacks in the hackathon? The answer is that everyone should be hacking in the hackathon. The idea is that everyone comes and participates and finds a team. It's easier than ever with the advent of LLMs to create something and contribute in various ways. We're also going to have, there's some fun stuff that we're adding to this hackathon to exploit the exploits theme. And we'll be doing the hack off at the end of today here on the stage, so don't miss it. We've got 5 million Satoshis to hand out in prizes, so very excited about that. Just really quick, a reminder about the schedule. You can find it on the website at the agenda section. Apologize, we got a cold. So it'll be btcpp.dev/Floripa #agenda. But that being said, we'd love it if you talk about what your experiences are online. You can find our socials at BTC++ on Instagram and on Twitter. We'd love to see, what your experiences are and share them publicly. That would be great. Speaking of online stuff, we're trying something new for Bitcoin++ this year. There's this online forum website. It's called Stacker News. We'd like everyone, if possible, to sign up and try out contributing and talking. And if you have side events, or if you want to get lunch, or you want to find friends, this is a great forum. It's kind of a Bitcoin only forum that we've got our own territory on, and this is a big thread where you can leave information and comments or links to talks, etc. Great. In addition to having a forum, which is cool for leaving posts and making advertisements, maybe you want to find a lunch buddy, we also have a Telegram group where we'll be posting more live updates about what's happening and if there's changes to the schedule, etc. Great. Last thing is we do have some merch here. There's a limited edition number of Core and Floresta hats that we'll have at check-in. So after lunch, if you want to come and buy a hat, I think we are Bitcoin only, and they'll be available at check-in after lunch. This is a closing party, but we'll talk more about that on Saturdays. That'll be Saturday after close of the conference. But I think that's everything. I hope that everyone really enjoys this edition of Bitcoin++. I couldn't be more excited to have you here, and hope that it's a very productive 3 days for everyone. So thank you. This is Eric Sestari with Vincium. He's going to be talking to us about differential fuzzing. He's our very first talk of the day, and very excited to have someone giving us an overview of how fuzzing works, which is a really important tool that a lot of bright developers are working on. So please welcome Eric Sestari.
Thanks. So I will talk about differential fuzzing, and I'll also give an introduction to fuzzing. So it's very important to know what is fuzzing, because the next presentation about fuzzing will not introduce again about fuzzing. So I'll first start with an example. Imagine if you have like two different implementations for Bitcoin nodes that we have. Imagine like Bitcoin Core and BitCG in the same height, in the same block. When they receive like the next block, imagine if some of them verify it differently. So one would reject, and the other Bitcoin node will accept it, which means it's gonna have a chain split. So the same inputs in the network would give like the different behavior. So the BitCD node would be like hard forked because it's behaved differently, and so it could give like a network partition. Maybe you could do some double spend attacks if that happens. So traditional approach to detect this would like be waiting for users to report the bug or do some manual cross implementation testing, and basically be reactive like for the bugs that's being reported. So it would be nice if you had a way to systematically find those bugs, and that's what we use. Like we use differential fuzzing to do that. So who am I? So I'm Eric Sestari, and I'm Bitcoin Fuzz maintainer with Bruno, and we have found more than 50 bugs just by doing differential fuzzing there, and I have been doing some security research and made some responsible disclosures to the bugs I have found, and I'm VT grantee. So we have a concept in testing that's basically the black box, gray box, and white box, which basically means how much you know the internals of the code. So black box, you will basically not know anything about the inside of the code. So you only know the interface, the input you give, and the output you receive. The white box, basically you know everything that's inside the code. And the gray box, which is basically the hardest one or the strange one. It's like you have partial knowledge, but this one is very important to fuzzing, as we see. We have the first fuzzing was like monkey test, which basically you just provide random values to a function for target you want to test, and you don't know anything about the internal, how it works. You just provide the random bytes and see if it's gonna crash or not. So the idea here is like a black box testing because you don't know anything about the code, and you just provide random inputs, just like a monkey, like randomly pressing buttons. So we have like coverage guide fuzzing, which is basically all fuzzing is made in this way because it's a smarter way than just providing random inputs, which basically we give an input to a target or something we want to test, and then we can get some feedback from it, and the further can start learning the best inputs to cover more code. And it's a gray box because you get some feedback from the internals and how the function works. So we have the corpus, which is basically a database or a file system where you put the inputs you have found, and you have the fuzz engine that's basically the one who will get the inputs, mutate the inputs to create new ones, and send to the first target. The first target is basically a function that you get the bytes from the fuzzer and send to the function we want to test in the program. And if the program with compiled with instrumentation, it will give, when executing, it has like the coverage instrumentation that will give the coverage feedback to the fuzz engine, and based on that coverage feedback, it will decide if it's gonna save or not the input. So imagine you are fuzzing the thing, and the fuzz engine give an input that found more edge case in your code, so it can cover more code that wasn't covered before. So it's gonna save that input again in the corpus. And basically, this is like the fuzzing loop where you do it, getting new inputs and covering more the code. So we have so we have the coverage syntax, which is basically compiling our code with it, and we call it instrumentation, because the coverage syntax is the thing that will give feedback for the fuzzer to know if that input was good or not, if it could cover more code. So it's basically, so the thing that inserts the coverage inside your program have to pass a specific flag for compiler. So the Clang and for example the Rust compiler, you will need to pass a flag saying to the LLVM, that's basically the compiler that will basically make the machine code for you. You pass the flags for the LLVM, and it's gonna instrument your codes with those coverage syntax, which we'll see next. So I have an example here. It's basically a C code that calculates a grade. So if the score is bigger or equal 90C, it's gonna return A, and so on. If I compile it normally without any flags, without coverage instrumentation, it's gonna be like this. So here I use a reverse engineer tool. It's Binary Ninja, and we can see this view of the machine code that it's generated. So it's basically the same thing. We have 2 ifs, and it's gonna return the value. And if you compile with coverage instrumentation, you can see that it adds those syntax, cov trace, pcguard function inside your machine code. So when the inputs reach that line, it's gonna send the coverage feedback for the fuzzer. So it's gonna know if the inputs reach that part of the code. So we have we also have the idea of mutations, because we need to create new inputs, and we use mutations for that. So we have some, here I took a print screen from the libfuzzer, which is basically a fuzzer engine, and you can see it has some mutators. We have erase bytes, that's basically remove some bytes from the inputs, change bytes is basically change bytes, and there is insert bytes, copy part, crossover, and so on. It's basically the mutation that the fuzzer will do in your corpus input to generate new ones, and it can do more than a once. So it can do erase bytes, then insert byte, and change bit, and then give the inputs for the target. So I have a demo to show how exactly the fuzzing works. Let me get it. So here I have a code that basically, this is the interface for libfuzzer. So we have to make this function that will be linked with libfuzzer, and the fuzzer will give us this data and the size of the data. So this example is just to show us how the coverage instrumentation will help the fuzzer to find the correct input that's going to crash our program. So basically, if the fuzzer gives us fuzz find bugs, this is string input, it's going to crash because there is an abort down here. So I'll first run it without coverage, so without any coverage, and you can see it here that the libfuzzer give us give us a warning that basically says no interest inputs were found so far. Is the code instrumented for coverage? So it's gonna give us some outputs here, like this X per second, which is pretty high, and that's basically it. It's gonna be generates random inputs and doesn't find anything because it's not getting any feedback. And I also can run it with log to us to see. Basically, it has a printf here, and we can see that the fuzzer is not getting close to the input we want. It's just printing random bytes. And if we run with coverage, it's gonna take some time, and the logs are different, and it's already found the input that's crashes our function. So we can see here that it found the string, the magic string. It's first find bugs, and basically we can see the logs here, like it prints the function, the cover instrumentation that it reached. So we saw that we have some functions that give back to the fuzzer, the feedback, and we saw that in that code compiled instrumentation that each part of branch of our code, you can see that it adds new function calls with the PC, which is the program counter. So we can see here, like in the line 18, 24, which a specific input you could get in this F check, and so on. You can see like the new at the last here. We can see that it could like get the G and so on. Yeah. So we can also run it with the log to see the fuzzer getting close to the input we want. So running it's gonna crash. So you can see that the fuzzer, like, it's getting close to the inputs we want and getting the feedback from the inputs it gives until it finds the crash input and stop the fuzzer loop. Yeah, it's basically it. So now about differential fuzzing. So basically differential fuzzing will be the same thing, but we get two different implementations and that should behave equally and give the same inputs for both, and then we compare the outputs. So I also have a demo for this. I have here like two double functions that is get an integer and just multiply by 2. The first one is the correct one, it's from the Sun library from Rust, and the double 2 function is like off by 1 because if x is equal to i32 max, it should return some value, right? Divided by 2, because it's multiplied by 2, it's gonna be the i32 max value, and should not return none. It should return the value. So if you run this target, this differential fuzzing, we also can see like in the first target that's basically get from the input the data, we consume it and parse it to a signed integer 32 bits, and then we send for the first function and then for the second function, and we compare the outputs. If they are different, we are gonna panic the program and see why they differ in this specific target. I also have an example here. Wait. I'm gonna just delete this. So just we can see that it's fine pretty quickly. And if you see the logs here, I'm also using libfuzzer. If we see the logs, we can see the panic print that I put there, which is basically one of the response return none and the other return some. So we basically found a bug between those two simple functions that we would not find if we were just fuzzing it, because that double function doesn't overflow or crash our program, it just behaves incorrectly. So we have this idea of like getting the same inputs, and in this graph I show example like we can run not just for 2 implementations, we can run for any implementation. So we can compile a program with comparing 3 outputs from like Rust Lightning, Core Lightning, and LND, and we compare those outputs. If they are different, we're gonna crash. If they're all the same, we just continue fuzzing and try to find some input that's gonna behave differently. So basically, the Bitcoin Fuzz is the framework that does this for Bitcoin libraries. So I found just by doing that, like more than 50 bugs. We have a lot of implementations there. We have like LND, Corelites, Nickel, LDK. We have some targets like some modules to SecP also, and we have like, Bitcoin Core and Rust Bitcoin and more implementations. Yeah, I also have a demo time to show how Bitcoin Fuzz works. Here. We can see the driver CPP here, which is basically one of the most important files in the Bitcoin Fuzz, which will basically define which target we want to run. So, for example, initialize invoice, which is right here. And this buffer is basically the inputs that the fuzzer gives us, is just raw bytes. And then you can like do a for loop here, taking the implementations. Oh, it's small, right? You can do like a for loop here, and then we get the value. And if the value is different, we are gonna crash with this assert. So I want to run Bitcoin Fuzz with, let's see, with LND and LDK. So we pass the flags, the models we want to compile and test with. Just these two. I will compile the. And then we basically can call the final binary. It's the Bitcoin Fuzz, and run the target we want, which is the initialize invoice. So we can see that's gonna getting coverage. I think I forgot to talk about the coverage, which is the COV. You can see the COV increasing, like the number. So now it's like 462. And we also can see the right side, the mutation that is being applied for each input. So this input, it's applied this sequence of mutation and so on. And you can see like this X per second. Since this is a more robust example, it's gonna be slower. So it's 3000 X per second. And yeah, that's basically it. So by doing differential fuzzing in the Lightning implementation, we can find edge case that the implementation didn't note. So basically, I have found some and reported to the bots and updated the bots to be more clear about those edge cases, because the implementations are behaving differently, and they have the bots to say how they should behave. And sometimes when we add some new modules or new implementations, that implementation doesn't have any fuzzing, or they maybe just doesn't run the fuzz they have, and we find some bugs that's not related to differential fuzzing, because we are not comparing the outputs, we are just providing inputs that crash the target, crash the library, because they don't have fuzzing. And sometimes we found some very small bugs that doesn't hurt the implementations, but it blocks our fuzzing, because when we want to get deeper states, it's gonna be crashing all the time for that small little bug. It's a bit annoying, because we have like to wait for that be fixed. Or sometimes we also do like a skip, so we put like a if and see if that very specific case, so we will skip the comparison at the end of the outputs. Yeah, and that's basically it. Thanks. So any questions? We have time.
Hey, yes. So yeah, thank you for the presentation.
Thanks.
You mentioned you found 50 bucks. How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that like for a year now, but Bruno started like for 1 year and a half the project. So I have started this idea of doing differential fuzzing at Lightning last year in the Bitcoin Plus Plus in Florianópolis. So yeah, after that I've been doing that and found some bugs.
Oh wow, so 50 bucks in 1.5 years.
Yeah, true.
Are you doing this alone, or do you have other people?
Basically, me and Bruno and Matt Morehouse have been helping to review the pull requests I've been making related to Lightning, and we have some contributors that show and help us to build new things.
Okay, thank you very much again.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Hey. Hey. How do you decide what will be fuzzed? What's worth to be fuzzed? Like everything, some things?
Do you mean like differential fuzzing or just normal fuzzing?
In general fuzzing.
Oh, okay.
What's the ideal target?
Yeah, you should target like functions that you don't know the inputs that we receive. So maybe like some external inputs some user can give. So malicious users might get a very specific input that's going to crash your program. So yeah, I would say to fuzz things that you don't can control the inputs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So if I got this correctly, you talked about doing differential fuzzing across different implementations. So have you tried doing something like different combinations of operating system, compiler, and ABI?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, we didn't try it yet, but we should probably try. One thing that we've been doing, which is a proof of concept of one of the BDL2 students, which is basically doing differential version based fuzzing. So we have like Bitcoin kernel, and you can do like differential fuzz between those. And if they behave different, it's like a very consensus bug, right?
That's amazing. Amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Do you have like a roadmap of this, like something new that you will try in the next month or year?
Sorry, I didn't get the word like you.
Like a roadmap, like an.
Roadmap. Actually, no. I have like some issues on the Bitcoin Fuzz repo that it's just some ideas to add new targets or new modules, but we don't have like a fixed roadmap for that. But if you have some ideas to add new libraries, things, it will be happy to create an issue there, and we would work on that.
And me again. How do you decide which fuzz engine you should use, and for which case, like HongFuzz, LibFuzzer? Do you know the difference in which case they are optimal for each scenario and things like this?
Yeah, great question. So LibFuzzer is not maintained anymore. They just fix bugs if they found something, and it's like a older fuzzer, but it's one of the most easiest to integrate with your project. We also have like AFL++, which is, I would say, it's like the most like production one where you should like run it like for a long time, like days, months, or weeks. And I would say like the AFL++ would be like the best, but you can also run multiple fuzzers, and that would like be the ideal, because some fuzzers are better in some things to get some things, and others are better in other things. So I would say like if you can run for the the main fuzzer like HongFuzz, LibFuzzer, and AFL++, you should do it.
Okay, thank you.
So thanks for the presentation. Very great work. And I was curious to know, you said that you found different bugs on different projects. So were there projects that were not using fuzzing at all before you came, basically? Or were they already doing some kind of fuzzing already on their own?
Yeah.
What was your experience?
I think most of the libraries we are fuzzing, they already have some fuzzing targets. And most of the bugs we have found is like different outputs, so they would not found just doing normal general fuzzing, just like waiting the program to crash. We have some libraries that we just added to the Bitcoin fuzz, and then I start like doing differential fuzzing, and I saw that the library crashed in the middle of the fuzz since they don't have any fuzz. So I started like reporting it and responsible disclosure that. Yeah.
So, and a follow-up question about the Bitcoin fuzzing project. So, is your idea like to add new targets as you keep working on this for these different projects and libraries? And what is the next step? So, when you find like new target, what happens next? You report the new targets to the specific project or library, and they integrate those targets, or should we like start using all the Bitcoin fuzz project itself like as a central kind of project, and we can all contribute directly to it? Or it seems to me like a duplicate work in a way. If you find new targets and you add the targets to your project, and then every single project they do the same.
Yeah,
so it was not clear to me this like workflow in that sense.
Yeah, normally the libraries doesn't have any differential fuzzing, so Bitcoin fuzz is basically for that, to make it easier to do differential fuzzing between a lot of libraries. Because if you want to do differential fuzzing in your library, we will basically do it by itself, and it's gonna be like hard to make it without without having the framework we build. So yeah, I would say that most of libraries are not interested in doing differential fuzzing in the repository, because it would like be maybe a maintenance burden, and it's easier like just integrate with Bitcoin fuzz. And we have been doing that and find bugs and just reporting it safely.
Obrigado.
Nada. So I think that's it. Thanks.
This is Demo. He's been working in Bitcoin since 2019. I really love following his blog. If you haven't found it yet online, he does really incredible work on the observability of Bitcoin. So it's basically, what can we see about what's happening in decentralized networks, following information on peer-to-peer network, what's happening in the mempool. He's got Huh? Oh, he's got some really amazing work on keeping track of what the miners are up to. I think he was one of the first people to report on some miners, not including transactions that were on a few blacklists in the United States. So very excited to have him all the way here to talk about the work that how he's helping find exploits in Bitcoin Core through observability. So and let him get set up, and then I'll hand over the mic to Timo. Cool.
As Lisa said, please don't take pictures, and especially don't upload them. I'm here to recap a bug with you, a network-wide bug that affected all or mostly all of the nodes in the Bitcoin core in the Bitcoin network. The bug was in Bitcoin Core, and it's titled "DOS to inf to send sets going too large." And if you don't know what inf to send sets are, yeah, stay around. Lisa already did a great introduction. Really briefly, I'm Timo, or B10C. I'm really interested in how the open and permissionless Bitcoin network is being used or abused by actors. I run a Bitcoin network operations collective called BNOC. More on that later. And I have multiple projects monitoring Bitcoin, the network or different parts of the Bitcoin network. So, for example, as Lisa mentioned, the mining pool observer, which shows transparency into what mining pools include in their blocks or what they don't include in their blocks. Also, a project called Fork Observer, which is for monitoring forks, invalid blocks, stale blocks, and so on, and bigger reorgs or chain splits in Bitcoin. And then there is a project I've been working on over the last couple of years called Peer Observer, which is a tool and the infrastructure for monitoring the P2P network of Bitcoin for attacks and anomalies. And one of these anomalies I noticed while building out Peer Observer in early May 2023. So normally a Bitcoin Core node, once the inbound connection slots are filled, so peers connect to this node and it fills up to a certain point where the inbound slots are filled, these usually remain filled until you either restart the node or the node loses network connectivity. But in early May 2023, I noticed on some Grafana dashboard I have set up that the current connections here in yellow, the inbound connections, started to drop over time. And they were dropping from around 190 to only 35 remaining in a span of 2 days. And this was quite alerting. Going on and investigating this and speaking with a few other developers, I noticed that the node had 100% CPU usage in the network message handling thread of the node. So Bitcoin Core has one thread that's handling all the messages between peers, and there we had like 100% CPU usage. To dive deeper there, I did something that's called a flame graph. So I recorded where the time is being spent, in which function the time is being spent, and you read flame graphs from the bottom to top. So and the bottom is a function you're spending more time in than in the top functions. And here in the bottom function called, or in at least this is a thread called bmescand. So it's the message handling thread of Bitcoin Core, talking to P2P clients and so on. We were spending 82% of our time, and then in a function called mayKeep, I wasn't aware of what this is and what this does. We were spending 64% of our time, and then in this obscure CTX mempool compare depth and score, we were spending 31% of our time. And I didn't know what CTX mempool compare depth and score does. But I asked the question, does the high CPU usage cause us to fail to respond to our peers in time? Because we were spending so much time in this compare depth and score function, maybe we can't respond to pings and pongs and other messages in time. And to add to the extra confusion, there was an issue right around the time, so May 6th, there was an issue on the Bitcoin Core repository called CPU DOS on mainnet in debug mode. But I was pretty sure I wasn't running my nodes in debug mode. And it turns out there were two issues at the same time, and we both were being discussed at the same time, and this caused for a bunch of confusion. It took a few days until we figured out that it's actually two separate problems, and I wasn't running my node with a boost multi-index enable safe mode, which slows down your node, or did slow your node down to a point where it actually couldn't process any transaction into the mempool. But different issue. At some point, we noticed this is probably network-wide. So a fellow developer wrote an IRC. I'm seeing this now too in my node, high spikes of CPU usage with compare depth and score being the main cause. So at the time, I was running only 1 or 2 nodes, and I was seeing it only on one. And then it was really good to get confirmation of other people seeing this as well. There was one guy on a GitHub issue saying, hey, I'm seeing this out also, but PS, I'm not running in debug mode. So he said, okay, there is definitely an issue there as well. And then a few days later, an employee of Antpool came around, so a big mining pool in Bitcoin, and said, hey, we actually have this in our mining pool as well. And I spoke to a few other mining pools, and they also have the problem. And it could be causing delays in like propagation and forks for us. And yeah, looking at the effects on the network this had, here in orange, we see the time it takes for 90% of the network to announce a block, and in blue we see 50% of the network, the time it takes for 50% of the network to announce a block in seconds over time. And we clearly saw the propagation delay spiking on these days where we also had seen this block. Similarly, one thing you can look at is the time it takes for a node to respond to a ping. So in the Bitcoin protocol, there is a ping message, and the node should respond with a pong. And you can compare the time it takes for the node to respond with the host of the node, the IP of the host of the node, to respond to like a normal ping you type on your command line. And if these diverge by a bunch, then you know there is something wrong on the application side, so in Bitcoin Core, because it can't process the messages fast enough. So we saw in the same dates, so around May 7th or May 8th, we saw a big spike there as well, but also a bit of elevated ping times before. And Antpool was right. We definitely did see stale blocks happening on the network just because the propagation of the blocks was affected. So we saw 10 stale blocks in the week between May 3rd and May 10th. And normally we would expect on average to see 1 stale block. So it was definitely like a 10-fold increase. Definitely something unusual. Let's get into the cause for this. So normally, if you want to relay a transaction on the Bitcoin network, you as us here in the graphic, you send an inf message, an inventory message. And in the inventory message, there are the WTX IDs of the transactions you're going to announce to the peer. And if the peer doesn't know about a transaction, it sends back a get data message. So it's saying, hey, please give me, for this WTX IP ID, please give me the transaction. And then you respond with the transaction. And to keep track of which transactions you need to announce to a peer, Bitcoin Core keeps an inf to send set of transactions, or of transactions to inf. And when you receive a new transaction, you're adding the transaction to the set. And when the peer tells you about, this is important, when the peer tells you about a transaction, it already knows, you remove it from the set. So the sets get smaller because both of you are going to announce back and forth. The set is unbounded in size, and there is like a warning sign here. Obviously, like unbounded in size is for something that's accessible via the P2P network is also a bit critical, and the set was drained at a fixed rate. Then we're going to sort the set periodically. So every 5 seconds, for example, we're going to sort the set with the CTX mempool compare depth and score. So we saw this function earlier. We spent a bunch of time there. And we sorted by transaction dependencies and fee rate. So we want to make sure the transactions that have a higher fee rate, for example, are in earlier, just because they are probably also going to be mined earlier. So relaying higher fee rate transactions to miner earlier is better. And this also helps us avoid leaking the order of which we receive the transaction, because we're going to sort it. So it's not depending on the order we received it. It's a different order. This is a nice privacy benefit. And then once we sorted these sets, we pick out at the time 35 transactions from the top, or up to 35 transactions from the set, and send them in an inf message to the peer. So what happens when transactions are broadcast at a higher rate than being drained? The set being unbounded in size means the set grows. And at some point, you're going to be either running out of memory because the set is too big, or the sets for each node are too big, or you're going to be spending a bunch of time in compare depth and score. And this is what we saw here in this case. But why would someone be broadcasting a bunch of transactions at the same time, right? That's quite inefficient. Probably spreading them out over time makes more sense. Also, who has like a bunch of transactions, like millions of transactions to broadcast at the same time? Well, there was something going on there, very like a hype topic. So BRC20 token mints were the big hype topic back then, and they were driving on-chain fees up. People were unhappy about it, but also they were sending out a bunch of like very small transactions at the same time. And for just this one mint being talked about in the street here, there were like more than 500,000 transactions being sent out in a very short time frame, and that's probably what triggered this bug. The bug was always there, but we never saw the amount of transactions being broadcast before. And then this bug was also amplified. So I told you the transactions the peer tells us about are removed from our set. But on the Bitcoin network, there is a bunch of spy nodes. So spy nodes only listen to infs. They're never going to announce anything to you, because if they're going to announce anything to you, you're not going to tell them about it. And they want to listen in on what you're going to tell them about it and when you are going to tell them about it. So the inf to send sets for the spy nodes, they were staying larger for much longer. So we also needed to sort them a bit more and need to spend more CPU time on them. And currently, a node usually has, if you exact inbound connections, you only have like 10 to 20 connections from spy nodes. So the DOS was amplified by this. I didn't work on the fix for this, but AJ luckily did. I wasn't aware of how to fix this back then. I just looked at the code afterwards, and the fix was actually quite simple. So there was some inefficient sorting going on, and one easy fix was to drop transactions from the queue or from the set that already were confirmed, that are not in the mempool anymore. Very early on, so no need to keep them around and sorting each time, because we're never going to announce them. So there was one bug there, or one improvement there, and the other improvement was just to increase the rate at which we drain these sets by looking at the size of the set, and if the set is really large, then increase the rate slightly and drain it faster. And as you can see, this fix was opened on May 10th and merged on May 11th, so actually quite fast. Obviously, people were aware this was going on. We were not too public about it, but yeah, Unpool, for example, like they noticed it, they were aware of it, and a few other people were aware of it as well. We just never like published. Okay, there is something very critical going on, just because we never knew like what is the extent of this, and what can happen if more people take note of this. Maybe there is a BRC20 token mint specifically designed to take down the network. Who knows? And the fix was included end of May. The same month, end of the same month, and released in Bitcoin Core version 25. Luckily, there was a release candidate going on back then, and we could quickly backport the fix. So it actually didn't take a long while for people to fix this and or running a release where this was fixed. Also, these BRC20 tokens died down a bit, so not too much activity anymore. But it also made like testing this a bit harder because having or in some way generating like 500,000 transactions in a matter of minutes and broadcasting them is really hard. And this also inspired some of the tools, simulation tools, so many of you know Warnet, for example. Warnet was inspired by this bug because the idea is in Warnet you could, in theory, do this and test against this by having a node and blasting it with transactions. And then on my side, on the monitoring side, I was thinking, well, monitoring is one of the last lines of defenses before bugs reach the user. Obviously here, the bugs reach the users, for example, ANPRO being affected. But I thought, what can we do about this? What can we improve? And monitoring is very often searching for unknown unknowns, so you need to collect more data, and you don't actually know what you're going to do with it in the future, and you hope to detect something. But a recap of bugs like this, so as we're doing right now, really helps for monitoring to define metrics and come up with ideas. Okay, how can we find this bug in the future? What should have we been tracking back then? And maybe even extend on the scope a bit and say, hey, similar classes of bugs, how can we find them in the future? What metrics to keep track of? And one of my tools is called Peer Observer. The idea is very simple. It's like run a bunch of Bitcoin nodes in the cloud or wherever, spread around the globe, and attach monitoring tools to them. With the goal, a specific of the goal is to detect attacks and anomalies. So attacks, someone being malicious, and anomaly, there is a bug in our code and we don't know, it's not behaving as we would expect, not normally. And one thing I did, after seeing this attack, was one thing to improve the dashboard for this. So I have a specific dashboard for inbound connections over time. And this is very similar to the metric that led to the initial detection of this. And I run more nodes. So we have more nodes in different configurations, different locations. Maybe some of them don't have a mempool, so that they wouldn't be affected by this. Others are like very low-powered CPU nodes, so they are way more affected by this. And I've been very happy to receive sponsoring for some of these nodes. So, for example, Brink has been sponsoring some of these nodes. The MIT DCI as well. Vintium is sponsoring a node. Localhost Research is sponsoring demo nodes, so we can actually have this data live and accessible for everyone. But I still think this needs more and better anomaly detection and alerting to be able to detect this. Even if I'm not staring at the dashboard all day because I'm standing here and giving a talk. Another thing I added is thread monitoring, so monitoring how much time we spend per second in a thread. So doing this for all of the threads that Bitcoin Core has, but specifically for the B message handling thread, which was the one affected. So I look at, for example, if one node is spending a second in the B message handling thread, then we are spending 100% of our CPU time there. And two observations that stood out immediately is like a node with way more connections is obviously spending more time there because it has more peers and more messages to process, more transactions to inf, more pings and pongs to respond, and so on. So we definitely can see a node with more connections spending more time there, but also nodes with weak CPU, like only one core or two cores, definitely spend more time in there just because they are not as fast as the other ones. I also set up some local host ping pong monitoring, so doing the the Bitcoin protocol ping pong. So I have a P2P client that is connected to my node, and I'm sending a ping with instead of the nonce in the ping, there is normally a nonce in the ping. I just send a very precise timestamp and wait for the pong to arrive, and then measure the difference between these. Normally, this is like between 1 millisecond and 10 milliseconds, and really shows how much backlog there is for this node, because you process messages in one thread. And you process maybe other messages from other peers first, and you only process one at a time. So it shows you how fast the node can work with the backlog of messages it receives over the P2P network. And then I mentioned the info send sets earlier. AJ went ahead and added to get peer info monitoring for the size. So we actually have an RPC to query the size of these info send sets. And two very useful metrics I came up with is the sum of the size across all peers. So it shows you how many messages, for example, are being sorted each whatever 5 seconds or so, and also looking at the max individual size of the info send sets. So for example, if there is a spy node, it's going to have larger sets than the normal peers, because the normal peers are like reducing the size by announcing transactions as well. So we have sets on these now as well. And then I showed the flame graph earlier. There is something you can do. It's called continuous profiling. What you do is you record each, I think using Parquet.dev here, Parquet.dev is recording where the CPU is spending its time like 19 times per second, and you build a flame graph out of this, and you have data over time, and can go back and say, hey, where did I spend my CPU time in these 10 minutes yesterday? And if you know there was an anomaly there, then you can actually go there and say, hey, let's see where or which function was the problem. And I don't think that is enough. I think there is still work to be done. Obviously, I can't do it alone. So I came up with the Bitcoin Network Operations Collective. So it's a NOC in a sense. So NOC in a company would be a Network Operations Center. I don't think a center is the right thing for Bitcoin. I think it's more like a collective of different people from different parts of the world working on different organizations, coming together and discussing observations they had on the network. It doesn't need to be the P2P network. Can be other places, and we definitely need better automatic alerting and anomaly detection. I'm very glad there is a guy called Deadman Oz. He started working on this, and I think he is the right fit for this. So very much looking forward to what he can come up with this. And in general, I think we need more like analysts kind of people who look at dashboards and maybe react to alerts, who are familiar with the Bitcoin protocol and know, okay, this is something we should look into, or this is, yeah, okay, it doesn't really hurt. We can ignore it for now. If you want to check out the Bitcoin Network Operations Collective, there is a forum. It's bnoc.xyz. We also recently set up a chat, bnoc.zulipchat.com. Yeah, if you want to be a part of this, if you want to join or help out in some way, if this is interesting to you, feel free to come and stop by. There is definitely some activity on the forum. The chat is not too filled right now because we just set it up. Yeah, and while working on this, no. That's not showing my screen. Right, now it is. Great. While working on the slides for this, I actually looked at some of the metrics and posted them to the BNOC forum. And, well, I noticed the same bug happening again. It's not as critical, not as bad. But here I wrote, like, this is like 10 days ago, so I wrote in on the 17th, starting around I'm going, you see it in a second. So at around 1:30 a.m. UTC, a bunch of my nodes actually spend a bunch of time in the bmessage hand thread. So red means bad here, green means okay. So there was definitely something going on. And then looking at my mempools, they all started to fill up at the same time, from around 6% to 60%. So there must have been some transactions being broadcast. Looking at the size of the inf to send sets, they also spiked to like 1.7 million inf to send entries across all peers on the nodes. And the individual ones also spiked to around 60,000. So we know, okay, there were like 60,000 transactions being broadcast in a very short time. Probably, who would do this? And we also saw the ping and pong times from, I already mentioned this is around 1 millisecond to 10 milliseconds, but we saw it spiking to actually like 1 second or maybe even 5 seconds on some nodes and at some points in the time. So definitely nodes were affected, definitely the network was affected by this, but only for a short period of time, which is where I think the fix comes in, that AJ did a while ago. So these inf to send sets died down way faster than they would have. So here we see them dying down in a matter of like an hour or so. And then looking at some of the transactions, it actually turns out there is like this uncommon goods rune thing going on. So a bunch of these runes are being broadcast at the same time. I'm not too familiar with this. I'm not too sure why they are being broadcast at this time. Maybe there is something like, I don't know, to gain from broadcasting them as fast as possible. Right. Did a bit more digging, and now the function isn't called compare depth and score. It's called compare mining score with topology. Just got renamed because also the way it works got changed a bit. But on the internet service, so on the Flame Graph, we can see it actually we spend like 20% of our time there. So maybe it's not 100% fixed, maybe it could even be improved. And then AJ said, yeah, I've been working on this or thinking about this, and he actually opened a pull request for this. There is even more improvements to be done here, and I'm very happy that the monitoring inspired this. And I think it shows that Bitcoin isn't done. There can be exploits, and you can be helpful in helping fixing these. And I haven't had the time to look at this in detail, but I think I will once I'm back at my desk and can work on things. And I think we now have a few minutes for questions. You can find the slides for this talk on my website, bitsnc.me/talks.
Good morning. Great presentation. I have 3 questions, if I can.
Sure.
First one, how do you manage all this infrastructure? Meaning, do you wake up every day 5 a.m. and look at your servers? But because it seems that you have too many things to manage at the same time. How do you deal with it?
So I automated most of the things. I use NixOS, so I can. It's very easy to say. I'm not selling NixOS. I'm just explaining. Like you can quite easily manage to say I want to have these servers running all the same software in this configuration. And for me, it's very easy to just say, okay, deploy everything, and I'm sure what's running on there. Have some alerting on like if a service goes down or so, I get a ping on my phone. But at this point, I have gotten it to a place where I usually don't get pings unless there's something going horribly wrong. Yeah, I think this is a way how I can do this as a one person team running like 16 servers and even more for different purposes, and having it quite stable. And obviously having infrastructure as code, you can also have tests for your infrastructure. So if you change something, it's not going to break on you, because you have a test that hopefully covers parts of your infrastructure you want to rely on.
Okay, next question is, I think you said a few slides ago that you have a well-crafted, especially crafted node for the pure observer with some metrics inside of it. How do you manage to observe the network without disturbing it? Meaning, you may be asking some peer-to-peer message to a node, and the node might ban you, and then you get out of the network just
Right. So the decision I made for peer observer is for it to be fully passive. So it just behaves like a very normal Bitcoin node. It just has monitoring tools attached. So different interfaces. For example, we have something that actually someone here contributed. Is like looking at the debug log of the node and extracting events from this, but also looking at the RPC interface, extracting events from there. There is a tracing interface I heavily use, so we can get all the messages the node receives and sends out of it. But I don't interfere with the node. The node should be like, I don't touch the node. The node should do its thing, and we want to see what the node does. But we're not trying to change the behavior, but because this would maybe give us false data. But I think there is in monitoring there is definitely the possibility of doing active monitoring. So you actively connect to nodes, and you definitely send maybe messages in a certain order to get some data out of it. But that's not what peer observer is intended to do. It's more like we run a Bitcoin core node, and we want to make sure it's actually stable in the network, and we don't want to touch it in a sense that we run it maybe with a different configuration, but we don't interact with the peers or whatever.
Okay, last one. Why bit in seed? Where did this name come from?
Oh, I just randomly typed in the keyboard, and this came up.
Nice.
Great presentation. I'm thinking like, what if I want to run like a monitoring suite sorry, for like a local node? Let's say I'm testing something, and maybe this seems like too much infrastructure for like a local test, or like I do have like an idea about an attack, and I don't want to use it on mainnet, of course. And then like this monitoring suite, it would help me to like understand it better if it's really working. And is there like a local first version of what you do, or is it like your Nix configuration meant to be run on like a node that has only one purpose, and that purpose is monitoring like the mainnet, not
right. So my specific configuration is for the peer observer, like the running nodes in the cloud, and all of them piping data together and having a collective dashboard of this. But there is definitely a possibility of having some either like setup where you only have one node and one data collection thing going on, but this would then be dedicated for this, or just writing a different configuration, or just not even using my Nix configuration and just setting up something maybe in Docker or whatever, and maintaining yourself to a point where you can run this just against a node you have in whatever in your home or on your laptop or so. Definitely possible. It's just not my use case. So I'm not going to maintain the infrastructure for it, but definitely other people can. And I think Ideal's university also had some setup for their running this in Docker, so that they didn't use any of my Nix stuff, and they set up a peer observer instance, or at least the tools for it, in their university's servers without using Nix at all.
Hello, BTNC. It's a great presentation. My question is, this project peer observer, do you run many node versions or different implementations?
So it's currently only Bitcoin Core and software forks of it. So I run a Nuts node, for example, just to see how the Nuts node behaves against or compares against the Bitcoin Core node. Also like running Libra Relay or whatever. A BIP 110 node, it could be interesting just to see, okay, it actually behaves maybe better in some ways because it obviously rejects transactions. But also maybe there is a chain split at some point once it activates. So definitely interesting to monitor as well. So only Bitcoin Core and different flavors of it. But definitely running like different versions. So what I'm usually doing is running release candidates on this, but also releases. So if we release something, then I'm going to run it for a while. But also just upgrading to master over time and seeing if master is okay is really helpful. And on some nodes, I also run in like an older version because I may or may not know there is something vulnerability in there, and then we can see if there is someone exploiting it.
Cool. Nice presentation.
Peer Observer makes a lot of data that you save. It's open to the public to use it for analysis.
Right. So the issue with the publishing of the data is, if I publish data, you can find out very easily what the IP addresses of the nodes are, and then an attacker can find out, or whoever, and either attack the nodes on purpose or exclude them from their attack. And that's not what I really want to do. So that's why I say, okay, I want to have honeypot nodes. So I'm not telling you the IP addresses, and that sadly means some of the data is not available right away. It probably needs to be analyzed, or anonymized a bit. So stripping IP addresses and maybe only publishing it after a year or so once I rotated the IP addresses. But luckily we have localhost research stepping up and saying, hey, we're going to sponsor 2 nodes. And these are fully demo nodes. These are all public, and people can connect to them and look at all the data. It's the same setup as my Peer Observer thing, just with the caveat that there might be people finding out these IP addresses and doing weird stuff to them. But it's useful, very useful for developing against. So you don't need to run your own, like, whatever extractors I use for Peer Observer. You can just hook into the message feed yourself and use it there. And also it shows, like, to the public what's being monitored, and people can click around, maybe even learn about stuff, or come up with new stuff to monitor. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. I really wanted to know if you think protocols like runes or the ordinals have something related to those spikes that you are seeing, because they tend to have like off-chain recurses that do batching, and they execute mostly in the same time window, just like you showed to us that, like, it's a spike that occurs during 2 hours in the day and then goes out. So I guess it might have something to do.
Yeah, definitely has something to do with it. Sadly, I'm not familiar enough with the runes or the inscriptions. But if someone knows and can explain to me why they need to be broadcast in like a very short time frame, or why they're doing it, I'm very happy to learn about it.
Yao would consider it like over abusing the UTXO and the Bitcoin network to do stuff like it, like, or are y'all planning to improve the network to support those type of protocols? That require lots and lots of requests, like a gaming protocol or whatever, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understand it, but I think not even thinking about like obviously ordinals or inscriptions or BRC20 documents or runestone mints is one way we're seeing this, but obviously if there is a bug there, we should fix it regardless, not saying, okay, we're fixing this for ordinals or whatever. We should fix it regardless, because there could be someone who's not doing this out of hype around this thing, just someone doing this because he wants to attack Bitcoin. And I think if you have sufficient funds, you can actually sustain an attack like this over a span of days or weeks, maybe even, just by sending out very small transactions and attaching, obviously paying a fee for it.
Yes.
But this might be the cost you want to pay, and just to break Bitcoin. Yeah.
No, I think you got it. Yeah, that's
cool.
Exactly it. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
about to get started with our afternoon session. Very excited to welcome a cypherpunk who's been working in Bitcoin on privacy projects for a very long time. He's here to talk to us about his most recent project and talk about the history of privacy protocols, I think, with messaging and how we can exploit the ability to talk to each other privately to make our freedom continue to be real. So please give a warm welcome to Max Hilbrand from White Noise.
Thank you very much. So I thought to stick with the theme for this conference and exploit the title or talk instructions. This is a Bitcoin conference, but I won't be talking about Bitcoin. However, I'll talk about something that is quite much needed for the Bitcoin ecosystem, and that is secure messaging. Slides up, please. So if we don't have secure communications, then the cable. Yeah, I guess we need a cable. So if we don't have secure messaging, then how could we build secure technology? Right? Like it's quite obvious that any interesting technology like Bitcoin will get compromised, and the communication channel is the one that is most likely to be compromised in the first place. So I'll spend the next 45 minutes to talk a bit about the history of encrypted messaging in cyberspace, and then how these initial technologies worked, and then the main part is about how they got exploited. I have a bunch of different attacks that were executed on these messaging protocols, all very successful. And then finally, let's envision on how we could fix at least some of these possible attacks, and that's where the White Noise project and the Marmot protocol comes in. Let's start with the first protocol that really made encryption accessible to everyday persons, and that's PGP, the Pretty Good Privacy Protocol. This was invented around the 1990s, early on, and it was the first really consumer-grade encryption application. So it used RSA cryptography, pretty large keys and large signature sizes, but it enabled a nice user interface to encrypt messages to a recipient's public key, and then to sign and authenticate that you are the author of a message. And then specifically this was implemented to protect email. So there were plugins in various email clients that would add these encryption features, and now you needed to have someone's email address and his public key in order to send the secure message. That did work. It worked quite well, and the issue though is twofold. For one, it had very bad metadata protection. Right, so if you sent an email to someone that was encrypted, the email service provider and a bunch of men in the middle knew that you were the sender and that he was the recipient, and that was the time when the message was sent, and roughly this is the size of the message. So a lot of metadata did get revealed, which led to a lot of problems. There we are. Now I just have to figure out how to do that full screen. Double click doesn't work. Make it full screen. This is an Apple thing. I don't know how to use Apple things. And the other major concern with PGP was that we had no rotation of the key. Right, so people used their PGP key for years or even decades and continuously encrypted messages to the same private key. And that works as long as that private key is not compromised, but sooner or later private key material leaks. And then the adversary has access not just to one message, but to all the messages in the past, and even more crucially to all the messages in the future that you continue to encrypt to this key. And private key compromise is not easily detectable. I mean, in Bitcoin it's detectable because you see the signature on the blockchain and that all your money is gone now. But if we're talking about message encryption, private key compromise is not really detectable. And so that made PGP quite a difficult aspect. So PGP spawned this whole drama of the state trying to attack encryption and make it difficult, illegal, impossible to use for everyday people. They tried to put PGP as the software on the anti-export list for ammunitions control. Right, so some ancient military technology, because cryptography was used by the military long before the 1990s, but in the 1990s it really for the first time came into the hands of users itself. Ultimately, that got fixed with with a lot of work on the legal realm, where Phil Zimmerman and others fought massive, long legal battles to ensure that encryption is classified as free speech, and you can, in fact, publish a book with encrypted source code and send it from the Americas to Europe. So next up is the protocol called Off the Record. It's a really cool protocol that improves on a lot of these things that the PGP system failed to deliver. But as you see, that took like almost 20 years to build. So what Off the Record establishes is this key rotation scheme for your encryption keys. So basically, the goal is to encrypt every message with a new private-public key pair. And then if any one of these messages gets, one of these private keys gets leaked, it cannot decrypt the older messages because they were encrypted to previous keys, and also not future messages. Right, so this is called the forward secrecy and post-compromise secrecy, or security. And this is really where OTR shines. They established this concept of the key ratchet, basically a one-way key derivation function that allows you to continuously update your encryption keys. What it also enabled, and that's really cool, is deniability. So Off the Record actually does not use digital signatures. It uses MACs, message authentication codes. And so where with a digital signature, if you have the private key, you can sign a message and anyone can prove that you were the one who signed it based on the public key and the signature and the message. But this proof can be performed by anyone, right? So if ever any of your encrypted messages leak and they have a signature attached to them, then an outside observer can prove that you were the one who signed this message. And that might be quite dangerous. So Off the Record figured out a way to address this, and there were two steps for this. First was this message authentication code, and the message authentication code, think of it like two users having a private public key pair, and they can derive some shared secret of those private public key pairs and then sign the message with this key. So if Alice and Bob are in a conversation and Alice signs a message with this MAC and gives it to Bob, now Bob knows that either Alice or himself signed this message because Bob was the one, and Bob knows that he didn't sign this message, so he can conclude that it was actually Alice who sent it. But an outside observer who does not have any of these private keys cannot actually prove that, who signed these messages. It could have been either Alice and Bob. And then OTR took it even further. After a message was signed, after some timeout period, they simply published the private key to the internet. So this MAC private key that was used to sign the original message is then just published to the world. And so after that event, nobody can prove who signed this message, because it could have literally been anyone, because anyone had that secret material available to do this, right? So quite fancy, a very important protocol, but it still had a lot of weaknesses that needed to be addressed. So first of all, this was a live communication protocol. So Alice and Bob had to be online at the same time, and there was a 2 round-trip key exchange before a new key could be established among these people. And so this means if Alice goes offline and Bob keeps sending her messages, Bob cannot rotate his key and move forward the ratchet. He needs to have a message back from Alice in order to do that. So until the receiver comes online, we do not have the post-compromise or forward secrecy. And of course, you cannot assume that everyone is online all the time, specifically in peer-to-peer communications, right? We sleep, we turn off the computer. It also was purely limited to 2-person messaging, right? So these MACs only work with Alice and Bob. They cannot be done with more than 2 people. And that's all right for if we want to encrypt some chat messages, but if we want to have a large group encryption, that would mean that when Alice wants to send a message to the group, she has to encrypt it first to Bob and upload that, then encrypt and upload to Charlie, then to David, and so on. And so this scales linearly with the members of a group and makes it extremely computationally expensive, but also bandwidth expensive. And ultimately, it failed because it didn't have any adoption. It was, quite clunky, more of a proof of concept. Eventually, the OMEMO protocol, which is very much inspired by Off the Record, was implemented in Matrix. This was where it reached most of its improvements, but even eventually, Matrix moved on to other protocols. So next up, and that's the protocol that you all know and love and hopefully use, and that's the Signal protocol. Came out in 2013, so actually it's not even that old technology, but it improved on off the record by enabling specifically the non-asynchronous communication, right? So that Bob can be offline and Alice can keep sending multiple messages, and with every message the ratchet moves forward. And so this now means that we can have secure messaging even in a spontaneously online group, and that was quite good. It also had a couple cool additions later introduced to it. One specifically was the sealed sender. So this is a way where the sender does not use his long-term credential to sign the message, the encrypted message itself, but instead uses an ephemeral key pair. And so a relay server like the Signal server does not see who the sender of a message is because an ephemeral key signed it. If you're a bit familiar with Nostr, that's basically gift wraps. Right? So that's the sealed sender protocol. And they also enabled a private contact discovery. So that solved the question of how do you know if your friends are using this protocol in the first place, and then how do you get the private key from them? Signal solved this basically by hashing, right? So you hash the phone number and therefore protect the clear text phone number. But then you also, they run this contact lookup server on a secure enclave. Right? So Intel SGX, it's a server environment where the operator of the server does not have access to the computation that is happening on the server. It does have some trust assumptions in the hardware provider, and even with physical access to the hardware you can do some snooping, but ultimately this helped to make it better. Group encryption was also something that Signal innovated on. The early versions of Signal had the same group problems as off the record, but with the groups version 2 that was published in 2019, they were able to make that much more efficient, where some computation for this fan-out process can be done on the server side. So you encrypt your messages on the client side and only have to upload it once to the server, and then that centralized server can do fancy computation to fan it out and encrypt it to all the members of the group, and that improved things as well. Still not super scalable, but it really is a powerful system, and Signal works. It really is. It's great, and you should all use it. And we know it's good because the Signal Foundation got subpoenaed multiple times and asked to reveal data about their customers, and all they could say is when the account was created and when he was last online. Right, so these were the two main data points that they revealed in these public subpoenas, and you can verify that. But that basically shows that we can have strong encryption that actually works, even against an adversary that can duress the provider of the service. But Signal still has some issues, right? And we all know them. First of all, it requires a phone number. And that's ridiculous because phone numbers are legacy tech, completely compromised and broken, and it doesn't allow anonymous creation of accounts. It's very difficult to get an OKYC phone number, and that means it's very difficult to get an OKYC Signal account. It also limits most users to just have one account because you only have one phone number. But maybe you want to have a different chat environment for your personally and for your work-related activity. Also, the recipient of a message is visible to the Signal server. Signal has to deliver that payload to the receiver and also trigger the notification. So the Signal company knows when you received a message. And also the sender IP is visible, unless you use Tor or VPNs or protect your network level privacy. By default, the Signal app does not have any network level anonymity integrated, and so IP addresses are leaked. And then there were also some exploits, which we'll talk a bit further on, about delivery receipts. Delivery receipts actually break some of the privacy guarantees that Signal has implemented. And of course, they use push notifications. And that means that Apple or Google knows that your phone has received a Signal message. And that is a dangerous thing. They did quite a good job to prevent Apple and Google from actually reading these push notifications. We'll talk a bit more about that later as well. So now let's get into the actually juicy section, and that is how does all of this get implemented or attacked? Because what we know from Edward Snowden is that strong encryption actually works. And it's funny that there's still this term strong encryption, because back in the days there was weak encryption and strong encryption. There was the type of encryption that you were supposed to use to protect your messages from your sister who's not going to attack you, right? But then hard or strong encryption is a system that cannot be compromised even if you have billions of dollars at your expense and the most fancy hardware and software engineers. But the main problem is that there are still edge cases where the adversary doesn't have to attack the actual encryption. He can just compromise your phone, because the messages will have to be decrypted on your phone. And if he has full access to your phone, then he can read all of your messages. Doesn't matter that you've protected the message on the pipe. So let's talk about some of these. There are a bunch of infrastructure attacks. Hushmail, right? This is an email service provider that had some PGP encryption implemented, and Edward Snowden used them until the NSA came and demanded from Hushmail to please get access to their TSL private key so that they can terminate the HTTPS encryption. And that would have been an attack against any of the thousands or tens of thousands of users of Hushmail. They only wanted to get one user, most likely Snowden, but they had to compromise the entire infrastructure. And kudos to Hushmail, because they did not comply. They shut down the server. Right? Really good to see that companies have some ethics and do this. Oh no, sorry, I was talking about LavaBit. This was LavaBit, not Hushmail. Let's talk about Hushmail. That happened a bit earlier. Also used some PGP encryption for the mail, but here the provider got compromised and was forced to serve one specific user a malicious JavaScript package that handles the encryption. So ultimately, if you are using a system that gets automatic updates from the server, then you cannot really be sure of your encryption, because they can target you specifically based on your IP or user account, and then serve you a malicious piece of code that leads to encrypting your messages. Yeah, there was also Sky ECC. This was a secure communications provider that was then, finally compromised by the Belgian and UK police forces. So this led to a big compromise of all of their users, because they didn't have a proper implementation, and the police found an exploit to it. A lot of people got hurt this way. We also have Amon. That's an even better case, because why shouldn't the FBI build its own encryption tools? That sounds about right. If you want to break the encryption, just build it and ship the tools to your clients, which are the people whom you want to surveil. And then you also run the backend server, and so they could just blind copy themselves into all of the messages. And this was run and operated for numerous years, and quite a lot of people used it. Something quite similar happened with Ghost. That was yet another encrypted communication platform that was run by law enforcement, and ultimately led to the clear text revelation of all of the messages. So there's also protocol attacks. Right? We have, for example, eFail. This was again an attack on PGP that led to some remote code execution based on metadata that was in the PGP signature. So here's something again where the implementation of the protocol was flawed and failed. There was also the key server poisoning attack, which was a decades-old known vulnerability in how PGP key servers work and serve this to users. And so some malicious entity created a bunch of poisoned keys in some certain ways that they could upload to the server and lay down the key server network. So around 2019, PGP key servers just stopped working. And I still think to this day there's not really a good solution to this. We've also had major vulnerabilities in Matrix. So this was, I think, when after they moved away from Omemo to some other protocol, they had broken encryption in their clients, which could lead to clear text reveal of the messages. And also there were issues with verifying sessions across devices. So Matrix is interesting because it is a somewhat federated protocol, and this leads to extra complexities that are difficult to deal with. So zero-days attacks. These are really fun. So a zero-day exploit is when an attacker is the first one to discover an exploit, and no one has shipped a patch to this exploit. Right, so extremely dangerous. They're quite expensive to find or to buy, but they are available on the black market. And so there were two in quick succession, Kismet and Forced Identity. So these exploited the iPhone system, specifically the Messenger application. And for example, they could hide a PDF inside a GIF. And when that was sent, even in an invisible message, the GIF would automatically be downloaded and executed, because you got to see your memes as quick as possible, I guess. But then that led to a full Turing-complete machine inside this PDF that had complete remote code execution. Forced entry is one of the most crazy attacks in recent history. So it was like a 14-step exploit chain, and they burned 4 zero-days vulnerabilities on this one exploit. Right? So really crazy of what you can do. And another one is Operation Triangulation. So here again, invisible iMessages were published or sent to someone, and then that leads to a full code execution on the phone and a complete compromise. Here again, they circumvented a bunch of iOS-based sandboxing that should keep a virus contained, but ultimately broke this. They even used undocumented hardware features of the iOS chipset. Right, so something that barely any Apple employees know, the adversaries somehow got their hands on. Incredibly sophisticated attack. We also have social engineering attacks, right? Like one powerful one, again, just happened recently. The Russian military spawned an attack that tricked users into scanning a QR code where they thought that they're joining a group, but actually they were linking a device to their account. Right? And so Signal, you have to install it on a phone, but then you can connect it to a laptop. And what this basically means is that if in any group there's now 2 members of you, there's your member of the phone and your member of the laptop, and you can add 5, 6, 10 different laptops if you want. But this means that every message gets encrypted to a key that is stored on that laptop. And now all of a sudden the adversary has tricked you into linking a device to your account, and that means that all the messages are now sent encrypted to the adversary, but he has the private keys to decrypt those messages. So the protocol was totally sound, but the user experience was shit, and there was no big loud warning that, hey, you're about to add a new device into your groups, and that is something that should be difficult to do, or at least make the user conscious that this is a problem. And then maybe also occasionally update your user of, hey, you have 5 devices connected. Are those all from you, or are you still using them? Consider removing those that you no longer actually need to have access to. There were numerous supply chain attacks, right? We Bitcoiners are quite paranoid about that. So Operation Rubicon is crazy. For almost 50 years, half a decade, the FBI compromised a Swiss cryptography provider, right? That provided hardware pieces specialized for encryption, right? And they offered now 2 different services: the strong encryption packets for the American industry and its allies, and then the slightly less so strong or pretty weak cryptography that was sent to all the adversaries of the US. Numerous countries got compromised, and again, they ran it for 50 years. It's pretty insane. Like, well done for sticking through it that long. It's hard. So 120 countries got compromised. Insane. The Clipper chip, that goes back to the PGP days, right? When America noticed that all of a sudden their citizens can encrypt messages and hide stuff from them, they got quite angry, and then they suggested the encryption community to please, how about you use this chip, right? It's an encryption chip where you can totally encrypt your messages to, and nobody else can read it, but the US government has a little private key where it can just check those messages only in case that, something has to be done here to protect the children or rescue people from terrorism. And thankfully, this was quite quickly dealt with because, first of all, it's a stupid idea, and many people realize that. But second of all, their backdoor was compromised. Right? They had a backdoor that could be compromised by anyone, and so it would have turned out that nobody could have encrypted messages. Like the problem is, if you enable a backdoor, then it's very, very difficult to secure that backdoor such that only you can use it. And we'll see continuously here in the talk that backdoors keep getting exploited. The dual elliptic curve DRGB, that was a NIST standardized random number generator. Right, so it went through the big boy league of, no, this is an officially vetted, audited protocol. It's secure. You're allowed to use it. But turns out it was not secure after all. This was a random number generator that again had a backdoor, where if you knew some secret material, you could get entropy of the presumably random number. And that scam ran for much longer, almost 10 years before it finally was exploited or discovered. Thanks Edward Snowden for that. Yet again, a backdoor that really was quite insecure. This one is also fascinating. Salt Typhoon. The story is that in 1994, the US government was like, hey, no, we actually need to hear what you're talking to on the phone. So we'll go to Verizon, AT&T, and all the big telco providers, and we'll give them a little backdoor that they have to put into their services. If not, you go to jail and your company goes bankrupt, or we just install a puppet that will manage the company so that we like it. And ultimately, they were successful. This is, I think, probably still to this day, implemented in all the US telco infrastructure. There are backdoors, right, that the US government was always able to use. But then in 2024, we found out, well, the Chinese also managed to break into that backdoor. We don't know for how long exactly they had access to it, but we for sure know that they do. And so they actively exploited Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and a bunch of political campaigners, together with probably everyone else. But even politicians cannot be secure from their own backdoors that they put into this shit. And again, took like 30 years to find out that this was actively exploited. Telemessage, another genius idea the government had. How about we take a fork of Signal? We just clone Signal, it's really cool, it's encrypted, super safe. But we'll just add a function that sends the messages also to the government server in clear text. Right, so yeah, sure, you can have your encryption in Signal, but we'll just copy ourselves in BCC. Fantastic idea. Until then, quite recently, someone figured out that, from like a huge JavaScript dump that he got the private key to all of these encrypted messages. So all of the government communication on this platform was compromised years after the fact where these messages were written. Again, the government are very incompetent people. Don't trust them to build your backdoors. Right? They write shitty code. They can't protect the backdoor. Metadata attacks, these are also very interesting. We kill people based on metadata. A quote from the FBI or CIA and NSA chief, and they do. So really protect your metadata and read receipts. Let's get back to what I said earlier with Signal. In Signal, you have this concept of the sealed sender. Right? But so that means Alice sends a message to Bob, and the server does not know that Alice sent the message. So far, so good. But then there's read receipts. Alice wants to know if Bob actually received that message. What is a read receipt? It's just another message from Bob to Alice. Right? Do you see where I'm going here? We have sealed sender protection from Alice to Bob. Perfect. He knows Bob received a message, but not from whom. But 2 milliseconds later, Bob sends a message to Alice with a small data chunk that might as well be a read receipt. And because of only half the half of the pipe was protected, and then you instantly flip the pipe around. Now you have the shotgun pointed at both people, and with just 5 messages, you can very reliably find out who sent a message just by who has received the read receipt afterwards. So one thing that you should absolutely do in Signal is turn off your read receipts. They're still unsecured to this day. And there's another attack that was exploited Again, made it upside down. I would just talked about the sealed sender attack from 21 and 23. So 21, they figured out how to break this for 2-person messaging. In 23, they figured out we can do it for groups as well. Right, so Signal, again, metadata, sender identity is leaked if you have read receipts on. So Careless Whisper, also an extremely interesting attack. So if you call someone or send him a hidden message, again, based on the read receipts, you get a timing on how quickly does the counterparty respond. And this can give you a whole bunch of metadata. I mean, first of all, is his phone offline or completely shut off? But if no read receipt comes for a long time, he's offline. But then even if he's online, if his phone is locked, the read receipt will take longer to come. If it's unlocked, it will be a bit shorter. If Signal is in the foreground, it will be even shorter. If he's in a Signal call, it will take longer again. Right? So all of these steps now can be identified just by the fact that you're sending read receipts to the server in the background. Yeah. Oh, and this is not only about read receipts, this is also about delivery indicator. Right? So there's two things. The Signal server gives you an indicator if it has delivered that message to the receiver. That's the 2 check marks. And then the read receipt is when the user actually opens the phone and reads it. He sends a little ping to the server that he then forwards. Also, push notifications. They were exploited all the time. Because usually the way that push notifications work is that the developer has a server somewhere, and that server is registered with either Apple or Google, and the server can then send a message to a specific device of the user, or like a device ID of the user. So when you first time open the app, you create the device ID with Apple or Google, you send that to the server, and now the server can send you a message to this device ID, to Google or Apple, and they will wake up your phone and display you that message that was sent. Right? This might be okay for not sensitive data, but if Apple and Google know exactly the message that you were sending, or that you received in the notification, then you have obviously a big problem. And of course, Discord and other insecure systems do this, right? Every Discord message that you've ever sent or received, Apple or Google knows about it because Discord just sent the clear text message to them, right? Completely unnecessary. What Signal, I think, innovated, maybe someone before did, is that the developer's notification server can just send an empty message to Apple, and then Apple forwards this empty message to your phone, and this basically wakes up the device. It doesn't show you the message right away, but it wakes up the device, it opens the app in the background, and now you have like 30 seconds or so of processing time where you can connect to the internet, download the stuff that you need, decrypt it if necessary, and then the app can show the text that was decrypted in the notification. Takes a little bit longer for that process, so notifications are not as instant, but still pretty fast. But most importantly, neither Apple nor Google know the actual content of the messaging. Right, so this is something that Signal innovated. By the way, for it in the Mauritian Africa Bitcoin conference at the B-Trust Day, Javier and Josefina made a pretty cool talk about a bunch of these attacks, much more in depth than I can go in here. And they also introduced something which we'll talk about later, because it turns out we have a good solution to how to make push notifications quite anonymous. So those are the attacks, right? And there's a saying we have, not your keys, not your coins. It absolutely includes to your chats, right? If it's not your keys, they're not your chats. And if they're totally unencrypted, then obviously the attacker has access to it. And if they're backdoored, then someone or some other sophisticated attacker will have access to this as well. And we really got to fix it, right? So there were a lot of encrypted protocols other than the ones that we talked about that slowly and steadily made this work. So 2013 was Tox. This was a purely peer-to-peer Tor-based chat messaging system that I think used off the record as well. And you run your own Tor hidden service on your device, and someone could deliver your message directly to your phone via the Tor network's 3 hops, or 5 hops with hidden services. Ricochet, quite similar as well. They also use Tor as well as some distributed hash table for fancy stuff. We've had Matrix. Their prime task was to make it easy for you to self-host your communication server, right? So, and for this, they designed this federation where you could host your own chat server and either chat with people who have an account on your server, but then also send messages to other servers. They again worked a lot with OTR and OMEMO encryption, and yeah, are now looking for other alternatives as well. We've had Briar, again a Tor hidden service-based chat system. It's still around. They use noise encryption, I believe, and yeah, do quite a good job at that. Its again main strength is the peer-to-peer aspect, right? Very difficult to shut down a peer-to-peer system. We also have Session. So Session is a fork of the Signal protocol, and they also ripped out the central server and replaced it with a distributed network. And interestingly, they've integrated an anonymity layer on the network level in their delivery ecosystem. So it's basically an onion routing network where you send your messages encrypted in multiple hops through the network to the final server where the receiver is reading this. Unfortunately, they have a shitcoin and doing all types of stuff, but still quite interesting technology. And also Session was one of the early models that made it work without a phone number or account, right? A pure key-based system, which is of course very powerful because you don't need a phone number, no email address, or no static single server that defines your username and password. And then SimpleX is probably state-of-the-art at the moment. They have their own encryption scheme, the SimpleX protocol. Quite long, quite sophisticated. I think they have it audited now. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, it works also quite well and has also no account itself, so no phone number, no email address. And a cool feature that it's very easy for you to spin up a new identity for a chat in the same session. Right, so in one main account, you can have an incognito profile that gives you a new identity for each of the subchats that you have. Very, very cool, very powerful. The problem with all of these is they suck for groups. Right? Even worse than Signal. Signal has a centralized system where they can make groups a bit more efficient. All of these are much more decentralized. And the problem here is that if you have a group of 100 people, your phone starts to get really hot and all of your bandwidth is gone. And that might not be an issue for everyone, but it's definitely an issue for some people who absolutely need this technology. So we've made continuous progress, but we still have work to do. And now comes in Nostr. Right, maybe a quick primer on Nostr. It's a new system for publishing and retrieving content, and it has strong encryption and strong cryptography at its core. So a Nostr message is always an event. That's a JSON structure, which has some schema to it so that you know how to create and how to interpret these messages with a kind number, it's kind of like a port number. And then you have the content of the message, which can be encrypted, as well as some other tags that help you to interpret and display this to your users. And this event is then signed with the Schnorr signature scheme, so literally BIP 340. And then uploaded to a server. And the cool thing is, because the message is hashed and signed, you don't have to trust the server with integrity of the message. If the server would change the message, then the signature would be invalid and you would just ignore it. And because we no longer have to trust the server with integrity, then we can duplicate across a bunch of different servers. So you can put, I think there's 5,000 Nostr relays out there. If the message is really important to you, put it on all of them, and you can be quite sure that it won't be deleted. And of course, another key aspect is there's no account. There's no account password, username, profile, or SIM phone number. Instead, we rely solely on cryptography. Right? Your identity is a Schnorr public key, and your authentication that you are you is a signature of your private key. Yet again, we removed that trust from the server, where in the past, like with Matrix, for example, or ActivityPub, the identity is defined on a server. And if you don't want to use that server anymore, well, you're screwed, because the identity was defined there and you cannot easily move it to somewhere else. In Nostr, the identity is the key pair, and so wherever you can authenticate yourself with a signature, that's where your account is. Nostr was initially invented as a public advertisement network, like you want to announce a message to the world, right? And incredibly important to have censorship-resistant free publication of ideas and thoughts. So Nostr phenomenal at that from day one. Where it totally failed initially was encrypted messaging. Right? How can you publish a message to this beautiful network that is so open and permissionless, but you want that message only to be read by one person? So couple months after Nostr really got started, we did our first attempt at that, and that was NIP 4. This was a little bit a roll your own crypto thing, and very much regrettable in hindsight. The way that it works is that the sender and receiver do a Diffie-Hellman key exchange with their public keys, and then they have this shared secret that they can use to decrypt a message. The problem was that in this ciphertext structure, some key structure itself was actually revealed. So with every continuous message, the risk of you leaking your private key goes slightly higher. I don't know if this is an exploitable attack, but it's one in theory. And the other major issue is metadata, because the event itself has the public key of the receiver in clear text, and the signature of this event is from the public key of the sender. And so everyone knows the sender and receiver and the time that this message was published, and also the rough size of it, because there was no padding. Yeah, lots of issues with this. It got it started, but definitely not good enough. So a couple years later, we did an analysis of NIP4, found all of these issues, and then got together with some real cryptographers, not just vibing cryptographers, to figure out how we can do it securely. And here we added a full authentication to the ciphertext as well. So with NIP4, the server, you could put a malleability on the ciphertext as well, and the receiver wouldn't know about this. With NIP44, that's addressed. Also, a much stronger encryption scheme is used, and that actually did get a security audit. Some bugs were found. Now we're on version 1, or I guess version 2 of it. But yeah, NIP44 works, and that's what powers all of the Nostr encryption nowadays. Then we also realized that, hey, we need to figure out a metadata protection. How can we hide the fact of who's the sender of a message? And basically, we did the same thing as Signal. We call it gift wraps. So you create a message that you want to give to someone, right? You encrypt that for the first time, and now you sign the outer layer of this encryption with your actual Nostr private key. And now you encrypt it for a second time, and now take a random ephemeral one-time use private key and sign that. And now you have a valid Nostr event, right, with ciphertext and the signature from an ephemeral key, and the tag to who the receiver of this message is. And now you can put this on relays, and the receiver can still very efficiently find out that he did get a message. Again, quite similar with Signal. The receiver is still doxed, but the sender not. Here with Nostr NIP44 or NIP57 as well. But we had padding and all types of other improvements, as well as a time delay. Right, so gift wraps should be backdated or plus minus 2 days, I think, which helps a little bit with the post-publishing analysis of the timestamps of an event. Of course, if an adversary is listening live on the network, he would still see when the message first appears. And then we added padding. We added padding as well. I'm not sure if I mentioned this. So NIP17 then is how can we use NIP44 as encryption, NIP57 for sender level privacy. How can we make that into an actual direct messaging scheme? And that is so far state of the art in terms of private encrypted messaging, where sender identity is hidden, metadata in that sense is hidden, and we have strong encryption, padding, and so on. And NIP17 just gives you all of the spec on how to implement a 2-person chat specifically. Again, it doesn't work for groups. I mean, it does for small groups if you fan out multiple times, but this is like off the record, right? Again, even worse than Signal, because Signal has a semi-trusted server that can do a bunch of computation to fan out one encrypted message to many. With Nostr, we don't have that because we don't trust our servers. And so you would have to encrypt and upload 100 messages to a group of 100 people, and that obviously doesn't scale. It's okay if you have like 5 to maybe 15 members. Maybe you can push it even a bit further, but not for rooms of thousands of people. So if you do want to have group messaging on Nostr, then NIP29 is another alternative. This is where a group is defined by one specific relay. So all the messages that are on this relay are part of the group, so to say. And we trust the administrator to only reveal those messages to whoever is authenticated to get them. So these are not encrypted, but they are authenticated by a trusted service provider who hopefully has good code that only gives the messages to a receiver who is authenticated or authorized to do this, right? So we use Schnorr signatures to authenticate you and a white list of people who can get these messages. And there's a couple different types of access control that you can use here. So this is what scales Nostr group messaging right now. but it again has this huge problem of, first of all, you trust the service provider to not leak your data, and also you're locked in with one service provider. Like, sure, you can move the group to a different relay, but that's a big thing, and you don't have duplication either. If this one relay goes down, then you cannot send messages anymore. And that was supposedly what Nostr should fix, right? Multiple relays that we can duplicate on. So now let's get into an actual solution we've been working on for like 2 years, and the goal was specifically. So the goal was first and foremost. By the way, important thing: none of these have forward secrecy or post-compromise secrecy. Yeah, that's actually the biggest downside of them. If your NSEC leaks, if your Nostr private key leaks, all of your historical messages are decryptable by anyone, right? And because in Nostr we have one static identity that we keep using in multiple clients, and then people just paste their private key into a browser application just to quickly log in, and only one of these needs to be compromised. Only one dependency of one of these apps needs to be compromised in order for your entire social identity to be compromised. And that obviously sucks. So none of these have key rotation. And that's really what we have to fix. And we initially thought that we can do something like off the record, or more like the Signal protocol, like this double ratchet scheme in Nostr. And we proposed a NIP for this, but the feedback was, no, we need something for groups as well. Like, we have, groups need to be spec'd out too. And so we kept hunting for a protocol and finally found the MLS protocol. That's the Messaging Layer Security Protocol. It's from the IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force. The same guys that brought you TLS, and that's why it's called MLS. So TLS protects your connection to a server and the traffic on the wire. MLS protects your messages on the wire to the between the servers. And so the key innovation on a cryptographic level that MLS provides you is a much more efficient way to add or remove members to a group. And a much more efficient way to encrypt messages to the group. So let's start with this last one first. Where with Signal, you have to encrypt and upload multiple times for a group. What MLS gives you is a way that a group of people can discover a shared secret, and then we can encrypt once and upload once to this shared secret, and everyone in a group can download the same message and then decrypt it locally, because we all share knowledge of the same private key. So MLS is basically a key establishment or secret key exchange among a group of people. A little bit like Diffie-Hellman to some extent. So that's the first part. But then the second interesting part is if you have a group of 100 people and we want to kick out one person, and right now all the 100 people know the same secret. If we want to that one person no longer knows our next shared secret, one naive way of doing it is to encrypt the new shared secret to the 99 people that remain in the group. But here again, that's logarithmic scaling. If we have a huge group, now we need to again encrypt and upload a bunch of data whenever we want to kick someone out. Or rotate our keys for that matter. And so the way that we solve this is with a binary tree. As with anything in cyberspace, all the good stuff grows on trees. And so in 2017, that was first introduced as ART. And finally, TreeChem in 2018 made that even more scalable. And that's ultimately what's now used in MLS and got further standardized in 2023 as the full MLS suite. But TreeChem is a way that, imagine a binary tree. It's not a Merkle tree where we hash from the bottom up. It's also not a hierarchical deterministic wallet tree where we define or where we get from the root to the leaves. But instead, think of it just as a tree structure where all the leaves are the private public key pairs of all the members of the group. And the path up to the root is also just an ephemeral randomly generated private public key pair. And this entire tree structure is the state of the group. And now, if we want to kick out one person here on the tree, we don't have to encrypt things 99 times, but only to the paths up to the root that that person doesn't have. Right? So we turn key rotation into O log n. So if you have a group of 1,000 people, that's like 14 signatures. Quite powerful. So this is basically what TreeChem is. It scales key rotation and especially removing a member from the group quite substantially. And so in theory, with the current MLS design, this can encrypt to like 100,000 people or something like this. Then the tree gets quite large, and in the standard MLS, every member of a group has to have the entire tree. There is an MLS Lite version that is currently being spec'd out, where only admins have to have the entire tree state, and any regular non-admin user only needs his path up to the root. Right, so if we have this scaling, then we can encrypt to millions of people, purely on the encryption side. Yeah, so this is really where MLS shines. It's the scaling of encryption among a group of people, right? And it has the full forward secrecy, post-compromise secrecy. We can rotate keys quite often, rather efficiently, and yeah, that is very powerful. And it is already deployed, right? So this finalized its standardization, I think, in 23, were the last amendments. There are still some, parallel protocols being spun up, but ultimately MLS is ready. And the cool thing is a lot of like big companies and big brain universities are working on this. So we didn't actually have to come up with this crazy scheme or audit it or write security proofs or implement it, because there's universities, Google, Cisco, Meta, Matrix, Discord, all of these companies are starting to work with this protocol. It really is shaping up to be a nice standard for group encryption. And yeah, we have security proofs, like mathematical proofs for some aspects of the spec. Yeah, and that is quite good. Maybe the biggest downside of MLS, I would say, is its complexity. Like the base spec is like 160 pages, and then the architecture document another 80 pages or something like this. It's by far the most complex protocol I've ever encountered, and I still don't get it fully, and that's kind of scary, because as we saw earlier with the attacks, there are backdoors, there are malicious insiders, there are compromised institutions, and if it's so crazy complex to understand the protocol, and nobody really has the understanding to audit it properly, and those people, the few people that would have the capability, just get a couple $1 million to shut up about it. That absolutely did happen with a bunch of different protocols in the past. And that's my biggest concern with MLS. Just that huge complexity. Like, you probably don't want to write a library for MLS. That's like, that's a lot of work. I mean, people have done it, obviously, so it's not impossible, but it's not a weekend project by any stretch of the imagination. And again, that would need multiple security audits, and just finding an audit company that is comfortable enough with this protocol is quite hard. And the cool thing is, with MLS, is that it's very narrowly defined as a key establishment protocol. Right? And an encryption protocol and how to rotate these keys. What it completely leaves outside of the spec are two things. The first is the authentication service, as they call it. So that's the identity layer. Right? They've built it in a way that, well, your identity is defined by Google, right? And you have your username password by Google, and then if we ask the Google server what's the public key of this user at email, then Google will respond with a public key, and that's the public key that we will trust. And so a centralized authentication system was the main idea of how this would be used, and the main idea of how it is currently implemented. The cool thing, though, is that's not tightly defined, and so we can just modularly remove that part and replace it with Nostr. In Nostr, you are your own authentication service. The authentication service is he who knows the private key. Right? And we all have our own identity definition, and we declare our identity to the network. And so what we do is just publish a Nostr event that is signed by your NSEC, by your main Nostr identity, and it has your public key of the MLS spec in this event. That's what we call a key package. It's the first thing that you have to publish if you want to use MLS encryption on Nostr, to basically give us a new public key. And this is mainly that even invites to the group can now no longer be discovered with just the private key, just the NSEC. Right? So if your NSEC leaks, the adversary doesn't even know which groups you were invited in, because already the invites were encrypted to a new unique key that you created on your phone. So we have instant key separation, and it also allows us to change the cipher suite. Right? So Nostr is in the Schnorr libsecp world. MLS by default has an elliptic curve like ED5519 or something like this. Very popular curve used by all types of systems. MLS uses it as well. And turns out in Nostr you can just create your own the cipher suite and use that and just bless that new key with your main identity key. And voila, we've solved the problem that we need to have a centralized server that authenticates users and attaches their public keys to their identity. The second thing that MLS leaves out of scope is message delivery. Right? So how do we get the encrypted message from Alice to Bob? Again, their thought was, well, we have Google, might as well just put it on the Google server or Meta server or whatever, and then and problem solved, right? But the cool thing is, if we no longer need to trust the server with identity and with integrity of the message, then we can duplicate. Right? There's 5,000 Nostr relays. You can put your encrypted group message on 5,000 relays if you want to. Probably 3 relays is going to be good enough. Right? Again, there's upload costs and bandwidth costs and processing costs to consider with this trade-off. And with 3 relays, the likelihood that all 3 of them go down at the same time is quite unlikely. And could make it 12 or whatever you want. Right? So Nostr relays enable us to do the message delivery that MLS leaves out of scope. And so it turns out that MLS and Nostr is a match made in heaven. Right, in Nostr, we totally ignored encryption, basically, or proper group encryption. And MLS totally ignored the authentication layer, the identity layer, and the message delivery layer, which is what Nostr specializes in. So it really is very plug and play, and it just works, which is great. But there are still limitations. Again, extremely complex is the main one that I already talked about. But then also insider replay attacks. So MLS does not use MAC, message authentication codes, right? It uses actual signatures. And so this means that they are attributable, like a member of the group can prove to an outside observer that you sent the message in the group. Right? So a malicious insider can compromise you. Again, that's different with Signal or OTR, because in Signal, both the sender and the receiver could have created this message. So we don't have a strict cryptographic proof of who the sender was. Again, I'm not even sure if you would need to have such a proof in a court of law or for a subpoena, but still it would be nice if we have a purely unauthenticated way to use group encryption. So this is very much an open research question of, do we need to and how could we have a completely unattributable messaging system in Nostr, either for direct messaging or for groups? I'm not really sure how to do it, but I haven't thought about it too much. Also, there is an issue with decentralized ordering of messages. So in MLS, there are 3 types of messages. The first one is your regular application message, like you're sending Hello World or GM to your buddies. And these type of application messages, they do not need to arrive in order at the receiver. Right, so if we have some chaotic message delivery and messages arrive out of order, that's fine. We can still encrypt all of them, and then we'll see the timestamp inside and we can order them properly. But at least we can encrypt them or decrypt them. But then we also have proposal messages, and a proposal message is where anyone can propose to the administrator to change the state of the group. So changing the group name or profile picture, or especially adding or removing a member. And then we can take multiple of these proposals and aggregate in them in one single commit message. And the commit message is the event that actually ratchets forward this double ratchet and changes the group state. And these commit messages are crucial to arrive in the same order. If they arrive out of order, then we fork the group. All of a sudden, Alice and Bob and Charlie will no longer have the same private key material to decrypt the messages that they're sending. A little bit like a fork of the blockchain. You're just on different sides of the room now, and you can't talk to each other anymore. So ordering of commit messages is incredibly important. And if we have an unreliable intermediary transport layer that doesn't have ordering guarantees as Nostr does, then we have some issues with this. So the way that we solve this is in part to just check for timestamps, right? Whichever commit message has the correct timestamp is the one that works. And then if 2 commit messages have the exact same timestamp, then just a lexicographical ordering of the IDs. Right? The hash of the event is an ID. Whichever hash is lower, that's the commit message we will take. There is also work on MLS to do a decentralized MLS, which is a change to the spec, actually quite short, that allows you to have unordered commit messages. So yeah, the downside of this basically is that you will have to keep the old private keys of the previous epoch around for a little bit until you're confident that there was no fork, and then you can delete them. So that will mean if there's eventually a rollback, you can still recover, but it weakens the forward secrecy and post-compromise security protections that you actually have. So this is, oh, time is up. Okay, let me. I'll do that quick. We're almost done. Okay, so what's important is that we're not just working on an app. An app would be boring because you've seen apps get compromised. We need a protocol, right? We need a full infrastructure where you can vibe code an app that securely communicates with the other guy's vibe coded app, right? And for this we have now 6 specifications. MIP 0, MIP stands for Marmot's Ingenious Plans, by the way. So MIP 0 is where we define the credential use and these key packages on how you can bless a subkey in Noster. MIP 1 is the group construction. So how do we actually create a group? How do we set up this tree structure? Then MIP 2 is the welcome event. How can you invite someone into the group and change the key state so that he will be able to decrypt messages? MIP 3 is how to send actual group messages. Those are the GMs and hello worlds. MIP 4 is how you can send encrypted media like pictures, images, voice messages, whatever. We use Blossom for that. Blossom, another beautiful protocol. And with Blossom, we just take the current key of the state machine and just encrypt a picture with that key and then put it on a Blossom server. And now whoever is in the group and has that state of that epoch will be able to download it. And then finally, MIP 5 push notifications. We figured out a way that we figured out a way to make it really fucking private. I'm not gonna go into it just because I like Nifty too much to delay her further. So yeah, watch the B4OS talk. There are some more details on MIP 5, or just go to the spec. So what we have is a Rust library of this spec. This uses the Rust OpenMLS library, which we didn't have to write. That is an audited library for MLS, which is nice. And so with MDK, we make MLS Nostrified and Blossomified. So if you're a Rust coder, this is what you got. We also have Marmot TypeScript. So this is the TypeScript library where you can write browser applications that actually use group encryption. That's really fucking cool because not even Signal has a browser-based app because they thought that encrypted secure messaging in the browser is impossible, let alone group encryption, right? We totally proved them wrong with this one. Really cool library. It actually works now too. Then we have the white noise Rust crate. So this is yet another wrapper around MDK that gets you even closer to a chat app. Right? So if you want to create a chat app with MDK, look into the white noise Rust crate. That will make things a lot easier for you. It's a very opinionated library, but if you share our very good opinions, then it will work for you. Then we have the white noise Flutter front end. So this is a very slim presentation layer that talks to the Rust library to make everything work. And yeah, so again, the cool thing is this is a protocol. It works for group encryption that is much more than just group chats. Right? Group chats is one application of group encryption. There's a bunch of different applications where you want to send a message to only a group of people. And the cool thing is you can now just do that. What we do, we just put any regular Noster kind event into the encrypted envelope and then display it to the user. So like for white noise, we get reactions for free. We get zaps for free. We get like threaded replies for free. Again, we get Blossom for free, right? We get polls, chess moves, whatever you want to do on Noster, you can now do private. Marketplace is another great option. So it's really cool that throughout these years, we've seen the encryption get better. Like we've moved from something that was even called weak encryption because it was so easy to compromise to fully backdoored stuff to now actually security audited protocol. But what's even more excited is that we're now fixing the architecture as well. The centralized architecture was always the problem, and now with Noster we can decentralize it fully, which is really, really cool. That means we have unstoppable identity creation, we have unstoppable encryption of groups, we have unstoppable message delivery, and an unstoppable protocol where you can just add the schema that you want, that does whatever you want. And that is a complete open playing field for freedom tech builders to really do some crazy cool shit. And the nice thing is, all of this is ready. We just got a security audit, which I wanted to talk more about, but Nifty's going to be angry. So many issues found, even more issues fixed. Check out the Marmot protocol organization on GitHub. There you'll find the spec, you'll find the libraries, you'll find white noise. Just recently, we released version 0.3.0. We thought it's going to be perfect. Turns out it's not. We have more work to do. So we'll keep building. Thank you very much. You can join us too.
Good afternoon. My name is Francisco Calderon. Can you hear me? Okay. Hey everyone, my name is Francisco Calderon. I'm going to talk about this is exploit. We're going to talk how Monster hacks the exchange system. Every exploits start by finding a vulnerability. Okay, we're gonna talk about not a bug on software, but a bug in the financial system. So we have long time working on finding how we can exploit this bug. This is how normally users buy Bitcoin, buy or sell Bitcoin. They give their passport, a selfie, proof of address to exchanges. Most of the people buy Bitcoin using exchanges, centralized exchanges, and those are honeypot for hackers. They have all the information on their database, and this is something like governments ask for them to ask to the people, and they want to. They say it's for security of the users, but the truth is it's a huge vulnerability because. Most of these centralized exchanges, they don't have the security they don't have how to secure the information. Most of them are small startups, and they don't have most of the time they're working for reaching break-even. They don't have a security department, and then we have the government. They can say, give me the list any moment, and they don't have another option to give the information to governments. And we don't know. In some countries, the people trust in their government, but the truth is more of half of population live under authoritarian regimes. So, in most of the population in the world, people don't trust their own government, and we have to work on solve this issue, this vulnerability. So KYC is not to save user. It's not something they say for security of the users. It's a surveillance vector. We have millions of users sending their passport, selfie, and account information, address. Then they approve users, but since that moment, they are monitored forever. then they can deny access with no response, retain all data forever for any future use. And a lot of times those databases are hacked and sell to dark markets. Regime changes, so we can give our information today in a democratic government, and tomorrow we are not a so democratic government, and they are going to start. They can use the information to attack their opposition. So you're not giving up your privacy for today. You're giving it for every possible future. We have to think about it. In Venezuela in 2004, citizens signed a recall referendum petition. It was a constitutional right. The government publishes the list for every signer. Let me tell you about this referendum. It was a referendum in Venezuelan constitution. We have an option to remove every public elected charge. So a lot of people signed to remove Chavez, and it was a constitutional right. But Chavez says, okay, publish the list. Then signers started to get fired from jobs, denied passport, blocked from banking, and all other stuff. One signature, the system decides you're an enemy. I signed that list. I was 22. Let's talk about the threat model. We have nation states. They ask you KYC, they freeze accounts, they blacklist you. Then we have corporations. They can deplatforming you. They change terms of services, and they have to comply. And then we have intermediaries. They can change APIs. We have supply chain attacks. And for example, we have this Telegram bot that runs on Telegram, but Telegram is an intermediary. We have apps that are on App Store on Apple, on Google, but they are intermediaries. They can be banned from those platforms. So we're building tools that can be removed in any moment. In 2021, I built LMP2P bot. Worked really good. Still working really good right now. It's a peer-to-peer Lightning exchange on Telegram. It has thousands of users, more than 30,000. It's very popular in Venezuela, Argentina, Colombia, but a lot of countries like Cuba. Recently, we have a lot of users in Iran. They translated to Farsi. This Telegram bot we don't have intermediaries, the users, no KYC. We have real trader, real freedom, but we have a vulnerability here. The Telegram is the vulnerability. It's the single point of failure. One API change, game over. One ban, thousands of users stranded. Freedom tool on someone else's infrastructure. We were building freedom tools on a platform we didn't control. That's a vulnerability. So we need to remove the single point of failure. We had to go from LMP2P bot is centralized to Monstro. It's a Nostr and Lightning. It relies on Nostr and Lightning, and also like the Telegram bot is on Lightning. It's distributed and resilient. So we thought about 5 attack surface and 5 exploits. So this is our response. Monstro, a non-custodial Lightning exchange on Nostr. is written on Rust, the daemon, and is our active exploit. Attack surface 1. Communication. If they can read your trace, they can target you. We have, if every message we have to end-to-end encrypt. So we use NIP59. Max was talking about it. It's so important that it's used also on Marmot. We have the 3 layers on gift wrap. We have the outer layer with a random throwaway key and a kind 1059. Then the middle layer have NIP44 encryption, which is audited, is really secure, and it's sealed with the receiver's key. And we have the inner message, trade message. We have all the information the user needs. It's inside the onion. Releases random public key, encrypted blob, and a randomized timestamp. The relays don't even know if that is a message of now or days before, hours before. This is what the release is. When we have a regular kind 1 event on Nostr, we can see everything. We can see the pub key, the kind 1, content, we have on a plain text, and the timestamp. There is no privacy here. And the gift wrap event, we have random public key, encrypted blob, opaque kind, is a randomized time. Attack surface number 2. Custody. If someone holds your money, they can seize it. We have a big problem of security with LMP2P bot. I have someone who was managing the infrastructure of the Telegram bot, and that person had let the database open. Someone attacked the Telegram bot, and deleted the database. So the Telegram bot was down like for 24 hours, and we put it back together. But there wasn't a single person telling me that I was a scammer or telling me that they lost money, because the money was logged on. The money on orders at that time was logged on a holding voice. So the holding voice can, after a period of time, the money goes back to the sender. So lucky us, no user got lost their money. So we see in Monstro, seller posts an order, buyer takes the order, Monstro generates the whole invoice, seller pays, Bitcoin are locked in Lightning, buyer sends fiat and seller confirms receipt, so whole invoice settles, and Monstro sends the BTC to the buyer. We have this is not a perfect solution, of course, because we thought about it on this a lot, and there's like a 1 second of custody where Monstro settles the invoice, the user tells Monstro to settle the invoice, and Monstro pays another invoice for the buyer. But to be honest, there is no perfect solution, and if someone happens, only in that second, if the server falls, only one user is gonna have problems. So we can fix it manually. That hasn't happened until now. So it works. This way, we have 5 years working with the Telegram bot, and it works. try seizing funds from a coordination layer is going to be difficult. Attack surface 3, identity. This is the least task-on attack. Link identity to activity, then punish. We use the HD key derivation from BIP 39. So Monster is let's say a product of a lot of ideas. We also implemented Marmot fight, not completely, but close to Marmot fight on our notifications. Then we have the implementer Andrea. So we also have BIP 39 on is a key derivation. For every trade, we have a different key. So if I trade with someone else today, and I trade again with that person tomorrow, we're not going to know we are talking with the same person because the keys are different. So this is, we are rotating every key for every new order, and we have each trade a unique Nostr key is uncorrelatable across trades. So we can have pseudonymous reputation, accountability without surveillance, trusted without being identified, because we send the client send the trades, the key index 0 to Monstro, and Monstro can know this person, all these trade keys are related to that person. So only Monstro knows how to relate all these keys, and if the user is more paranoid, the user can avoid sending the trade 0 key. So every order, in that case, every order is going to be like a new one for Monstro. So Monstro are not going to be able to show a reputation of that person. Attack surface 4, infrastructure. A central server is a sitting duck. If we have a centralized server, we can be DDoS, seize, subpoena the user, one target, one rate. So for this we have Nostr because we have redundancy with relays. Nostr relays everywhere, data replicated across all of them. If one relay is down, it doesn't matter because we have all this data replicated in other relays. But also we have redundancy on Monstros because we have, the idea is to have multiple Monstro nodes in different regions. We have a new program called Monstro Community, which we are about to start. We're launching it next week. And we're going to make a call for action for communities, Bitcoin communities, to help them to create their own Monstro. So we don't want to be a single point of failure. So, and we're going to pass to multiple points of success. If you can get a look to monstro.community, independent Monstro node worldwide coming soon. Attack surface 5, discovery. Order needs to be found, but trades need to be private. So we created a need for this. Nostr implementation possibilities, I think it's a NIP. And we have a kind specific for that. For that is a order book NIP. So we have the kind 38383. It's a standard for peer-to-peer orders on Nostr. So we are already, there is someone that created a website called p2p.band, and you can see on that website also 5 platforms that are following this NIP. And we have like a big pool of liquidity because we don't have to create your account on hodl. For example, until you know there is an order you can go, you are interested. So if you look for Brazilian reais on P2P.band, you're gonna see orders from Monstro, from LMP2P bot, from hodl or other platforms, and you can see which one is better for you. So then you can go to that platform. You can see the menu, but you can see who's eating. Here the full stack. We have the discovery, public order book, NIF 69, communication, NIF 59, and NIF 44, gift wrapped. Identity, BIP 32, 39, HD keys, custody, whole invoices, pure lining, infrastructure, Nostr relays, distribution, 5 layers, 5 exploits. Each attack has a specific control mechanism. This is running right now. People are using it. We're testing. We have right now just one Monstro running on the app. It's our Monstro, but we don't want to run a Monstro. We want people run their own Monstros, and we are running this Monstro because we want the people test it. We have a limit of order, a maximum of 100,000 satoshis right now, because we're testing. We want to find bugs. And we launched this month Monstro Mobile. Finally, we have a lot of time working on this mobile app, but to be honest, it's really difficult work on Monstro. So we're not only on Monstro, on Nostr, we don't have enough libraries. Sometimes we have to build the libraries because everything is new, and we have to think how we have to imagine things, we have to implement it, and sometimes we see this doesn't work, so rethink and implement it again. So we have a lot of time, but finally it's working and we are really happy. It's a Flutter app. It's on Android, and also we can build it for iOS, but we don't have an iOS developer, so this is on standby. And probably iOS, Apple is not going to approve that app. So fuck them. We have it on App Store. It's a multi-language app, Lightning native. We recently implemented Nostr Wallet Connect, which is really nice. HD keys built in, as I told you. We have end-to-end encrypted with NIF 59. A clean UI is not for nerds. For us, it's really important that our mobile app can be used by all people. We have always in mind that sometimes developers make things for us, and we believe that it's gonna be easy for us. It's easy for us. It's okay if other people don't understand. It doesn't matter, but it's not. We have to build things for everyone. Yes. So if you don't have App Store, I recommend you, because it's a Play Store on Nostr, and we don't have all these problems to push it on Google Play, for example. They are forcing me to have a company to push the app. So we're thinking. This is, I already told this is how you can see a gift wrap from upside. The social exploit. We have in a lot of countries, not only those capital controls, currency devaluations. We have banking exclusion on Lebanon, Turkey, Cuba, everywhere. Financial surveillance everywhere. Hundreds of millions locked out. No KYC, no bank account required. Just a Lightning wallet and internet. Let's use open source as a weapon. No single point of failure, no company to shut down, no CEO to subpoena, no app to remove from a store. Everything we do is open source. We are using MIT license. Fork it, run your own node, modify it, deploy it anywhere. Code replicates faster than it can be suppressed. Open source is not a business model. It's not it's not a non-negotiable principle. Freedom tech is not a slogan. It's a necessity. If you've never been on a blacklist, congratulations. Build for the people who have. Join the exploit. Use it. Please download it and test it. Build it and run your own node. We have a really cool guide right now. Try it. And look for us on Nostr. And if we have a lot of time, so if you have questions, right now is the moment. Thank you.
So you mentioned Mostro knows. Oh. We good? All right. So you mentioned Mostro knows I think the public key and knows who does the transactions or the orders, but the other people just only can look that something is happening. So if I got that right, each Mostro would know some information about the users, but is reputation like worldwide or is just local to each node?
Yeah, that's a really good question because we have put a lot of thought about it. Yes, the reputation is of that node. We had a lot of thought on how to make like trusted node, Mostro node, share reputation with another one, because if Nostro is really open, so you can create your own Mostro. Mostro is open, and create fake users and have a great reputation and say, okay, now I'm gonna move my reputation to your real Mostro node with a lot of real users. So we have to think adversarial way, and we have that in mind, but not now because it's not a priority. But we will get to that to see how we can share reputation between Mostro without putting on risk users.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. How it works when I make payment on Lightning and the seller disappears or not approves the account bank? I don't know.
Yes, we have a dispute system that is like a just, how do you say, like right from the from the oven, like we have it like you can open a dispute, and we have a program where the operator can see dispute, take dispute, solve it, and the operator can, or their own administrators can write to the users in the dispute, and they are going to see those messages inside the app. So it's another thing we have a good experience for having the Telegram bot for 5 years. That we have a lot of problems there because everyone can write you in Telegrams, but in Monstro, only the administrator can write you. So that is good. The experience of having the Telegram bot help us to make Monstro stronger. But yes, we have a old system for solving disputes.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Francisco. My question is, have you thought, or is actually there's any possibility that an adversarial entity or someone actually creates one or multiple entities inside Monstro, and I don't know, I understand that every message is encrypted, so there's nothing actually to look for, but if you are someone who is making a trade, I mean, you get, of course, all the information of the bank account from the other person or anything. It's something, thinking about that is something to how to, I don't know, cut that off or something like that?
Impossible.
Thank you.
We can't discriminate.
Thank you, Francisco. First of all, huge congratulations of all the progress you've done.
Thank you.
It's really inspiring to see how far you've gone with the project. And I've had a question about, is it like also as exploit or like surface attack, like you as a leader of the project? Like, do you face persecutions from some governments, or you think you could face in the future, and how do you plan to like face that attack?
Yes, one of the way I have to cover myself is not running a monster. Because I'm running the Telegram bot, someone tried to sue me because he was scammed in the platform. He didn't follow the instructions, he was distracted, he was with problems, and he got scammed. And then he researched, find out that I live in the same country he was living. He tried to sue me. He started, but it doesn't matter. So I would like to stop the Telegram bot, but I have a lot of users there, so I can't do it. But with Monstro, I don't want to do the same. I just want to code. So if I just code or direct the project, I think it's harder to involve me to some problem, I think, probably. But we also put a lot of attention of Monstro nodes should be run on pseudonymous or not say what I did, like running the Telegram bot by myself. And if we have a lot of suggestion for people, it would be nice if you run your node and don't say who you are running the node, but if you think government can target you, don't only publish on relays you know or your own relays, and let people take information from those relays. So we think governments are going to create their own relays to get IPs from users. So we recommend to people not get every relay because those can be for governments. So yes, I think the answer is I want to be involved only in development, not running the node.
Thank you. It's very brave.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay.
Thank you.
today I'm going to talk about the project called Fuzzamoto that I've been working on for about a year now, or maybe even a little bit more than a year. A little bit about myself. My name is Niklas, and I work at Brink, which is a 501c3 charity, non-profit, that sponsors mostly Bitcoin Core developers. And I mostly work on fuzzing and other security-related work on Bitcoin Core. All right, so we've already seen a couple talks today that were talking more about the more common traditional unit test style fuzz tests, where you test a part of your code base, like a single function or maybe some class. And these are usually pretty easy to add to your existing test suite if your code base is already quite modular. But otherwise, you'll have to first refactor your code to pull out a piece of code that you want to test in order for you to write the fuzz tests. And you sort of run into the situation, at least if it's very critical code, that refactoring is also quite risky. If you don't have the tests already, then how do you know that the refactor you're doing is actually correct? Or on the other hand, if you choose not to do the refactor, you end up with no tests. Another sort of shortcoming of these types of tests is that they can't really catch bugs that only arise from the integration of all of your code. And to give an example from Bitcoin Core, we have this file netprocessing.cpp, which is about 6,000 lines of code, and basically has all the code for processing all the different P2P messages that you could receive. And on the bottom here, you can see what our current fuzz coverage is for this file. And there's been an ongoing effort to sort of refactor parts of this code, pull it out into individual classes so we can test them. But with the way that the Bitcoin Core review process works, this has been quite slow, and there's still more work to be done. And this is sort of why I chose to go more in the direction of full system fuzzing, where instead of testing an individual piece of our code, we actually just test our full binary. And we use the fuzzer to simulate real usage of our application. And therefore, we don't need any refactoring because we're just using the application as is. So you actually get pretty close to taking your production binary, putting it into the system, and then you get the bugs as output. I do want to say that it's not meant as a replacement for the traditional fuzz tests, but if you're in a situation where you already have an existing code base like Bitcoin Core, and the refactoring is sort of slow or not really something maybe that you can really get over the line, then this makes sense as an additional test that you can do. So Fuzzamoto is a test harness framework for writing these tests. And you can either fuzz them with AFL++, or there's also a custom fuzzing engine that I built with libAFL included, that is specific to one of the harnesses in Fuzzamoto. And this is sort of the rough architecture of what this looks like. You have the fuzzer and then your test harness, which will be also a standalone application that you run, which then exercises Bitcoin Core through the external interfaces like the P2P port or the RPCs or IPC or whatever other interface is available. This is sort of a pseudocode example of what one of these harnesses looks like. In this case, we take the bytes we get from the fuzzer and we interpret them as a sequence of RPC calls, and then we make the RPC calls, and in the end we just check if the node is still alive or dead. And this is one of the test cases that this test generated, which involves, I think, 4 different RPC calls combined in a specific sequence, and this ended up finding a bug in the block index logic in Bitcoin Core. So one of the challenges when you're building this type of fuzz test specifically, but also more generally kind of all fuzz tests, is non-determinism. And determinism is important for fuzzing because ideally what you want is that when you execute the same input on your test, you want to observe the same coverage and the same behavior of the target. Because otherwise you might find a crash, but then you try to replay it and it no longer reproduces. And the fuzzer also struggles if the code you're testing is non-deterministic, it struggles to explore it. And the analogy here is sort of that you're trying to explore a maze, but the maze keeps changing. So you can't really map the maze. Now, a naive way of doing the full system fuzz tests would suffer from non-determinism because as soon as you, for example, call an RPC on your target, you've introduced some new state that when you then try to do the same input again, it wouldn't behave the same way as the first time because you already have the state in your target. A naive solution here would just be to stop the application, wipe all the data it potentially saves, and then restart it, and then you go again. A better solution is to use snapshot fuzzing. And in Fuzzamoto, I use a tool called Nix, which was published as a paper in 2021. And this gives us a virtual machine that has a few nice properties for fuzzing, and it was purpose-built to have those. So this virtual machine can take a snapshot of itself, which includes the memory of the VM, the CPU state, all the devices, and it can also reset itself very quickly to that state again. Nix uses KVM to natively run the code you're testing on the host CPU. So it's not emulating, it's actually running the native machine code. And with this snapshotting, we can efficiently reduce the non-determinism that we get from state because each iteration we can reset to the initial state that we've set up for our test. So in Fuzzamoto, this looks like this, where we have now the test harness and the application Bitcoin Core that we're testing inside of the VM, and the fuzzer is on the outside. And then each time we execute the test harness, we first reset the VM to the initial state that we've set up for the test. So we really only iterate over this run function that we have here, but each time we start at the top, the state will have completely been wiped from the previous iteration. Now, is this 100% deterministic? No, because state is not the only source of non-determinism. So for example, time would be another one. If you have a piece of code that checks if a certain amount of time has passed, if you run that piece of code at different times, it's obviously going to behave differently. So it wouldn't be deterministic. The same is true for a whole bunch of other things like randomness, if you use RNG, or networking, or disk I/O, or I don't know, hardware interrupts, or pretty much any interaction of your software with the underlying hardware will probably introduce some non-determinism to your testing. The only really robust way I've seen to get around this would be to build your own deterministic hypervisor, but that's like a whole another rabbit hole that probably deserves one or more talks on its own, so I'm not really going to get into it here. So the main focus with Fuzzamoto is actually not fuzzing the RPCs because those are not exposed publicly. So as a security boundary, we don't really care about them. But the P2P protocol is where pretty much any random individual could connect to your node. And as such, any bugs in that surface could have like really bad consequences, like crashing your node or inflation bugs, consensus failures. And here I've built a custom fuzzing engine specifically for targeting the P2P surface. And the main challenge that had to be solved here was that Bitcoin messages are highly structured. So we have a bunch of hash commitments and signatures, and there's specific like relationships between when which message is expected to be sent. And generic byte array fuzzers like AFL++ or libfuzzer they wouldn't really get far if you just like fuzz the raw serialized bytes of the P2P messages. Because you would basically just end up testing the serialization code, but not really the stateful protocol part of the code. So this is an example of like the signet Genesis block and then the first block. And the part highlighted in orange here is the previous hash pointing to the Genesis block. So if one of those generic byte array fuzzers would mutate any bit in the Genesis block, then this reference to the previous block would be completely broken because the hash of the block would have changed. And there's a whole bunch more of these kinds of things in Bitcoin messages. So the previous block hash is one of them, but then transactions also refer to the outputs they're spending by transaction ID. Maybe you have a pay-to-witness script hash, which also commits to the script that you need for unlocking it. And yeah, the generic byte array fuzzers wouldn't really help you explore this code. So in Fuzzamoto, I have a intermediate test case representation, which makes the fuzzer aware of the structure and semantics of the Bitcoin protocol messages. And I've designed a specific test harness for executing these intermediate representation test cases. So that the test harness, or the fuzzer, will only operate on these intermediate representation test cases. And then when the test harness receives them, it will transform them into a few simple actions that it will then perform against the node. So making a new connection, sending some bytes to the node over one of the connections that we've made, or changing the time in the test. And the IR test cases describe little programs for building these actions. The design for this intermediate representation is very inspired by a JavaScript fuzzer named Facili. So I would recommend, if you want to learn, or if you really get into fuzzing, like check out this fuzzer, because it has some very cool concepts that you can learn a lot from. But yeah, each of these IR inputs consists of a list of operations, and then each operation takes some variables as input and creates some variables as output. So this, I hope this is visible for everyone. This test case here in the bottom is very simple. It has 4 operations: load connection, load message type, load bytes, and then it sends these bytes as the message type that's specified to the node with the send raw message operation. So this would be transformed into just one action in the harness of sending these bytes to the Bitcoin node. And these load operations serve for the fuzzer to input data into the test cases. And this is a more complicated test case that no longer just like takes random bytes and sends it to the node, but it actually constructs 2 Bitcoin transactions, and then at the end it will send them to the node under test. And in this case, it constructs 2 transactions that spend from each other. So a little like one parent, one child package, and it actually submits them in the end in reverse order. So it sends the child first and then the parent, which will end up triggering some special package validation logic that we have in Bitcoin Core. And transaction dependencies are not encoded through hashes like we have them in the serialized format, but in this case they're just encoded as variables. So if the fuzzer ends up, for example, changing the transaction version of the parent here, the transaction relationship wouldn't change. So it would still be one parent and one child, except that the version of the first one is different. And then to mutate these test cases, there are 3 simple mutation strategies. There's the input mutator, which picks a random operation in the test case and then changes one of the variables to another variable of compatible type that already exists in the test case as well. And this mutation basically translates to changing transaction relationships, or changing which block a block is pointing to, or maybe changing the order in which messages are sent. Then we also have the operation mutator, which operates mostly on the load operations, the data that is passed to the operation. So for example, this might change like a transaction version from 2 to 3. And because we have like specific load operations for different like Bitcoin types, like transaction versions, we can also be kind of smart about which values we insert here. Because for example, we know that transaction version 1, 2, and 3 are mostly interesting. So we will pick 1, 2, and 3 preferred, but might also just insert any random integer to see what happens. And then there's also the splice mutator, which doesn't deal with just one test case, but actually takes 2 test cases and then combines them. So there's concatenation, where you just take one test case and add it to the second one. And then there's combine, where you take one test case and insert it into the first test case at some random point. The mutators don't actually create any new operations in a test case. So without the generators, we would never actually have anything in the test cases. So the generators are what actually insert new operations and generate new stuff into our test cases. So for example, we have the advanced time generator, which inserts instructions for changing the time in the test case. There's also the single TX generator, which generates instructions for creating a single transaction. We also have one parent, one child generator, which generates test cases similar to the one that I was showing on the slides first. And we actually wouldn't need that one, because the combination of the single TX generator and input mutations could also create one parent, one child test cases. But because we know that this is an interesting scenario, we can also help the fuzzer out and just have a generator for this specific scenario. Something that was added recently is probing. So certain things are kind of hard for the fuzzer to guess without having more information. So for example, in the compact block protocol, when a node sends a compact block message to its peer, the peer might respond with the get block txn message requesting any transactions that it hasn't seen yet. And it would be hard for the fuzzer without further information to know which transactions were requested to then send the right block txn message which contains the missing transactions. So we've introduced this probing concept where the test harness will sort of observe messages received from the peer and then tell the fuzzer, for example, in the case for the compact blocks, hey, these transactions that you have in your test case were requested. And then the fuzzer can insert instructions into a test case for generating a valid block txn message. This is sort of similar to in the traditional fuzz tests, if the fuzzer has to guess magic bytes, the fuzzer also has to observe while the test is executing these magic bytes to then be able to insert them. So this is kind of a more advanced equivalent of that. So in summary, the intermediate representation is what lets the fuzzer operate on actual Bitcoin structures and makes it structure aware instead of just byte arrays. We describe almost all protocol primitives that we have in our Bitcoin messages using this IR, and that leads to combining different protocol primitives in hopefully unforeseen and interesting ways so that we find edge case bugs. So this is one of the bugs that was found on a PR in Bitcoin Core, so not anything that was released. And it was basically a bug in the deserialization code for the Erlay sketches. So potentially an attacker could send an invalid sketch, and then the node would just crash. This bug is not super complicated to trigger because it's right in the serialization code. And actually, some of other fuzz tests would also have caught this bug, but no one was running them on the PR, so Fuzzamoto was the first to find it. The second bug is also on a Bitcoin Core PR, the cluster mempool one, which is now merged, but at the time wasn't yet. And this one is actually a fair bit more complicated because it involves the bug triggers if a reorg occurs and then a parent is evicted from the mempool, but the child is not, which leaves the mempool in an inconsistent state where you have a child transaction in the mempool, but it's spending from nowhere. And it's fairly complicated because you need to trigger the fuzzer needed to generate a test case that triggers a reorg and then also contains a transaction package with specific lock times for this specific condition. This is another bug which Fuzzamoto found, this time in BTCD, which is a division by zero bug in the Bloom filter code, and it's actually a very old bug that also existed in Bitcoin Core, I think in 2013 or something. Again, this is not super complicated to find, but it does involve, I think, at least 2 P2P messages to be sent. And then this fourth bug is also a bug in BTCD. In the adder v2 code, essentially there was some missing error handling in the adder v2 serialization or deserialization code, which leads the node to leave some default initialized objects or like store them, and then later on when it tries to use them, it actually hits a nil pointer dereference and also crashes. Now all of these bugs are crash bugs, so they could be exploited to crash a node and then perhaps steal money if you're like running a Lightning node on top or something. But we can also find other types of bugs with Fuzzamoto. So for example, what we can do is we can put 2 nodes in our test. In this example, it would be Bitcoin Core and a BTCD node. And then we can fuzz 1 or 2 of these nodes, and at the end we check that they're both at the same state so that they both reach the same chain tip. And if they don't, then there's probably a consensus issue. All right. I think I went a lot faster than was planned. But yeah, if there are any questions or anything I should elaborate on, we have plenty of time now.
Thanks for the talk.
Wait,
So I see you had to write quite some code for the internal representation. How do you test that code?
Currently, there are a few unit tests. Oh, sorry. So currently, there are a few unit tests for the intermediate representation code. Basically, just making sure that the intermediate representation actually transforms into the right actions. But otherwise, I don't have any tests, and I think the main test is sort of just running the fuzzer, because the fuzzer will exercise that code very heavily. And then when I later go on and look at, I don't know, the coverage reports of the fuzzer, I can see that it's hitting all the things that I wanted to hit. And that's sort of how I know that it is working like I expected. I should probably also add, more tests to that to actually really make sure that it's doing what I want.
Do you have do you have some plan to expand that framework for? So I mean, the fuzzing looks like just one use case of that. By example, in Lightning nodes, we need to do a lot of integration tests, set up nodes and with different scenarios, and each test needs to set up the whole thing, warm up, and so if you have that VM in your integration test framework, that how the ecosystem could be use that. So
I am I have already worked on a little bit. I haven't pushed it to the repository yet, but I am working on generalizing the whole thing so that it becomes really easy to test pretty much any application that you would want to test. So in the future, hopefully, we can test Lightning nodes or Arc nodes. I don't really know that much about Arc, but or cashew mints or whatever other Bitcoin software we write. I know that there is already from Matt Morehouse a project for basically doing the same thing for Lightning nodes. So in the future we will hopefully see that, yes.
Great talk. You said about the probing. How exactly the fuzzer will know when to send the answer for the message? Does it have like a waits for this message to answer with this specific message or something like that?
You mean like how does it know where to insert the right instructions?
Yeah. How it knows when to send the specific message, so when to send the answer for the compact block message.
Yeah, so the way that the probing works is that for every input that the fuzzer chooses from the corpus to mutate, it will first do one execution with just the probing, and that will do all the probing that we potentially care about. And then we attach a little piece of metadata to this input, which has the information for the fuzzer to potentially make that mutation, but it might also not. So we first do the probing and then we do the mutations, and during the mutations it might happen to choose the mutation that actually uses the metadata, but it might also not. And the metadata has all the information, like where in the test case it should insert it, and for example with the compact blocks also which variables in the test case correspond to the transactions that are missing and were requested.
Got it, thanks.
Hi. Yeah, my question is more about this all testing first thing that you mentioned seems quite expensive in terms of infrastructure and maybe money. Do you have some estimation on what do we need, what it costs? Like a $20 Contabo VPS would solve the problem, or I need a more beefy computer or things like this?
So you need a bare metal machine. So the Nix tool that I'm using requires that you actually run on the physical hardware, so it cannot be a VM that you rent from a cloud provider. But if you're using a platform like Hetzner, for example, the bare metal machines they have are not super expensive. I think the one that we're using right now is like €100 a month, and you get like 32 cores, which is, I think, reasonable for what you get out of it.
And do you run it every day, 24/7, or you have specifics?
I run it all the time.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
So you mentioned, sorry again, you mentioned that it was like it found a bug in 2 pull requests, right? I'm not sure, is there like a CI on GitHub that like creates like a infrastructure for running just that modification? And if so, is that automatic, or do you need approval of a maintainer sending some command so that Fuzzamoto kicks in or something like that?
So right now it's just manual, so it'll just be me going through the PR list, looking for PRs that are potentially interesting, and then I'll run that. But yeah, this is also something that I want to improve. Hopefully we can automate that maybe with GitHub Actions or some external thing that can be triggered by anyone ideally. But yeah, right now it's just me clicking the button basically.
Yeah, hey, so are we planning to use antithesis for full system hypervision and providing the deterministic simulation environment for the execution?
So Antithesis is sort of what I've been working, or Antithesis is a company that if you take what I have here and you put like 5, 6, 7 years of research and development into it, you kind of end up with what they have. And we are working with them already and also are using their platform.
Oh.
Questions? Don't be shy. There you go.
So if a new project wants to start doing fuzz testing, how to best go about it?
You mean like in this way or general fuzzing?
I guess general fuzzing, maybe both.
Okay. I think if you don't do any fuzzing already, you should probably go more with the traditional fuzz test. Like trying to get what I have here to work for your project will probably require a lot of hacking around. And then, yeah, I mean, look for talks, blog posts, whatever on whatever language your project is using. There'll probably be a lot of resources already out there on how to write fuzz tests. And then I would focus on anything in your code that handles untrusted input. But you can also really fuzz anything you like for correctness or stability reasons. Yeah, but there is a certain learning curve to fuzzing, but it is definitely worth to get into because you end up with better code and you'll probably also write the code faster. Like you'll get to shipping faster with better code. So I would encourage everyone to get into fuzzing if you haven't already.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm here to talk about Bitcoin security and how it's a kind of a house of cards. So that you should pay attention on what you're doing, otherwise it's going to fall. First of all, who am I? I am João Noctus. I work at Zebedee. It's a Lightning wallet. And I'm also a developer advocate at 21. And I've been studying Bitcoin for the past, I would say 11 years. And here are my contacts if you want to get in touch. I'm going to give you guys 5 examples of how Bitcoin could kind of break or how you could mess up with your stuff. The first one was the SegWit upgrade. It happened because of this, a ECDSA malleability. And it happens like this. Let's say you have a route transaction, this beautiful hex here, and its transaction ID is computed by its contents. So that, let's say if I change 1 bit, the last one, let's flip it to 1. The DXID changes, right? Because we're doing a double SHA-256 here, right? So yeah, it changes. But then the signature would be invalid, right? Because I changed the content, and on the signature formula, you were committing to a message, which is the transaction itself, right? So that if I change the message, the signature is not valid anymore. Let's go back to the first example. this part here, as I said, is the signature, right? But it's two pieces, actually. The first part is what we call a nonce. The second part is the signature. What if, instead of changing the content of the transaction, we change the signature? The transaction ID changed it again, because I changed the whole message, like the whole transaction. But the signature is valid now. How the fuck? It basically, I'm going to break down the DSA signature formula here. We first take a nonce, and the little k here is the private nonce, which times the generator points of the curve, so that we have a point in the curve, which is the public nonce. And then we get the x coordinate of this point, and we're going to call it as little r. And then the signature is the nonce inverse modular of this value times your commitment plus the nonce, the x coordinate of it, times the private key, right? That's the DSA formula. The way we verify it is that we take the commitment times the inverse modular of the signature, and then the same operation, but with the nonce. And then we recompute the public nonce point by doing this operation here. And then we check if the point that we computed is the same, the x coordinate of it is the same of this little r here, which, let me go back real quick, which we say the value here. But the way I changed the signature in order that to be still valid is basically doing, I take n, which is the field, and then I subtract the signature. It's basically the same as saying my s prime is going to be minus my signature mod n. Same operation again of verifying it. I take my commitment times now my s prime, and then my nonce times s prime again. If I do the computation, I'm going to get minus r. But it doesn't matter to us because in the end we are going to do the mod n operation. So the minus here would turn to the same value, so that the signature is still valid. The way that the modular operation works, let just me simplify a bit here. Let's say I choose this value here, 4, as my signature. Then I'm doing mod 12 in this case, because it's a clock. I'm going to get the same value, it's 4 still. But if I get the minus 4 here, I'm going to call it as s prime. And then I'm going to do the mod operation it's basically saying, okay, I'm starting from this and then going back 4 positions. So we end up with another value, so that S prime is equals 8, and it's still a valid signature if we do the computation by verifying it. SegWit solve it by getting, actually by enforcing a rule here. Not only by not using the signature and removing it and placing it into what we call witness, but also signatures now, they must be, not sure if you guys heard about it, but it's a low S. What does it mean? Let's say we have this field here from 0 to n. We get the half of this value, which is n by 2 here. So that's half of this field. My signature, to be valid, it must be in this range here. If it's a 8 in this example, it will be sitting kind of here, and then it's invalid. But yeah, at the time, it was possible to do, like before SegWit in the legacy transactions. And they say that it was like one of the root causes of the Mt. Gox hack. I mean, at least one of them, I didn't verify it. Another example here is reusing nonces. Again, let's say you have two transactions. They are different. They are spanning from different TX IDs, and although they have the same value here. But if you pay attention, if we look into the signatures, they kinda similar, right? Yeah, because the first part, as I just told you, it's the nonce. So they have the exact same nonce. And that's an issue. Let's see why. I'm going to demonstrate with Schnorr signatures now, but it happens in any of either Schnorr or SDSA. Let's say we have a nonce times the generator point, so got the public nonce, and then you do a commitment, which is a hash of the X coordinate of these nonce, your public key and your message, and then you do the signature by adding to the private nonce the commitment times your private key, right? That's the formula of Schnorr signatures. If I take two different signatures now, S1 and S2, but they are using the same little k here, which again is my nonce, so I'm reusing the nonce. If I subtract signatures S1 minus S2, I get this, right? And then if I rearrange the terms here, you guys can see that I'm doing my nonce minus the same value, which is 0, so it cancels. And I'm left with one signature minus the other equals my commitments being subtracted times my private key. Again, I can rearrange this so that I'm left with a private key. If I do one signature minus the other, and then multiplies it by the inverse modular of the commitments, I can recompute the private key. The library that we use, libsecp or any other that is well implemented, they would use a deterministic nonce so that we don't have this issue. Another flaw that we have is in the BIP32, and everyone here is using it, because if you have a wallet with your 12 or 24 words mnemonic, you're deriving with BIP32 in the end of the day. And there's a way that, I mean, you're dealing with private information, right? You have your xpriv or you have your mnemonic, but let's say I was able to get your xpub because you gave it to me. I was paying you for a service or something so that I could pay you every time on a different address. That's why you gave me your xpub for this wallet. But let's say for some reason or in some way, I got one of your private keys, right? Just one, just for your, let's say, first address of that wallet. So I got your xpub and your private key. GG's. Why? Because I can recompute every single private key of your wallet just by having your xpub and one of your private keys. That happens because the way BIP32 works is that I do this computation here. It's a HMAC SHA-2 512, and then the information that we use here is your xpub, and then every single private key that is generated for every address that you have on that wallet is this. Your private key is the result of these 64 bytes, but we got only the left side of it. So that's why we see here IL, it's the left part, plus the key par, which is the private information, so that any private key that you have is this minus this information. But I have everything here, so I can recompute any other that you have. When you see the derivation path, let's say SegWit is 84 and prime, that prime there, like that line, means that you're using on this computation your xpriv instead of your xpub. So that even if I have that two information, I cannot redo this math because I don't have your xpriv here. Another interesting topic is sidechain attacks, and I could be here talking all day of like every single possible way to do it. There's many. One example is dark skippy. It works by leaking your private key in the signature. We just saw it, but it's another clever way to do it. Again, a transaction, a signature, the first part here, it's the nonce, right? It seems random to us as human beings, like we just see a fucking huge number and it's in hexadecimal. So yeah, I don't even know what numbers it is. It looks random to me. But what if the hardware wallet that you're using, if you don't flash it by yourself, you didn't like check the code on what it's doing, it could be leaking your private key in the nonce. Like the last, let's say the last few bits is one part of your private key. And if you are a target, I would be watching your transactions, collecting the nonces, like the last parts, and then I would be able to, at some point, get your xpriv, your mnemonic, whatever I'm leaking via the nonces here. The fifth one, the last example I want to give, is low entropy seeds. Again, if you are generating in your secrets in a good way, you have 2 powered by 256 possibilities. It's basically the fucking entire universe. and you have to select the same atom as I'm selecting it. But then, if you are using low entropy seeds, it's basically reducing the field, the target. So that, imagine that instead of generating a fucking huge number, we were rolling a dice from 1 to 6. Like my sister could guess it in 6 seconds if she could talk 1 per second, you know? So that you should use a good source of entropy. And then I just wanted to finish by saying that Bitcoin security, I mean, Bitcoin is not secure because it cannot break. It's secure because we can know what would break so that we avoid using bad patterns or bad implementations. That's it.
Questions?
Any questions?
Wait. So when you were explaining about the modulo thing and you draw that scale from 0 to something and something in the middle, you said that we should choose the lowest. Do you remember that? Why choose the lowest? Why? I don't know. That's a dumb question because I don't know if the other side is possible. Why not the highest? Is there any reason for it, or just need something?
Yeah, it was defined when we were upgrading to SegWit. Let me see if it's still here.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Why not the red part?
Because otherwise, if you are on the high S or the high values here, if you do the operation, you would get on the other side by doing the computation. So it's going to like back and forth.
Okay.
So that we just avoid this thing that happens if you are on one part, you have another possible way, another possible value. You're basically cutting the possibilities to only one possible value.
Okay. I got another dumb question. Can you go back to the slides where you showed the TXID changing?
Yeah.
Yeah, any one of these. You say it's right. You're saying that's a double SHA-256, right? A TXID. Right. Why it needs to be a double SHA? Why not one round SHA-256? Do you know the reason?
I mean, it was defined by Satoshi.
Yeah, because Satoshi wants.
Didn't need it to be exactly. I know that there is some attacks that could happen by pre-computing a value or a part of the hash, so that if you do it twice, it wouldn't happen. I don't remember the term of this attack from my mind, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Next question. Don't be shy. There you go. Thank you, Pedro.
Just to make sure if I understand what you said, on some applications you have the part of the private key leaked on a transaction. Is it right, or did I miss this part?
There is one possible attack of a bad implemented wallet, let's say, that could leak your private key through the nonces. Let me get to that slide here. Yeah. It's not every wallet, but you could like add information into the nonce so that you're leaking your private key through time.
Thank you. Just to make sure.
Yeah, and again, well-implemented wallets would generate your nonce in a deterministic way so that you can validate if it's actually not a random, but what it should be, instead of having secret information in its number.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we'll have this short Q&A this morning with Jean Octus. Is it Jean Noctus?
Noctus, yeah.
Noctus, culpa. Okay. We're going to do this in English. I got to stay focused on English.
That's fine.
I don't know. Sometimes I like slip into Portuguese. Anyways, it's confusing for...
That's fine. Tudo bem.
Everyone that doesn't speak both languages. We're good. We're good to go. What else? Also, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of Bitcoin Plus Plus. Super excited for our second day here in Florianópolis. Like I was saying, we're going to have a quick a great 30-minute conversation here with Jean. Jean, you work at Vintium, but you also you have a real job. I mean, I know Vintium is a real job, but you also work for Zebedee.
Yes.
Can you tell us maybe a little bit about what your day job is? Is that your day job or your night job? Like, is it?
Yeah, I mean, the reason why my nickname is Noctus because I like to work at night, actually. But like, it's a normal job, I would say. I'm a software engineer there, so that I'm just a back-end guy dealing with like APIs and stuff like that.
Dealing with APIs and stuff like that. What kind of work do the APIs do?
Yeah, so at Zebedee, we provide like Lightning services as a infra, so that the main focus right now is the gaming industry, so that gamer developers, they don't know much about payments, right? They know how to do games, so we connect that part.
You're a payments infrastructure provider for gaming companies.
Yes.
Is the fact that you guys do payments in Bitcoin, like, I don't know, are people excited about that in the gaming industry? Or is that maybe this is like kind of a side question? Or do you feel like it's just like they want to do payments and Bitcoin is just the easiest thing? Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's kind of both. I know that most of the gamers, they actually don't know about Bitcoin. Like, when they are redeeming the sats they earn, they don't even know what sats mean.
Right.
Like, it's a point, token, whatever, but they don't know about it. The developers, though, they wanted to do this integration because it's easier to do it in Bitcoin, because Lightning allows micropayments. So
I see. So it's an easy, cheap way to do tiny value transfers.
yeah, exactly.
That's cool. I mean, that was kind of the whole proposition of having Lightning in the first place, right? It was exactly
Right.
that. And you guys are building a business around it for a particular industry.
Yeah, and then
gaming.
we have some partners that are using KeySend, for example, which is
Cool.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the ability to just send a payment without having to get an invoice first,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Yeah, really cool. Okay, so you have a day job. You work on infrastructure, Bitcoin infrastructure, payment infrastructure for gaming companies at Zebedee by day, and by night you build challenges. You work on challenges for Bitcoiners. Is that?
Yeah, that's right, and
Okay.
other stuff as well. But like,
Okay.
yeah.
Can you guys? Is there a way we can show the laptop stuff? Because I got a few links. Not to. Let's see if we can get this up there. I've got your Twitter up, so I don't know why you have a really cool banner that didn't load. Something went wrong. I can try reloading it, but let's see. I've got some other stuff on here. This is your portfolio. Your one of the things on here that like other things that you built maybe work on at night is this Bitcoin snapshots
Right.
project. And someone was telling me that you got yelled at on the mailing list for this. Is that right?
Yeah.
So this was one of your projects that you're doing outside of work. Why? Like, okay, maybe what is Bitcoin snapshots and why were people unhappy?
I mean, the first place, I just wanted to have a way to sync a node easily, so that you don't have to wait 2 days or more, depending on your setup.
Right.
So that I started publishing pruned snapshots from my own node. And then people started downloading it, and it's actually really useful for some applications, right?
What's a pruned snapshot? Is that different than like
Right.
a normal snapshot?
So on your node, you have like the blocks folder, and then the chain state. But then the blocks folder is, I don't know, almost 1 terabyte nowadays, right?
Right.
It's getting there.
Yeah.
So that you have to download and verify everything like you should do. Your node does it for you. I'm pruning it. That means that I'm removing old blocks.
Got it. So is it any block where all the outputs have already been spent, or is it all blocks except for like the current one? Does that make sense?
It's a certain amount of megabytes.
Got it. Okay.
That I'm leaving from the tip.
I guess it's like, how do you decide what to prune? I know this is like all built in Bitcoin Core. Maybe this is like not, you
Right.
don't want to get down this rabbit hole. That's fine. But okay, so you've got these like snapshots and they're smaller than the full node and you uploaded them. This looks like it's on torrenting.
Yeah, I upgraded to Tor. Before that, it was just on my server.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
And now these are like torrent leaks, so anyone can use the torrent because they're quite big. They're a couple gigabytes, right? So it's easier to use torrent links for them.
Right, yeah. So you get faster download speeds and stuff like that. And then also, it's better to split them around the network.
Exactly,
But
yeah.
then the snapshots I was doing, they were actually just a copy of my blocks pruned folder.
Right.
And then the actual chain state folder, which contains the full HXO set. But that's not easy to verify. There's still some commands on Bitcoin Core that you can run against it and then try to validate it. But then I guess the whole idea of the Assume HXO project was to solve this.
Right.
Yeah. So that on the latest files there, they are actually the Assume HXO stat. That's why I'm pointing, let's say,
Got
you want
it.
things from version 28. And if you click on that, it's actually like hard-coded, like the proof of the snapshot on the Bitcoin Core code.
That's cool. Why were people on the mailing list unhappy about you doing this?
They were happy because I was also publishing the untrusted files.
Got it. Okay.
I might remove them, actually.
Is that like this one here?
Yeah, yeah.
Ah,
the
I
one
see.
that the type is snapshot instead of the Assume HXO.
Interesting. Okay. And why was it like people want you to have these that are like, what's the difference, I guess, between the Assume UTXO one and the snapshot one?
So the Assume HXO, they are just a file that contains a snapshot of the change state folder only, and it's verified in the way that, as I mentioned, if you click on, let's say, version 28.
So click here.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if the Wi-Fi works. Do 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 do. What do they do in Brazil? Like, this makes it go faster.
Yeah, but there is some like hard-coded values on the Bitcoin Core code.
I see.
So that once you loaded, it was verified before.
Got
when it was merged into the code. So
I see.
more people verified that it was a actual valid.
So it's not just trusting you; it's trusting a group of people.
Exactly.
Okay. So more web of trust than single John whatever. Okay. Cool. That makes sense. Cool.
And
So
as I mentioned, I'll probably remove the untrusted ones, or at least put in a separate tab.
got it. That's cool. Cool. All right. Let's get into some other more. This is interesting, I think, but what I really want to hear from you about is challenges that you've worked on. So you made this post a few days ago, February 18th, so that was about 10 days ago, talking about a challenge that you made for the Bitcoin developer launchpad that Vincium's been running here in Floripa the last couple weeks, or even before that. You guys have been doing this for a couple months, right?
Right.
Can you talk about how, like, okay, you've done other challenges. So this is kind of like, it's a series of puzzles, and people are expected to kind of unlock one puzzle at a time. Kind of like if anyone's been to escape room, it's similar to that. You've got a series of challenges that you have to complete in the escape room. You have an hour before they're going to make you leave. So you got to try and solve a series of puzzles so you can escape the room. In Bitcoin, there have been people that have been making ones where you have to solve a series of puzzles, and at the end you get Bitcoin,
Yeah.
right? Because the series of puzzles leads to a private key usually, right? That then unlocks something on chain. Yeah. So you talked about how, like, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Michael Tidwell of TabConf started doing these challenges for his conferences, which are in Atlanta in October every year. And you successfully won some of those. Was that your
the last two from the last two years? Yeah.
Was that your origin story with doing Bitcoin challenges, or was it something else? Was there a project that you did before that kind of got you into these challenges?
Not only Bitcoin challenges, but I always liked to solve puzzles in general, like crypto puzzles.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the first crypto puzzle that you solved?
That's a good question. I actually don't remember.
Okay.
But like,
what's your origin story here, Jean, with the puzzle stuff? I'm just
Mine?
kidding. Yeah, I'm just kidding. It's like, what was the first thing where you're like, oh wow, these are cool?
I mean, I would at the time I was just a nerd kid.
Okay.
Figuring out stuff on the internet, and then I found some puzzles, and then it seems interesting to like get deep into the knowledge to solve this, and then the more and more I was trying to solve it, I was getting like better, and then I think I'll waste my creativity creating some as well.
Got it. I see. And so the first Bitcoin ones that you did, the ones that Tidwell made for TabConf?
No, I did some before that with Narcelio. Actually, he was my inspiration because he solved a bunch in the past. Yeah, some hidden in images and stuff like that.
Got it. Okay. And those were Bitcoin ones also, or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I know like Peter Todd has some challenges on chain, right? He puts some scripts in that if you can solve the script, you get the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen these Narcelio ones, but that's cool. Okay. So then you went and you made one. Actually, I don't have an eye on the time. I don't know. That's okay. Okay. So you made one, and the most recent one that you made was based on Lord of the Rings stuff.
Yeah.
Do we want to, are there maybe like two of the challenges that we want to talk through? Like, so there was a series of kind of puzzles that people had to unlock. Are there, because you've got this whole thread of them, I don't think we have time to talk through all of them. Are there two that you want to maybe like drill in on that you thought were fun to come up with as like puzzles people would have to solve?
Maybe we can go to if you scroll down to the image one. it might.
Yeah. So
not
just
load.
maybe give people like there was a DNS request that you had to figure
that
out
was the start. Yeah.
using dig.
Cashew
keys. Wow, look at that. Okay. And so eventually you arrive at a web page.
Mhm.
And so eventually you arrive at a web page
Mhm.
and it looks like a transaction ID and a broken image.
Yeah, this one was kind of a joke because every other puzzle, it has like a image on the top and then some text.
Got
and
it.
then once you load on this, if you click on it,
there it is.
Yeah, it says missing
.jpg.
And then some people message me, "Oh, it's broken," and then I didn't reply because that's the challenge actually.
Okay, so you kind of have like every challenge has a certain format, right?
Yeah.
So maybe there's a few things here that we could talk about, kind of more generally. Is like one of the things that you do when you're making this is you kind of have like, so there's like a story here, right? We're in the Lord of the Rings, like what do you call it, like world. And you're kind of like going on a journey through it, and there's like different pages that people are landing on that have images, and they get through a couple of them. They're like feeling good about themselves. They've solved a bunch of hard challenges, and they get to this one.
Right. Yeah.
And it's
so most of the puzzles that I solved, they always have like a pattern.
Okay.
Or like a storyline and then a pattern as well, so that it guides who is trying to solve it.
Right. Makes sense. So you get to this one. It's missing an image.
Mhm.
What's next? What is this?
So
this is.
That's the hint right there.
This is a hint.
Yeah.
This doesn't look like a hint, Jean.
Yeah, I mean, if you are already in the sixth part, I would expect to try some stuff because this one is also about Bitcoin, right? So what is about Bitcoin related to this? If you check the size, you could try to see if it's a private key. You could try to see if it's a transaction ID, which is in this case the transaction ID.
Naively, it looks like it's 32 bytes long.
Yeah.
Right. And there's only a certain things in the protocol that are 32 bytes long.
Exactly.
One of them is a transaction ID, right? So you're expecting people to maybe take this and pop it into a block explorer and see what comes up.
Yeah.
And
so that once you load this one, it's going to point to a transaction.
Points to
mempool.com nowadays.
See if that comes up. This is mempool. Space. This is a transaction, and so up here, this is actually the TXID that matches this here, right?
Yeah, and the mempool.space nowadays, it's going to give you one more hint about it, because if you scroll up, oh no, that's the fake one.
What do you mean the fake one? Kidding.
Yeah, I'll get there. So if you load that transaction, click on the ordscan.com.
This one up here. I apologize. Okay. So if you go to ordscan.
Yeah, but if you load that into mempool.space, it's going to tell you that it's a description.
So if I copy the inscription ID, that should be the same thing, right? As the roughly. Yeah, I think that'll work. Oh, there it is. This one.
I think you left some characters at the end there.
Oops. Copy. I see what you mean.
Oh, on the ordscan, there is a link to the creation of the right there. That's the transaction.
So I'm going to copy the transaction. I'm going to move it over to here, and then let's okay.
Yeah, right there. It says
it says inscription.
Yeah.
And that's a hint.
Yeah, I mean, because you're trying to find an image, right? And then if you expand that, there is a lot of stuff on the witness right there. So that's the actual image.
That's the image data.
Yeah, and then the ordscan
will actually
can load the image.
Show me what it looks like. Oh, okay. So that's the missing image. We found it.
Yeah, but it's not finished yet. Because if you can
zoom in.
So that's good progress. You find the image, right?
Hey, yeah, we're moving somewhere.
It's written mnemonic, must use program guess beyond all that I can now view around.
And it's got a derivation path.
So that if you try to load that into your wallet, then you got on the first address a op return with a troll video.
Is that this one here?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we go to this one, let me open this one in a new tab. So we've gone here, we've gotten a 12-word private key and a path. So that gives us a location to an address.
Yeah.
We can go find that address in the transaction. Man, we're making progress. This is exciting. And then there's an opereturn in here, I think. Click on details. There's an opereturn. Opereturn is here. Oh my God, it's a YouTube video. What's this YouTube video? I feel like you just told me I'm going to get rickrolled, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay. Wait, I want to come back to that.
It's missing H. Yeah.
Yeah. Jean, how could you? Okay. So is this like a red herring, or maybe we would call it?
Yeah, because on Disposal, every mnemonic that I created, it was kind of has a saying in it. So
if we go back and we read it, so how many of the audience knows what a mnemonic is? This is something most people know, right? It's when you have a private key for a Bitcoin wallet. One way that they work is it starts as a 12-word passphrase, right? And then you can turn that into entropy that then becomes the seed for your wallet, like your master wallet or HD wallet.
Yeah, it comes from a entropy, and then it turns to like the words, and then you use that to have your seed.
Right. Yeah. And it's important that that's a one-way. Anyways, that's all right. We're not going to get in those weeds. But okay, but you have these 12 words. And an important thing is that this last word kind of is a function of all the previous ones. Whatever. That's not too important. Okay. So we have 12 words, though. And
but then you're not limited to, I have to generate a random entropy. I can select what words I want to use, and then I just have to compute the last one.
Right, exactly.
Which, in this case, I have 128 possible solutions. Like different words for the last one.
Got it, yeah. And you can randomly pick a couple bytes in it. Anyways, that's not, Oh, okay, got it. So out of the whole, there's like 2,048 total words, right? Like there's one set that all of the seed words come from. And so you picked 11, you can pick 11 of the first ones.
Yeah.
And then the last one you have to kind of pick out of a shorter list. It was only 128. Right. Okay, so you picked these on purpose. And why did you pick these words?
Because it's saying something.
It says something. What does it say? It says
must use a program.
Must use program guess.
And then the last part kind of doesn't make many sense in English, but because I'm limited to the words that are in the list.
2,048. Yeah. Beyond all that but it's kind of cool. It like matches the image.
Right.
Beyond all that I can see now view around.
Yeah. Which is telling you to like to see what is beyond what you can see.
What is beyond what you can see. Yeah. Okay. So what is must use program guess? What is program guess?
Yeah. So guess, it's a hint for a program called outguess, which is I think the most famous program in puzzles like this, that you have an image.
Okay. Must use program guess.
Yeah.
So guess is a what do you call it? Is it this one?
Tool.
It's here, right? Let me open up this. The wrong one. Can I zoom in on it? No. Can you guys see that at all? No, it's not very visible. So guess is a command line. This is the command you'd run, right? Outguess R. And so the R is like basically you're gonna pass in a JPEG.
Yes, which is the file.
So you're expecting people. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, you're gonna
get the bytes from the witness and then save it as an image. Or if you load ArtScan, it's doing it for you, so you can double click on it and then click on save.
Right click save a JPEG. You would never. Sorry, it's a bad joke. Okay. Okay, so you're gonna save the JPEG to disk, and then once you have it, there's this command line tool called outguess. Guess. You pass the image in, and secrets.txt is an output, right? Output file. What is gonna happen? What's gonna come out of that output file?
So it will try to do the reverse thing that when I created this image, actually. So I first created the image, and then I stored some secrets in it so that it's a bidirectional thing. So you can either store stuff in the image or extract from it. So this command, the -r there, is extracting from the image a secret or whatever I stored in there, so that there is another mnemonic hidden in the image itself.
So this is the actual secret
mnemonic, yeah.
Mnemonic or secret 12-word phrase that will lead us to the next place in the challenge.
Yeah, in this case, to get a part of the prize.
Got it. So this is okay. So all of these kind of add up, and we'll get to there, I think, in a minute. But this is one of the many. So you're kind of like collecting keys as you go.
Yeah.
And at the end, you're gonna put them all together, and that's gonna unlock the Bitcoin that you've hidden. And this is like the one you actually need. That's cool. I like this: hidden journey, hidden gate, hidden ring, hidden victory, hidden garden, hidden unknown.
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay. So yeah, how did you know to use this like guess binary? I guess is a good question.
The CLI tool, you say?
Yeah. So like you decided to hide data inside of a photo. What gave you that idea?
That's a pretty common thing to do in puzzles, actually. Like other people have done it, and I solved other puzzles that have something similar to this. One of them was using this, and the other one was using another CLI tool that I don't remember, but like, yeah, it's a common thing to do. And not only hiding stuff in images, but like I solved another that was using a book. Like you have to find clues that was going to lead you to like certain pages, and then like coordinates to find like a phrase in the book, for example.
That makes sense, yeah. I mean, a lot of this puzzle stuff is just kind of figuring out, you're looking for data that's hidden somewhere, right? So you're kind of like looking for signal in noise.
Yeah, that's the whole theory, like
Maybe
transforming signals or noise into like transforming it in another type of information, yeah.
Right, yeah. And so you took an image, you hid a secret in an image, and people had to like know to like figure out how to pull it out, right? And so you give them hints like this guess, use program guess. That's a pretty direct statement, I think. But it kind of also requires a little bit of knowledge, right? Or maybe like
for sure,
guessing where you could find that. That's cool. Cool. And so at the end of this one, the end of it, you also had some, I think we're going to run out of time soon, but that's okay. I also noticed that you learned fucking Elvish.
Yeah.
Fucking learned Elvish to write this puzzle. What is, the Elvish came from where? Is that like
it's part of the Lord of the
Rings.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lord of the Rings, there's an Elvish alphabet language.
So there's also the alphabet and the language.
Okay.
I learned the alphabets, and then I wrote in English format, but using this alphabet. Yeah, and it was funny as well because like I learned it during the flight. I was came here to Floripa, and then I think I learned it, and then I created a puzzle, and then I left it there. Once people solve it, the guy that solved it actually posted on Reddit, and a random person could read it. So I was happy because I actually learned it.
So you didn't verify it. You like learned it. You wrote it.
I couldn't find any
anywhere to verification.
Yeah. Like even. I tried to do it with ChatGPT or like a Discord server. No one could like help me. But yeah, the Reddit.
Is this it here? This is the one you wrote here.
Yeah, the last one.
Oh no, wrong one. Okay. Sorry. It's probably easier just to look at it. You guys can see it here, right? So this, what does this say in Elvish?
Yeah, it says "You shall not pass." Yeah.
That's cool. And how did the "you shall not pass" relate to the image thing, if that makes sense? So someone this is the post. I don't know if this image is gonna load. Let me see if I can get it to that work. But this is the actual screenshot of the participant in the challenge posting it to Reddit, right?
Yeah.
And some random person finding it and responding. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. So you should use this phrase as a pre-image to unlock and go to the next puzzle.
That's cool. Is it legal for people to use Reddit to solve challenges?
Yeah. It's a common thing to do if you're trying to solve it. I mean, you're
All
going
tools at your
to
disposal.
get help
Right.
for who
Makes
is
sense.
can solve it. I've solved some in the past that I couldn't do by like myself, so I got help from other people, and then I said, okay, we can even split price if you want.
That makes sense. So at the end of this, like people have been collecting kind of private keys, and then at the end they combine them all using Music 2 to make
Yeah.
a combined internal key, and all of the secrets together would give you the one key you need to unlock the Music 2 signature.
Yeah.
Right?
The first puzzle that I created for this one was the last one actually. If you scroll one up, yeah, that one. I started creating this one because a few time ago there were a guy on Twitter claiming that Bitcoin is insecure because ECDSA is broken if you reuse nonces and shit like that. But like on the Bitcoin core itself, it's not broken. It was always they were always using libsecp, which is like secure enough.
Right. Actually, so I have a friend who's a cryptographer who is explaining a lot of kind of how Sigma signatures work, which is the type of signature proof, I think, that the ECDSA uses. And he was telling me, and I can't remember the exact argument, but the fact that if you sign this, you can sign different messages, but if you really use a nonce, it reveals your private key. This is actually a proof of, for something about the fact that this works is also a proof of the security of the system as a Sigma proof, which I thought was interesting. So like, it's a problem for users in that you never want to reuse a nonce when you're signing.
Yeah, exactly.
But the fact that it has that property is actually an important element of the proof that we know it's secure in other cases. Makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I talked, I feel about it yesterday on my talk. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
So that I tried to create this two transactions spending with the same nonce, but I couldn't because, as I said, the library is right there. They are safe enough, so they don't allow me to do. So I have to manually like create and sign the transaction.
Yeah. So you're not. So the built-in Bitcoin libraries, you can't pick your own nonce.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah. They pick it for you because this is such a big like such a potential leak, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Cool. That's really cool. Super fun.
And then the last one, it was a Music 2, which I wanted to learn how it works, and it has been like that in the past as well. Like I wanted to learn something cool, and then I'll create a puzzle with it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So you find interesting things, and you're like, okay, I want to do that thing. So you make a little challenge around it. That's fun.
And then I pass to the next person.
Right. And then you make the challenge, and then they all have to learn the things along. That's kind of a cool teaching tool. I guess like my question, we're almost out of time. So thank you, and thank you for coming up. But if someone was interested in like making a challenge or like doing more puzzles, what kind of advice, or is there like a resource you would send them to like learn more about it, or to, like what, if someone wanted to like learn more about this, where would you send them next?
Yeah, maybe first try to solve other puzzles that they are right there. The ones from TypeConf, they are all still online. There's no prize in it anymore.
Right.
But you can still try to solve it by yourself. And then use your own curiosity and to learn about stuff, right?
Are you gonna do you have another puzzle lined up that you're planning to make, or is this like?
Yeah, I started it.
Oh, you already started it. Okay. Was there, if people are interested in joining when you launch it, where is a good place for them to find out when it's like ready to be?
Yeah, maybe on X I'll post in there.
Okay, cool.
And then a tool to learn about it is, I would say the learnmeabitcoin.com website. It's
if I can go to that. I love this website. Yeah. Written in Ruby.
Yes, he's great.
Fun. The very first Bitcoin ++ was like kind of focused on educators doing interesting stuff in Bitcoin. I reached out to him to try and get him to come. I think his family was just having a kid, so he wasn't able to make the trip. But
yeah, but he's a great guy. I've talked about with him a bunch of times. Yeah.
I don't know if this is gonna load. But yeah, it's a great place to learn more about how Bitcoin works. Cool. All right. I think we are out of time. Thank you, Joan. Any last notes or anything that you want to leave the audience with?
That's a good puzzle. Just kidding. Yeah, I mean, just again, use your own curiosity to guide you through learning stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great one. Cool. All right. Well, thanks for your time, Mel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah.
Hello guys, good morning. I'm gonna talk about adversarial lightning, the work from Morehouse. Maybe you know already. Our 12 case, real world case. So we are going to share with you the case and discuss how the thing is going on Lightning, okay? So I'm Pins, I'm grantee, 21 grantee to work on Lightning. Can you hear me well? It's okay? Yeah? Okay. So the first one, I took the case from the oldest to the newest, okay? So this is the first one that Morehouse worked on. So he figured out about fake lightning channels, and it was a very interesting because somehow he broke all the implementations with this first issue, the first DOS attack. Okay, so it's work in a very simple way actually. He figured out that he could create a fake transaction ID and send the open message to the peer. The peer answer with accept channel, and then we send a funding create message. But of course, the peer answer with fund signed message, but we do not broadcast the transaction because the transaction actually does not exist actually. So this way you can create a bunch of channels. When you do that, the node allocate some resource, right? And the resources are stuck for about 2 weeks because the bot said you should forget about this open channel 2016 blocks after that. So if you keep doing that, you are allocating resources, and you can broke the channel. So broke the node actually. Oh, sorry. So as I said, it was affecting LND version 0.16, CLN version 23, Eclair before version 0.9, and LDK before 0.01114. So affected differently, actually, we should say that the CLN do not, how can I say, crashed the node, crashed only the daemon, because the architecture of the CLN has this how can I say, this approach. So crashed only the one daemon of CLN, but LND and Eclair was crashing the node. The second one, it's a very simple one, actually, and I think the guys who works with Fuzz know very well. So he took the invoice and fuzzed the invoice and found a lot of stuff that was not working properly on CLN. The attacker crafted a malicious invoice, sent to the victim paid the invoice and crashed the daemon, right? So he found 5 different types on CLN 23.11. And now we start with some more elaborated issues and exploits. This channel open race DOS attack is very interesting. Also, the CLN has the daemons. He could make the daemons not work properly with this attack. So first of all, the attacker overloaded the victim node with many peer connections and channel stage changed, right? And then the attacker overlaps the flows. I'm going to show you the flows. We have the peer connect flows and open channel flows. So you overlap those flows and you crash the daemon. How it works? First, just to understand, this is the open channel flow, right? So the daemon connect D, talk to Lightning D, and who talks to Open D, right? And then Open D answer to Lightning D here, and Lightning D launch the channel D. This is the open flow. And the connected flow is simpler. The connect D talk to Lightning D call this hook, and the hook answer to Lightning D, and Lightning D create the channel D daemon. Okay. So if you have a node with a bunch of process trying to connect, you can make this chain backup hook very slow. So you can overlap the flows and crash the daemon. How do you do that? You start the peer connect, okay? But the peer connect is going to talk to the hook, but the hook is slow because you're attacking the hook, right? With a lot of connections. At the same time, we start the peer channel flow, but peer channel flow do not use the hook, so he answers faster and creates the channel D. And when the other flow will do the same, try to create the same channel D daemon, and the assert crash the daemon. Okay, so that's the more elaborated one, and was affecting CLN 23.05. Onion bomb attack. It's a DOS attack. It's a very interesting one. So the attacker create a topology like that. I mean, B is the victim and M is the attacker, and create an onion package containing encoded length of unsigned inch of 32 bits. So it's big enough to be more than 4 gigabytes, and the node has had a bug that allocated this size in memory, and if the node has only 4 gigabytes, he crashes instantaneously, okay? And if it is not, you can send another bombed onion, and you crash it anyway. This was versions pre or the 0.17 of LND. And then now another kind, I think we could call this a DOS attack, but a kind of different one, where we are going to lock funds of the victim. This one is more elaborated. Also, you create the same topology. I mean, the B is the victim, the M is the attacker, and the attacker then routes HLCs. So first he sends one small HLC with a time lock of X, and 2 other HLC. One of them are the bigger, with the time lock of X plus 1, okay? So this is attacking the kind of anchor channel, because anchor channel, when the node is using anchor channel, there is a subsystem called sweeper on the node, and the sweeper will aggregate the transactions based on the time lock. So those transactions that has the same time lock, the sweeper will group it together and will put on chain when it's necessary, okay, before the time lock expires. But there is a bug. There was a bug, actually. The attacker could route some other HLC to provoke change of states and make those HLCs to be revoked. And then on the block X-13, the attacker first close BM, so here, right? And make sure that it can confirm the revoked commitment in the next block, and then the attacker could conflict the transaction, spending HLC1, this one, and HLC2, this one, okay? So the sweeper should figure out that those transactions were expanded, those outputs were expanded out already, but the sweeper could not take the second one. So the second one, the sweepers keep trying to bump the fee, and the funds are locked indefinitely. Okay, so this was affecting LDK 0.0.125 and below. So this one is a kind of DOS attack also that would force close all the channels of the victim. We need how can I say, a more elaborated topology. Means that the attacker has 2 nodes, right? In this case, M1 and M2, and the victim is the B. Okay. So the attacker routes any HLCs. So like with the same payment hash. So it's a multi-part payment through A1, A2 until AM. Okay. So the HLCs with the same payment hash flowing to B. Then M2 confirms a revoked commitment that contains only one of the N HOCs. So the problem happens when the B will fail back, and he should fail back all the HOCs because it's the same payment, but because of the bug, he failed back just to one, and the others are stuck. And when the time lock expires, all the channels are closed, force closed. That was affecting LDK 0.1 and below. And this one, I put together two, the most recent one, because it's a variant of attacker that was made before, okay? We call excessive failback exploit. Here, you have M0 routes a large HOC to M1, okay? So the attacker is controlling both M0 and M1, okay? So the attacker routes a huge, or as large as he can, HOC, and after that, M0 goes offline. So M1 claims the HOC, revealing the pre-image, and gets a new commitment signature from B, right? And that's the problem. If you know the Lightning, you know that at this moment, M1 has 2 commitment transactions, and B has just 1, because M1 withhold the revocation, so it's not respecting the protocol, and that's the test of he did, not respect the protocol and see how the syncs goes. So with that, B attempts to claim the upstream, but M0 is offline, right? So he cannot. M1 force close the channel. So here, using the new commitment that B do not know, but he could how can I say, he could manage how to survive on this situation, but he didn't. I mean, this triggered the failback bug, and the failback bug actually happens when you crash the B. So with a DOS attack that we saw here, we can crash the B, and B goes offline. And you take M0 back online, and when B comes online again, he see that the HLC is missing in his commitment transaction, and fail back the HLC. So the M1 take the HLC with the success transaction, and M0 takes the HLC with timeout transaction, with failback from no, sorry. M1 take the HLC because they fulfill the HLC, and M0 takes the transaction because the B fails back, and it should not fail back, and that's why he lost the funds. And this was affecting LND 0.17.5 and below. And the variation is very simple. Actually, everything goes exactly the same. But here, in the step 5, instead M1 force close with B, he provoked the force close. and that was the second bug that was not, how can I say, figured out by the people from R&D, and on version 0.18.5 and below was affected by that. This one, gossipy timestamp filter, DOS, and he did this attack in the warnet in tabconf. It was very interesting, the last tabconf. And it is not that difficult to do, because look that we don't need to have a channel. So the attack is very cheap, very cheap, because you don't have to have a channel, just to connect to the node and send a gossip message, timestamp, asking for all the gossip full graph, and then the answer is huge, right? So you keep doing that. You keep the connection active, slowing hacking, right? And keep connecting and asking, and a huge answer, and do that a lot of times, and then you crash the LND node 0.18.2 and below. This one is the pre-image extract exploit, and this one is take advantage of that same problem that we said before, when the one peer has 2 commitment and the other peer has just 1 commitment, and the peer, it's almost an edge case, so the peer do not know how to figure out this situation, and sometimes do the wrong thing. So the attacker M opens a channel with victim B. The attacker routes a payment to itself, actually, and then fails the payment with update fail HLC, right? B updates and revokes its prior state. So M now has 2 valid commitments, and B has only 1, because he already removed it when he revoked the HLC. So M force closes by broadcasting their older commitment transaction, where the HLC exists, and then M claims the HLC on the blockchain, use the payment pre-image, and B sees the on-chain transaction, but fails to extract because the HLC does not exist on its commitment transaction. So because B never learned the pre-image, he cannot claim the payment from A, and then he loses money also, affecting Eclair version 0.11 and below. Number 11, infinite emboss DOS. It's not like the other one that we saw, but we can send thousands of messages to peer, to gossip, or to a channel link. And when you do that, this message has 64 kilobits on maximum, kilobytes in maximum. So you keep the connections open, and then you crash the LND version 0.18.5 and below. So the last one is more, how can I say, elaborated also. I think this one is the most elaborated one. Open channel with the victim and route 40 HOCs to itself, okay, with the time lock of 80 blocks. you try to have the last HEOC as big as you can. That's the one that you are targeting. Let the HEOC expire, triggering a forced close. So the sweeper is going to aggregate all the HEOCs in one transactions, okay? So all the 40 HEOCs will be in the one transaction, then broadcast it. But the sweeper at that time had a bug that if every time he regrouped HEOCs, he's starting again the fee in the minimum. That's one problem. And the another problem is that he took one block to create the other transaction. So we keep in doing that. I mean, the attacker double spend one HEOC, sweeper comes, create another one, a block after. The fee is low, and then you do it again and again and again and again, and if you do it 20 times, 40 sorry, if you do it 40 times, 40 replacements, the 80 time lock will be expired, and then the attacker can take the last HEOC. And the cost of the attack is very low, and this problem was affecting LND version 0.18.5. Okay. So that's it. I'm open to question, and thank you.
Any questions, people? Does anyone have a question for Pins? Yeah.
Hey, thank you for the talk. Loved hearing about the vulnerabilities. Where did you get most of them? Like, which sources did you use?
Well, it was not me that got it. Okay, it was research made by Matt Morehouse. Okay, so I just explained the vulnerabilities, but I know that Matt Morehouse did a lot of how can I say? Well, the first one, he just take the situation and exploit how the nodes would figure out if the open channel flow would not work, and then he found that all the implementations has a problem with that. After that, he was invited to inspect the code of the implementations, and he found most of the vulnerabilities inspecting the code.
Yes. So from Matt Morehouse's blogs. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Pins.
Thank you.
So, welcome to the Bitcoin Plus Plus Oxford Debate Series. I am Lucas Ferreira, Executive Director of Mutation, a nonprofit funding developers and also like educating developers to work in Bitcoin open source in Brazil. I'm the title sponsor for the Bitcoin Plus Plus Exploits Edition here in Florianópolis, and I'll be the host for this Oxford Debate the Bitcoin Plus Plus Oxford Debate Series. And today our motion is rollups are essential for Bitcoin to scale. So the motion is rollups are essential for Bitcoin to scale. Arguing for the motion, we have José Staropoli from Open Labs implementing rollups in Bitcoin. And arguing against the motion, we have Matthew Vuk from Second, who's working on ARC research. Before we begin, I want to just briefly explain to you how the Oxford-style debate format works. So first, we'll have each side will have 5 minutes for opening statements, and then we'll have a directed Q&A discussion that will take about 30 minutes, and then 5 minutes for each for closing statements. And then the audience will vote before and after the debate. So you will vote twice, once before the debate and one after the debate. The winner is not simply who gets the most votes, because you're not exactly voting for like who's the winner. You're voting for against or for the motion. And then the winner is whoever shifts most of the votes. So like if more people started thinking they were in favor or against the motion, and then more people change their minds, that's how you find the winner. So as you listen, pay close attention to the keyword in the motion, which is essential, because that means the question is not whether rollups are interesting or promising, but whether Bitcoin fundamentally needs rollups in order to scale. So here you can see a QR code where you can start voting, and then once everyone voted, we can start the debate. I think while you vote, we can briefly talk about like what exactly are you voting for or against. So, rollups are a proposed way to scale Bitcoin, which uses Bitcoin only for the final settlement and for security, but all the transactions in the rollup model are bundled together off-chain in a compressed way, and this it's a compressed summary plus proof. And then only the verification is done on chain. Has everyone voted? How many votes did you get?
Each side, give them 20 seconds to introduce who they are.
Oh yeah, sure. So 20 seconds for Jose and Matthew to introduce themselves, and then we can start the debate.
Hi everyone, I'm José Staropoli. I work at Open Labs. We are building state-of-the-art ZK rollup on top of Bitcoin, and excited for the debate.
Matthew.
Hello everyone, my name is Matthew Vuk. I work at Second on the ARC protocol. Our iteration of the ARC protocol is really focused on Bitcoin for payments. We don't focus on assets, and I strongly believe that systems like ARC and Lightning are very sufficient and essential for Bitcoin scaling.
So just a reminder of the format, each of them will have 5 minutes to like defend their position. Pay attention to their defense, because then we have 30 minutes of directed Q&A where I will ask them some questions, they will ask each other some questions, but you also have the opportunity to ask your questions. And then they have 5 minutes each for closing statements. After that, we vote again, and that's when we decide who won the debate by measuring who changed more people's vote. We can start now with José, who's going to be defending the affirmative position for rollups are essential, and pay attention to essential again, for Bitcoin to scale. You're counting the time, right?
It's right here in front
Okay.
of you, so.
Go ahead, Jose.
Hi, can everyone hear me? All right. So when you hear the word scaling, most people immediately picture a single metric: transactions per second, cheaper fees, faster payment, more throughput. That's not the debate I'm here to win, because Bitcoin doesn't thrive and survive by becoming a slightly better Visa. Bitcoin survives by remaining Bitcoin, decentralized, censorship resistant, and incredibly neutral money, even as the world builds finance on top of it. So tonight, I want to redefine the motion in a way that actually matters. Rollups are essential for Bitcoin scaling because Bitcoin needs to scale sovereign, not just payments. Here's a problem we all see but don't always say out loud. The economic energy around Bitcoin has outgrown what the base layer can comfortably host. People want to borrow against BTC, earn yield, trade, hedge, build stablecoins, run markets, automate agreements. Basically the entire financial stack. Where does most of that happen today? Not on Bitcoin, and not in a sovereign way. It happens through custodians, centralized exchanges, rapid representations, permission lending desks, black box yield products. In other words, the same fragile, censorable, seizure-prone architecture that Bitcoin was designed to root around. That's a threat, not because it's impure, because it's systemic. When the financial gravity of Bitcoin migrates to custodial systems, Bitcoin becomes a settlement asset for someone else's empire. The center of power moves away from the protocol and towards intermediaries. You get gatekeepers, surveillance, political capture, hypothecation, and eventually a familiar story. You can use Bitcoin as long as you behave. That's not scaling. That's domestication. A rollup is not let's cram more into blocks. It's let's move computation off-chain while keeping verifiability on-chain. It's a scaling strategy that preserves decentralization because it doesn't demand that every node executes everything. It preserves censorship resistance because users can still rely on a public, rule-bound settlement layer. And when designed properly, it reduces the need for trust in intermediaries. In plain terms, rollups let Bitcoin remain minimal and uncompromising while still enabling a broader economy to exist on top of it without giving away the keys. Now, my opponents may say, we don't need rollups. Lightning and Arc exist. I respect Lightning and Arc. It's elegant for payments, but it does not solve the broader problem I'm naming: complex financial activity, programmable markets, generalized applications, and scalable state. We should not confuse a payment channel network with a platform for an entire financial system. That's why the rollup model matters. It aims to minimize trust while maximizing utility, especially when combined with bridges that don't rely on a single custodian. We can keep Bitcoin as the anchor of truth while enable a sovereign, decentralized financial layer above it. That's what scaling should mean. So when you vote tonight, don't ask, can Bitcoin do 10,000 transactions per second? Ask more important question. Can Bitcoin support the world's demand for Bitcoin-based finance without becoming dependent on custodians and gatekeepers? If the answer is yes, then you need a mechanism that scales computation and applications while preserving Bitcoin's settlement integrity and decentralization. That mechanism is rollups. Rollups are essential for Bitcoin scaling, not because we want Bitcoin to do more, but because we want Bitcoin to remain Bitcoin while the world builds on it. Thank you.
And now, against the motion, we have Matthew Vuk.
My opponent believes that rollups are essential to scaling Bitcoin. That means you cannot scale Bitcoin without rollups. And I think he's wrong. I believe his claim is false, and I believe that we can scale Bitcoin using systems such as on-chain payments, Lightning, and Arc. I begin this debate by defining what Bitcoin scaling is, that is, increasing the network's capacity to handle users and transactions without compromising on decentralization, security, and censorship resistance. Layer 2 systems like Lightning and Arc are native to Bitcoin and involve broadcasting real on-chain transactions. These systems use pre-signed transactions and offer unilateral exits. Users can safely exit these systems with their funds without needing to trust any counterparty to not rug them. Peter Todd did a 2024 analysis that shows the Lightning Network could onboard over 1 billion new channels per year. This is with technology that already exists on the Lightning Network. The bottleneck to Bitcoin scaling is not that we are missing rollups, which aren't even that effective for scaling payments. We already have the technology, and new systems of computation are not essential. Today, we are at a gathering of an exploits conference, and the most important thing to think about here is when an exploit happens, what goes wrong, and what are the consequences. If you have a Lightning channel open and your counterparty misbehaves, you can broadcast your pre-signed transaction and exit with your funds. With Arc, you can also perform a unilateral exit and exit the system if the server goes offline. On-chain, Lightning, and Arc all neatly compose with one another. They work together, and on-chain is absolute finality. Each layer preserves the essential property of Bitcoin as money. Bridges tell us a very different story. When you are using bridges and rollups, you are not even really using Bitcoin itself at all. You are not holding a pre-signed Bitcoin transaction. You literally have to trust. Rollups require bridges, and bridges are the #1 most exploited and attacked infrastructure in all of Bitcoin and crypto. Billions and billions of dollars have been drained from bridge hacks. Bridges pool all users' funds together, and then attackers can steal money from many users at once. Are we supposed to just trust the developers that the previous bridge builders were wrong, but now they have perfected and fixed the system? These systems are not native to Bitcoin at all, and they are very experimental. I concede that these systems are good at computation for bringing crypto and Ethereum-style applications to Bitcoin. You can make DeFi applications, lending protocols, and so on, but that is not the essential part. It is not the essential property of Bitcoin, which is payments. These systems are full of immoral, zero-sum games and scams, and there is no evidence that they will create any type of sustained fee market to help Bitcoin security budgets. Rollups and bridge BitVM type systems do not compose and play nicely with Lightning. They are something else. They are something different, and they neglect the work done in the last 10 years to build Lightning as a payment network. Finally, rollups are divisive. They divide the Bitcoin community and stir controversy. The path for scaling Bitcoin must be something that the community has consensus on. The community has consensus on using Lightning for payments. Lightning promotes unity, and rollups sow division. The launch of Citrea was very controversial, with armies of hateful Bitcoin maxis on social media attacking those who promote rollups and bridges. These people hate rollups. We cannot establish a vision of what is essential to scale Bitcoin by focusing on divisive issues. Scaling Bitcoin with on-chain, Lightning, and Arc for payments is essential. These systems are made for trustless payments, and that is the essence of Bitcoin.
Thank you, José. Thank you, Matthew. Now we have 30 minutes for an open debate between the two debaters. I want to start by asking José, what exactly are the new trust assumptions or complexity assumptions that rollups introduced to Lightning, well, to Bitcoin compared to Lightning or Arc, and why are those acceptable to Bitcoin's threat model?
Well, first of all, Bitcoin Lightning is not native to Bitcoin. We did a whole soft fork just to have it, not breaking. So rollups without a soft fork we do have a one-of-n trust assumption. So as long as one operator is live and honest, the bridge is functional. And imagine if in the future a soft fork could even reduce that trusted assumption, trusted minimized assumption. So how it does work? It works that rollups, they are a sidechain, but from time to time they commit their state onto Bitcoin, onto the layer 1. So they inherit the security of Bitcoin, because once a certain time has passed, your transactions, the blocks, everything that has happened in the rollup are committed to the layer 1. So for you to do a reorg on the layer 2, the rollup, you will need to reorg Bitcoin, and good luck doing that. This is not the case with bridges like Liquid, who hasn't been drained or attacked or hasn't fall like a house of cards yet. But for example, in Liquid, it's quite trivial for you to do a reorg there. This is not the same in rollups, because for you to reorg the rollup, you need to reorg depending on the height Bitcoin blocks, and that is a really good security assumption.
Matthew, it seems like you're a little bit more concerned about the new trust assumptions that rollups brings to Bitcoin. Like, what do you think it's not acceptable in terms of new trust assumptions?
My commentary on the trust assumptions is that they are not essential for payments. I understand that it is a one-of-n model. I understand this. But all of the use cases and utilities which you're describing of them seem to be for things that are not payments. I'd be interested to hear from you. We go through this, you're giving up using a transaction itself. You're going off-chain. By your own admission, it is a sidechain. Why is it that we need to do this? Why does this have to be on the roadmap for Bitcoin at all? I'm really interested to learn about that.
A reply or you ask a question? Okay. That's a great question. The world is moving their financial life on-chain. Other chains are already thriving, and Bitcoin could be left to the side. So Bitcoin can scale as a rapid token in Ethereum. Do you want that?
Well, I don't really agree with you that Bitcoin could be left to the side with the other chains. I think that this cycle has taught us that the people are leaving crypto and they're coming to Bitcoin. This is probably the first year, the last 2 years have been the first time that Bitcoin conferences are considerably larger than crypto conferences. I don't see an excess of demand for people to go into crypto networks and engage with all of these different financial tools. I think that we see a lot of utility for permissionless payments and transfers. We see a lot of demand for Bitcoin as digital gold, and we see Bitcoin dominance rising. We do not see Bitcoin beginning to fall behind to other systems like Solana, Ethereum, and then a necessity for us to pivot our roadmap to start to match them. I think that the market has decided that Bitcoin's core competency and essence as payments is the most valuable of all use cases in crypto.
Matthew, but what would you say if Bitcoin reaches global levels of demand and Lightning plus Arc are still struggling with liquidity or routing or UX at massive scale? What is the fallback path without rollups?
Well, I would make the argument that Arc could solve a lot of those liquidity issues, and I don't think that Jose has substantiated the claim that rollups are superior to Arc and Lightning for the purpose of payments and managing liquidity. If he could make that case, I would be open to accept it, but I don't believe that that is true. I believe that rollups exceed and work exceptionally well for crypto use cases, but not for payment ones.
So, Jose, while you explain why you think rollups can achieve what Matthew is saying, actually scaling for payments, maybe you also want to address his other comment in his first defense, where he mentions that rollup development ignores all the advancements in Lightning and Arc, and how rollups are not really well composable with Lightning and Arc. Would you say that's true?
No, rollups are quite composable with Arc and Lightning. In fact, you could do atomic swaps in and out of Arc service providers or Lightning channels into rollups. And you can also peg out using atomic swap into Arc and Lightning as well. Now, I don't know how a good proxy is crypto conference participation as more demand for Bitcoin or other blockchains. I would question that. But the whole financial markets, they are moving on-chain. And also we do have a bunch of successful use cases that we are seeing across the pond in other ecosystems that they could be a really interesting option in Bitcoin in a trust minimized way with Bitcoin as a native token without any pre-mine or any concentration of pre-issued tokens. Now, it is already happening. People are using Bitcoin in other layers as a rapid asset. And we can bring this to Bitcoin in a decentralized, trust minimized way with rollups. Now, I'm not going to argue any one of you that rollups, they will scale payments more than Arc or Lightning. But they can make payments and transfer of money way more private. Rollups can support something like shielded CSV or shielded pools. There are other protocols that can make payments
Jose, I think
private.
Your answer is kind of like taking us in a direction where I feel like there's one core disagreement here that doesn't necessarily, like, I think we need to go back to the motion and maybe understand better what are we trying to scale, because it feels like Matthew is fully focused on scaling payments, and that means maybe like transaction throughput, and you're also concerned about bringing other features or other financial activity and other different things to Bitcoin. So maybe Matthew, you want to state that disagreement in terms of like what exactly are you trying to scale and what exactly you disagree that rollups are essential for?
Yeah, I definitely believe that Bitcoin scaling is about scaling payments. That's what we want to keep decentralized. That's what we want to keep permissionless. I believe the essence of Bitcoin is to be used as money for making transactions and not to be an application platform. I hear Jose talking about some type of demand that's coming, which he says that institutions or other financial markets want to see computation on Bitcoin, but I haven't seen any examples of that personally. I think that the biggest institutional adopters are examples like MicroStrategy, who want a HODL. I think we see ETFs, but I don't see existing banks come and say, we want to take our existing banking infrastructure and be able to reproduce that on Bitcoin. I've never seen any institutions do that. If you could make the case that this was absolutely an essential way for Bitcoin to succeed, we could begin to redefine what it means for something to be essential in Bitcoin. But I'm a firm believer that it is the irreversible finalized payment.
I don't think scaling is only payments. I think this is a myopic.
Maybe you want to say what are the things you see in other chains that you feel are important that we should bring to Bitcoin?
Yeah, we are scaling users. We are scaling use cases. We are scaling privacy. We are scaling institutions in a decentralized and trust minimized way. Who here has used a stablecoin? Good luck doing that in Bitcoin. So half of the audience already uses something that Bitcoin cannot supply, offer natively, and not even Arc or Lightning as well.
I want to give the opportunity
in a trust minimized way.
I want to give the opportunity for the audience to ask some questions, but before we do that, I just want to know, like, for each of you, maybe 30 seconds, what's the strongest argument from your opponent that you think Bitcoiners would take seriously, should take seriously, and where do you still disagree?
I think the strongest argument that my opponent is making is that that this will generate demand for Bitcoin, that people are waiting for more additional applications to come to Bitcoin, but I don't believe that rollups are the only way to do that. He's making the reference of, oh, if you want to do stable coins, then rollups are the way. But we have meta protocols. I know that the other ARC that I'm not affiliated with wants to do stable coins in ARC. There's other ways to do assets on Bitcoin. It's not rollups or nothing. They're not essential in order to have assets on Bitcoin.
Because you don't need to address his comment, but I just want you to tell like what's his argument that you feel is appealing and should be taken seriously.
His argument is that scaling only concerns payments, that Bitcoin is only sending payments around, that you cannot use your Bitcoin to do more with your financial life, and that whenever we think about scaling, we should think about transactions per second, lower fees, and high throughput.
Do we have questions from the audience? No.
No. You need to turn it on. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear now.
Okay. This question for Staropoly. You said good luck to use stable coins on the Bitcoin. So I wanted to hear what do you think about the Taproot assets from Lightning?
I don't have a much formal opinion on Taproot assets. I don't know if it is truly trustless or trust minimized. I have not yet dived into Taproot assets. I don't know. But my hunch is that it is still trusted and centralized.
Can you hear me? All right. So my question is kind of for both of you. I think at the beginning there was kind of a brush over around what is the like trust assumption amongst both. I think I sat in with a discussion with Steven, and it was kind of like when you're in an ARC, there's like one server, and you kind of trust this one server to be good. So like they need to be able to sweep your funds because they need the liquidity. So you kind of have to trust this one server that they won't ever spend your funds and they won't ever do anything bad. Whereas on scaling in this way, it's a one of n. So there can be many participants, and then just one of them has to be honest at any time. So how would you like reconcile that trust assumption in terms of scaling Bitcoin?
I'd like to clarify about the trust model with ARC. It is true that there is some trust involved with the server in some scenarios. Like you're using the state chain model if you're doing an intra-ARC payment. But once your payment is included in a round, that payment is yours forever. So if the server acts maliciously or goes offline, you are still always able to perform a unilateral exit out of the system. I think that that's very different from a bridge leaking a pool of all users' funds. I think that there's a big difference in the stakes involved in each situation between scaling with ARC and Lightning as opposed to these bridges, which have a lot of historical examples of failures, and you have all this Bitcoin pooled in one place, and one person can take out the Bitcoin of many users. ARC, I will be transparent that with an ARC server, if you are in the state chain model for an intra-ARC payment, an ARC server could collude with a previous sender in some niche edge case scenarios, but having a payment a single payment reversed, or having to perform a unilateral exit back on chain is very different from everybody losing all their money from a bridge exploit. The consequences are dramatically different between the platforms.
Do you have other questions? Okay, George?
Yeah, so an important property of Bitcoin, of course, is that it's trustless, and that payments is an example of there's no other party involved in them. But stablecoins, as an example, there is a third party, right? There's the stablecoin issuer. So even if you make it perfectly safe on Bitcoin, there's still that counterparty. Is there an example in the rollup world of an application that does not have this counterparty problem? Because I find the stablecoin example less convincing because it does have an ultimate.
That's a great question. Thank you. Yes. While you do have the possibility of having trusted, centralized stablecoin issues, you also have what we call algorithmic stablecoins, where the stablecoin it is controlled by an algorithm. It's controlled by a smart contract, where it is transparent, could be audited, could be formally verified as well, and users they add liquidity by adding BTC through the stablecoin pool, and the pool will emit stablecoins based on that liquidity. You do have a couple of points of failures, but you can always scale more those points of failure. So you could have more than one oracle to determine what is the price of Bitcoin against dollar or euros. You could also have more pools distributed. So if one pool has a major flow, not all the liquidity goes down. But yeah, the users on both sides, they add the liquidity, but they also get the stable coins back. So there is no centralized stablecoin issuers. This is already available in other ecosystems, and it is quite nascent, like new, but it has been proven from the last 3 years that this can work, and we can bring those into the rollup.
Yeah. I think that that's a great explanation about stablecoins, and you get to talk about algorithmic stablecoins, but I don't believe that algorithmic stablecoins are essential for Bitcoin scaling. Is that a belief that you hold, that they are?
A belief that I hold is that novel use cases, novel users are central to Bitcoin scaling, not just payments. And stablecoins is one of those. A very compelling one, but not the only one.
I thought, just going back to the wrapped Bitcoin question, I thought that was a quite interesting point. Over the last, I think, year and a half, one of the most overwhelming trends has been Bitcoin moving from individuals to institutions, and that wrapped Bitcoin supply, I just looked it up, it's like 30 to 50 times as much as is on Lightning and Liquid and payments focused L2s. So I would be curious to hear from both of you how you think that. Do you see that as well? For Jose, how you think that a significant amount of that can be brought to Bitcoin-based rollups, and for Matthew, how you either see that kind of ending or layer twos. Do you see why do you think it's that big at the moment if Bitcoin is most useful for payments?
That's a great fact. Thanks for bringing that up. Yes, there is a huge amounts of rapid Bitcoin locked in other protocols that are not on Bitcoin, other bridges, layers, blockchains, whatever you want to call it, then on Liquid and Lightning combined 30x. This is this only shows that there is a lot of demand for you to use Bitcoin in novel use cases for novel users, and they are not being addressed in Bitcoin. They have to go outside of the Bitcoin ecosystem. Now, I think that close to 80 or 90% of those rapid tokens could be brought into successful rollup on Bitcoin.
Let's hear from Matthew.
I think that the interest of what people want to do with those wrapped Bitcoins is not the types of things they would use to transact on Bitcoin. I don't think people are using these wrapped Bitcoin in the crypto world because they want to use it to transact there. I think that they want to use them in these other types of games. I'm not convinced that that is long term. I think that that has peaked in the past, and I think that that comes and goes, but sovereign usage of Bitcoin for payments is a long-term sustainable usage for Bitcoin. we shouldn't be orienting ourselves towards all of these other different use cases which have a flash in the pan moment of excitement, like even meta protocols and ordinals have, and then it shifts and goes away. We can't be chasing those highs. We have to focus on the sovereign adoption for payments.
Do you feel like things like loans or lending can be done without rollups, or you just don't think that lending is even a necessity in the Bitcoin network?
I don't think that that's a necessity for Bitcoin. I don't think that that's essential. I think that there could be a place for that. I don't deny that this could coexist with Bitcoin along with payments, but when we're making changes to the protocol, when we're trying to make a vision of the path forward must be permissionless payments.
So you're gonna tell a Bitcoiner that only has Bitcoin that he cannot pay, he cannot have like pay his mortgage with Bitcoin, or he cannot get a BTC backed loan so that he can cover some expenses without selling his Bitcoin, taking a capital gains hit on top of that, or even selling in a bad bear market and getting like huge losses.
Those are valid use cases, but I don't think that all of those systems you're describing have to become Bitcoin native. I don't think that they have to all be touching the protocol.
So they will go to centralized custodians that can rug pull them and a bunch of other Bitcoiners at any time.
People send payments like this. If they send a payment to someone, they can't get it back even on Bitcoin. If I send somebody money with Bitcoin, that transaction is final. The money's not coming back. If I'm making a mortgage payment, it's the same trust model as buying a coffee at the store.
So I think the main disagreement here is not necessarily if rollups are interesting or if they can bring new use cases and new interesting things to Bitcoin, but if Bitcoin is necessarily only successful or scalable with rollups. Question from Stu?
Oh. Hey, so the literal motion is rollups are essential, and when we hear about that, it's not exactly that, but feels like that we are hearing also that maybe Lightning plus Arc is enough, and I would love to know what you think about this, if you think it's enough. And also another related question is that there's sometimes it also looks like we are debating not exactly rollups but bridges, and there are other things that I don't know if you would say RGB is a rollup or a sidechain. I don't know, but I believe that I think it uses bridges, and but they're not rollups. So I would like to know from you if, like, because I don't think like rollups are essential, but also I don't think Lightning and Arc is enough. And I want to know a little bit more about you about other kinds of payments and systems.
The one thing I would ask back to you is, do you believe that assets are what's missing on Bitcoin? If you're going to RGB, then your ultimate goal, I believe, is not just to make Bitcoin payments for transactions. That is something else. I believe that these are valid use cases. People can do all sorts of different computational tasks on Bitcoin, but once we start to define the path forward for scaling to include all of these different non-Bitcoin assets, then I think that we are starting to get off track.
Jose, you don't need necessarily to address like specific protocols, but do you feel like there's no other option for bringing out the things that you want to bring with rollups?
I mean, we could do all of this in a side system. We could do all of this in a trust me, bro, majority multi-sig bridge. But rollups bring a lot of security because, as I explained, for you to reorg a rollup like a side system, you need to reorg layer 1. Now, we have a new generation of bridges that are called BTVM-based bridges, and they are not majority multisig, they are one of n trust assumptions. So a rollup is a very good side system that is very secure, but also you need to pair that up with a very good, secure, state-of-the-art bridge with very fancy and very good protocols.
Stu. Hi. So right now Bitcoin blocks are full, but transaction fees are probably the lowest they've ever been. Like no one's using Bitcoin on chain. 50% of transactions are inscriptions, which you could argue are roll-ups maybe. They put data on chain and they're indexed off chain. So the debate is, are roll-ups essential? So are roll-ups essential to pay the miners in 15 years or so when the block subsidy is gone and there's no fees to secure the network?
Matthew?
I think that meta protocols, you mentioned Ordinal specifically, these cause a lot of fee spikes on Bitcoin. You have periods of a lot of excitement and a lot of hype where a lot of people are transacting and fees go up, but then they come and go and people go to the next thing. We can't be oriented in that direction. We have to focus on long-term sovereign adoption. Long term, do you think that we should be inviting these fee spikes? Do you think that fee spikes is a sustainable model for fee markets?
What do you feel like what can rollups contribute to the fee market? And
yes, rollups, pretty much they have a somewhat stable demand. So the data that they will have to inscribe on chain is going to be stable as well. You have less fee spikes, but I do think that you have more long-term security with miner fees, especially now that every halving the block subsidy goes down by half, and 2140 will come eventually that we don't have any block subsidy, and how are the miners will secure the network. So rollups can help long-term with that.
Aren't rollups taking a lot of the mining, a lot of the fees that users are paying to the rollup servers or coordinators instead of the miners?
No, because most of the fees in rollups, they will come from the data availability, what we call the cost of publishing that data on Bitcoin. And also, most of the activity on rollups will be not the ones that are already solved by other L2s like Arc or Lightning. So they will bring like novel use cases, novel activity to Bitcoin that will drive or will foment miner fees and miner security on layer 1.
Thank you. Last question from the audience.
I have one here. So basically what I'm understanding is that they're both different things. Okay, they're both different things, and the full motion here is like, are rollups essential? However, I do have one question, two questions actually. Exactly what are rollups? Because I have been reading about rollups, and this word is like thrown away like a lot, but I still don't understand exactly what constitutes a rollup. And another thing directly to that is that you said that they commit data to the chain, right? So they use block space to commit something that they're gonna analyze on their bridges, operators, or something like that, or on the nodes itself. In this way, I wanted to know like how big does this commitment gets? And I know there are being improvements. And apart from that, if that can like introduce
we
friction.
don't have much time. Let's see what Jose has to
introduce
answer.
friction regarding to this block space.
Real quick, rollup is a side system or a side chain. Yes, a side chain that has its own rules, but somehow inherits consensus from L1, from the layer 1 that sits on top of. It periodically, I don't know, every 6 blocks, every 10 blocks, every 2 hours, it will get the state diff, the difference of state from the last checkpoint to the new one, and it will grab the whole data that you need to recreate the state, the diff, compress it as much as possible, and then send it to the layer 1. This is because for you to reorg a rollup, you need to reorg L1 after certain depth, and also because if the rollups goes belly up, disappears, you can
Do you have something
recreate
to add,
everything
Matthew?
from layer 1 by reading the diffs.
The thing I really have to add that I would come actually is from the previous question, that the idea of rollups creating a long-term fee market on Bitcoin is a forward-looking statement. We only have Citrea online for a short period of time, and we can see the amount of fees that they've generated. Your platform is not online yet. We cannot make claims about how that will help generate fees a decade from now.
You can address that question in your closing statements. We now have 5 minutes each. Jose, you're first.
So I hope that tonight you have seen that scaling is not only about payments, that we do have to scale to other users, to other use cases, to institutions, to the world. And if Bitcoin wants to remain the #1 asset, decentralized asset in the world, it needs to scale to those users, it needs to scale to those institutions, it needs to scale to those use cases. If we don't do this in a trust minimized or trustless, decentralized, sovereign manner, it will go through custodians. We'll see more Terra Lunas, we'll see more FTX, we'll see more of those custodians going under. Now, if you want to buy a car, buy a house, but you don't want to sell your Bitcoin because you believe Bitcoin holds its value way better than any other asset in the long term, or because if you sell your Bitcoin, you're going to get a huge capital gains fee or tax on you. Now, if you want to do that with Bitcoin, getting a loan, you are going to have to give custody of your Bitcoin right now to a custodian. Those services exist. And that custodian can go under, and good luck getting your Bitcoin back. Now, we could do this in a much better way using rollups. And when you vote tonight, think about what scaling means. Take a look at the world around us. We just saw that the total value locket of rapid BTC assets in other chains, other protocols that are non-Bitcoin native or that doesn't even communicate with Bitcoin, it's 30x the total value locket in Liquid or Lightning channels or even Arc. Arc and Lightning, they only serve for payments. There is the other Arc that my opponent said. I think this might be the only thing that we agree here. The other Arc, it's not good because they are tying execution to a glorified VM, a trusted execution environment, which is a centralized point of failure. And we all know how many hacks trusted execution environments have. You can Google or, I don't know, search for TEE fail, and you see a whole list of how those things fail. There was another thing that I was gonna address that I forgot.
The fee market. Is there an actual fee pressure from rollups? An actual fee contribution to Bitcoin?
Yes. So we did had a launch of a rollup. That's Citrea. I have no idea what happened. They have 2 operators. One of the operators is them. This is not how you bridge a one-event bridge. This is pretty much like a multi-sig majority, 50% of one of 2. And they only have 10 BTC locket. So I have no idea how they did their launch. I'm really focused on my launch and what I believe it's best for Bitcoin. But imagine a bridge that you do have activity, that you do have 10, 15, 20 operators. Those operators, they are decentralized, distributed, and that you can get a mortgage, pay your mortgage, get a loan, use a stable coin without a centralized point of failure. This is the path forward with rollups. And for Bitcoin to scale, we need to not only scale payments. There are also good solutions for that, but we need to scale use cases and users and everything else in the best asset that was created by humankind, which is Bitcoin.
Matthew, you also have 5 minutes for your closing statements.
My opponent has been unable to substantiate the claim that rollups do a better job at scaling Bitcoin transactions than can be done with native systems like Lightning and Arc. What is missing is not a rollup, but organic demand and our ability to organize as developers. If Bitcoiners want to improve the state of the fee market, they must break into the mainstream and onboard, educate users into making Bitcoin payments with existing infrastructure powered by Lightning and on-chain payments. That is true adoption. Inviting crypto activity into Bitcoin and justifying it that it will make fees is not sustainable and destined for failure. It is not enough that rollups are unessential. It is actually even worse. They are a distraction. To say that they are essential is a distraction from all the work that went into the vision of scaling Bitcoin with Lightning. What were the past 10 years for? What was the point of SegWit and the block size wars? So that we could wait for trusted bridges to appear in 2026? This is not Satoshi's vision. They pull our attention away from what is proven to work and does not make a nice modular fit to extend the tooling which has come this far. To say bridges and rollups are the essence of Bitcoin is to discard the work that has already come. The belief that Bitcoin rollup technology is essential and will save Bitcoin, it is a fantasy. And it is the same fantasy that every bridge builder had before they got hacked and lost billions of dollars of users' funds. They believe that if we build a clever and complex system, users will come. But they don't, because technology does not create adoption. People create adoption. Bitcoin's future does not depend on building a better rollup. It depends on building a better movement with the payment tools we already have. We have on-chain payments that finalize in 10 minutes. We have Lightning for instant finality, and we have Arc to manage liquidity and scale to billions of users. Channel factories are on the way. Now we must organize, take action, and implement these systems. We don't need sequencers, challenge windows, or posting proofs. We need to use the tools we have already built and mobilize and head into battle. That is what is essential to the success of Bitcoin, not just as a payment technology, but as a movement of our personal and collective sovereignty.
Applauses again for both our debaters. Okay, so here's how it's gonna work. Okay, again. Okay, now I have it. So now you have the chance to vote again for the motion. You don't need to vote the same way you voted the first time. If you voted for yes, you can still vote for no now. If you voted for no, you can still vote for yes now. So the way we're gonna measure who's the winner of this debate is what's the percentage of the people who changed their minds during the debate based on the defenses that both our debaters had. So you have some time now to to vote. We had a very strong debate now with representatives of two great companies that are leading the way in the development of two different scaling paths to Bitcoin. One of them is more focused in scaling payments, as we've seen. The other feels like for us to scale Bitcoin, we need to bring some other use cases and some other capabilities to Bitcoin. Has everyone voted already? All good? Anyone else wants to vote? You're voting? Okay. We're gonna see the results appearing here when you all finish voting, and then we can crown the winner. All good? Everyone voted? Let's see who the winner was. Refresh.
On the right, or at the bottom, sorry. What? Scroll down. The winner is against the motion.
The winner is against the motion. Congrats, Matthew.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
It's hard to label, but at Alpine we do have a very big talent density. So we do research, we do complex engineering, we do open source. We also are very good with partnerships and building like a permissionless network. But yeah, let's get started. Thanks for the shout out, Lisa. So I'm gonna do BitVM3 intuitions. Hi, my name is Jose Storopoli. I go with Storopoli, my last name, on Twitter. I work at Alpine Labs, alpinelabs.io. And who here has heard about garbage circuits? Who knows how garbage circuits work? All right, this is a talk for you. Okay. So first of all, why do we doing this? Why do we using BitVM bridges? Because they have really nice guarantees. They are comprised of a federation, but it's not a majority trust network. It is only a single honest member suffices. So what does that mean? You can have 100 plus cosigners to do a trusted setup. You can have 100 plus operators in the bridge setup. And the guarantees is that it is safe and live. It means that nobody can steal deposits if you have one out of those n cosigners as live and honest, and nobody can stop a valid peg out if you have a single live and honest operator, or yes, operator. What is really nice is that you can become a member, so you don't have to trust anyone. BitVM3, garbage circuits, the collateral requirements, it's not that big, and someone or maybe a group of people can join together and become an operator, and they don't have to trust nobody but themselves for all activities in and out of the bridge. So comparison, we had BTM2. BTM2 was a really nice breakthrough, but we were doing everything on-chain. So we were verifying SNARK, a zero-knowledge proof, on-chain. So the assert transaction, which is when you are challenged in this optimistic protocol, you have to do an assert transaction that is 2 megabytes, half a block, and then to be finally disproven, someone would have to post a 4 megabyte transaction. So 1.5 blocks of Bitcoin just to prove that someone was a faulty operator. BTM3 moves that computation off-chain, so you don't need to do big scripts. Now the assert transaction is just 8 kilobytes, and the disprove transaction it's pretty much 200 bytes. So you go down from 6 megabytes to 8.2 kilobytes. There's a bunch of variations. There's like different styles of BTM bridges. There's like different implementations, but this is kind of like the BTM Alliance 1 that is somewhat canonical right now. Although nobody's building that, it is becoming the canonical bridge. So what is the key idea here? We have something called conditional disclose of secrets. This means that I have a really nice black box that we know that it is trustful black box. It will do what it's supposed to do. I come up with this black box. I give it a SNARK proof pi here. So okay, this is the proof that I did a bunch of computation, verified computation, and if I feed a false proof to the black box, I leak a secret. And this secret is used to slash my collateral on-chain in an optimistic protocol. So the setup is that we all agree on this black box that is going to leave off-chain. During assertion time, the operator posts, reviews the proof pi on-chain because we need authenticated inputs. So we use Bitcoin to authenticate inputs. I grab that proof pi from layer 1, from your on-chain transaction, I feed it to the black box. If the proof is correct, I learn nothing. If the proof is incorrect, I learn a secret that I can slash you. This could be like a preimage to a hash lock, for example. That's the main idea. Now, how do we build this black box? We do it with garbage circuits. Now, garbage circuits, they work on binary gates. And this is a single binary gate. This is the AND gate. You can have like XOR or OR gates and all of those nice little zoo of binary operations that everybody has learned in computer science 101. So here's A and B equals C. Now, these are the binary labels for the gate and the output. So this is kind of like a truth table. So as you can see, A0, B0, A and B, 0 equals 0, 0 and 1 equals 0, and so on. Now, this is a single gate. The key idea here is that you can build any black box, any Turing complete bounded function. You can build it just using binary gates. Now, the idea is that you garble this. So instead of using values, you use labels. A0, B0, C0, and this could be like, I don't know, hashes, or could be something, 20 byte IDs. And what you do is you have an encryption scheme that you encrypt with a key and message, and you get a ciphertext, and it's a symmetric encryption. And using the same key and the ciphertext, you can recover the message. Now, how you do it is really interesting. For example, for you to garble the output of the first row, which is C, 0 from A and B zeros, you pretty much use the key, the labels of A0 and B0. And the message is the label C0. And you do the same for all other rows of the table. And of course, you shuffle those rows because you want to hide information about them. So, and you also make this in a verifiable way. Now, what happens is that once someone is ready to run the garbage circuit, you just show this label on-chain, and you feed it to the gate, and then you get the correct output. So that's how a single garbling gate, binary gate works. Now, the idea is that you can compose a lot of those gates, billions of them, into a garbage circuit. And the input labels review corresponding output labels, and then you can pretty much go and follow through the whole circuit until you get an output in the end. And Snark verify circuits enables universal computation. This means that we can create an off-chain Snark verifier that you post the proof on-chain, but the verification is off-chain. And if the proof is false, you get to review the secret. And output label for false is the fraud proof. So if somehow you feed a false proof through this garbage circuit, it will output a secret that you can slash me on-chain, because that proves that I am a faulty operator or faulty member of the protocol. Now, quick comments on the evolution of BitVM GC schemes. So they are all based on YAO style garbling, which is from YAO in 1986. Good thing is that this thing is 40 years old. In cryptographic terms, this is pretty much like prehistoric. It's really old. So they are really simple. They are really bad because you need 100 gigabytes in circuit size to encode a Graph16, which is one Snark verifier. And for you to do this, the setup time is 30 minutes. Now, Liam Egan, who used to work at Alpen, he devised something called Glock. And the original paper, Glock, uses another Snark that is called designated verifier Snark in a protocol called Perry. And good is because it now reduces a lot to hundreds of megabytes of circuit size, but it is permissionless challenging, and also it uses some exotic cryptographic assumptions. So it uses as a designated verifier, a not so used Snark, Perry, and also binary curves, which is kind of like exotic. Now they have a new bridge called Argo. You might have seen Argo Mac, which is one part of the bridge. And there is something that they haven't published yet, which is they're calling the secret sauce. And Argo Mac with the secret sauce creates the Argo bridge. Now they claim, Egan, Liam, and Yingtong, which used to work at the Zcash protocol, and also in the Ethereum Foundation from the ZKID stuff. They claim that it is good. We do have a 32 megabyte circuit size, and you have permissionless challenging. So anyone can challenge. It is not permission. We do have a slightly larger on-chain footprint. And finally, we have a new one from Babylon, which is called Babe. And it based on Argomac and linear witness encryption. We did a whiteboarding session yesterday to go over what linear witness encryption means and all the primitives. So it is good because the circuit size, it's also small, 50 megabytes, but the bad thing is that it's permission challenging. So only a verified set of entities can challenge an operator or another member of the protocol. And how it works, so this is a very simple transaction graph. Most bridges, they have something like this. Alpen Labs doesn't have something like this. It is a little bit more complex. But how it works is that somebody deposits one BTC here, and this is under the bridge public key, music N of N, U textile set. And this whole graph is pre-signed. And every operator has its own version that they can span from this graph. Now, suppose I'm an operator and I want to do a withdrawal from the bridge. I go and I do the kickoff transaction. Here I put my pi labels on chain. So here's my proof that I can perform this withdrawal, and I can claim that deposit UTXO, that one BTC, is dutifully mine. now what happens is that we have two paths here. Either one that is very happy, optimistic, time locked for 1 week or 1 day, that I can pretty much withdraw, I can pretty much spend this 1 BTC, but this connector here is time locked, so if nobody challenges me, I get my 1 BTC out. There's another one called disprove, and this one, this connector here has a hash lock. That hash lock is my secret. If you get my pi labels that I posted on the kickoff transaction, not only it enables the withdrawal and disprove paths, but also if you feed this to the garbage circuits, and it spills out a pre-image, my secret, because the proof is invalid, then you can slash me right now, no time locks, and you can take the 1 BTC either for yourself or you can burn it. And also, we can add more collateral here, so if I get slashed or disproven, I also lose a lot of money. So that's how BitVM 3 works in a nutshell in intuitions, and I think we have a bunch of times for questions as well.
Thank you, Jose. I see that you're talking about like covenants usage on to make sure that I believe it's going to be like a check template verify kind of thing here.
Yeah.
How is that done without a covenant?
How that is done without what?
Without covenants.
Well, I mean, that's a really good idea for a research paper, but I do think that all covenants can be emulated with connector outputs and pre-signed transactions.
Okay, so connector outputs. Okay.
Yeah. All of those things, they are connector outputs. All of those 0 BTCs, BTCs, they are connector outputs. So I think that most people here don't know connector outputs. Who here knows what covenant means? All right, transaction introspection. So if I want this 1 bit, no, I think transaction hash can work.
Transaction hash.
Yeah, because we choose which parts of the transaction we want to do it in the template, in the covenant.
Yeah, thank you.
I think you can do with CTV, but then you do that bear script hack, which I think doesn't work anymore, and it's gonna annoy a lot of people if you do that. Yeah. But I don't know much details about that.
No, I don't know the details either, but if people want CTV specifically for the bear script hack, that sounds like a very bad reason for it, and we should just design something that does that is designed to do what people want to do with it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
56 different SIG hashes, and all bear script transactions. And first of all, they are non-standard, and also you need to patch your node to mine them.
So we're going to have a bunch of drama soon for another standardness rule change.
Yeah, and don't quote me on that, but one of the intentions surrounding those things is to show that we can do covenants. Right now, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be really ugly, and we should.
I like these arguments from fatalism, sort of as an approach, right? So you say, this is terrible, but it works, and we're going to do it, and you better
I'm not saying
do the
that.
soft fork. No, you're not saying that, but like one could say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a strategy that's out there.
Yeah.
It's kind of also a way to remove people's concerns, because one of the fears with covenants is like, oh, what if we get MEV, etc. And if you just say, well, it's a fait accompli, it can already be done, just embrace it, it just diffuses that concern.
Yeah, one can say that.
Which I guess all of BitVM is kind of a way to say that.
Yeah, I mean, BitVM is a really big, clever, unelegant hack to do covenants and verify computation on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
The whole thing is unelegant, but some parts within that unelegancy, they are elegant.
But I mean, here you're saying this particular tool could be made better with a simple covenant like TX hash or whatever.
Yeah.
But are you saying ultimately you don't need BitVM at all if you have even more powerful covenants, right? Or
No, because what BitVM allows is for you to verify a snark optimistically on Bitcoin.
We need a
if you
snark
had
opcode.
256-bit arithmetic or even 64-bit arithmetic in opcodes, I think you can do it without being optimistic in a sovereign, trustless way.
Or even just a snark verification opcode would remove all of BitVM.
Yeah. But then we are pretty much kicking the can down the road because we're going to have a discussion in 5-10 years that, yes, we're still stuck with that old snark and we need to upgrade to a new snark and we need a new soft fork, new opcode. So having the primitives of doing the whatever verification you want with ideally 256-bit operations or 64-bit operations is already a very good thing.
But how big would these be? If you just have these arbitrarily large arithmetic, do you still need like megabyte scripts, or is it kilobytes? Or
it can be, I think, under, if you have 256, don't quote me on that, but I think maybe under a kilobyte, probably. If you have 64
okay, but then the argument would be there's a bunch of these kilobyte scripts on the chain. If we had a dedicated snark verification opcode, you would make it smaller.
Yeah.
But then probably it would be computationally expensive, and so it would have to count as like more weight than a number of bytes, or maybe it might not even be useful to have an opcode then, if the opcode has to be very expensive, right? Because we have things like script checks, and they're limited, right? You cannot fill the whole block with check6. So you might end up with something similar where this snark code cannot be there. Like, you can't just fill the whole block with snark verifiers. And then you might as well just use the low-level script, and you can build any snark verifier you want.
Yes, you can do that.
For the same cost, eventually. Even if it takes more bytes, there's a limit, there's a constraint on the block, so you can't do more than that anyway.
Yes, and you can also, I don't know how more expensive they are compared to checking signatures. For example, a Raspberry Pi or a very low-end device, it can verify a lot of those zero-knowledge proofs. And also hardware is scaling in a very nice positive trend. So even very low chip devices, they can do batches of those zero-knowledge proofs. You can also do something
that... You can benchmark it against signature checks. That's probably the most relevant metric to compare it to. Yeah.
You can do that. I'm not sure if someone has done that, but you can do that. There was some recent work by Conduition on doing some benchmarkings around hash signatures again versus Schnorr signature verifications. Someone could do the same with zero-knowledge proofs. Thank you for the question.
Jose, I had like intuition about what you said, like the whole presentation was pretty good, but I want to know like how would that work on Alpen with like you have like operators, you have members. I still don't quite get the figure of like what is the whole role on each one of them. And like, for example, you said like some of them I could like verify them myself and it's permissionless. Would that mean that like I would run like an Alpen node on my computer and then try to verify or make proofs? Like how would that work?
So at Alpen, we are running a permission bridge, but you can always run a node and verify everything. You can always run a full node and verify everything. We do have full nodes. Alpen, the transaction graph is a little bit different. At Alpen, we have what we call the Linus bridge. This is the Linus bridge. And also, we have an alternate design that will be shared soon by Christian Leve that works with us. And we call that the Leve bridge. So the Leve bridge is a little bit different. The responsibilities are different. Who has to post things on chain. And also, I do think this is not defined yet, but I do think that we are going with a mix of, I mean, several people call this different. Some calls like operators and signers, some calls operators and watchtowers. The idea is that operator, they process the withdrawals and they have some collateral tied to the BitVM transaction graphs. And signers or watchtowers, they don't process withdrawals, they don't have collateral tied, but they are an extra liveness assumption and they are in the permission set that can challenge faulty operators.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Also, one, since we touched into Alpine specifics, if you go to the Glock paper, Garber lock, it is using the DV-Parry designated verifier snark in a binary curve, and it's very small. It is currently this word smallest snark. It's the proof size. It's even small than Graph 16. But our Glock bridge that we are launching mainnet this year is not based on DV-Parry. It's based on Graph 16. So it's a Graph 16 snark. So Graph 16 is a constant size, one of the most non-designated verifier, so everyone can verify the proof, is the world's currently smallest proof size, around 190 to 200 bytes. And DV-Parry, I think it's 120, 130. But its designated verifier is also constant size, and it is the world's smallest snark. No other zero-knowledge application has a snark that has a smaller proof size than DV-Parry, which is the one from the Glock paper.
You were saying like if no one else has questions, I'm just gonna like keep asking them. But like you said, right now BitVM Alliance is going towards a canonical state of BitVM. But
okay, let's talk about BitVM Alliance politics. So
yeah, what is BitVM Alliance?
Yes, BitVM Alliance. It is an alliance. I think we have several members of the alliance. Most notably, I think the ones that are, this is not Alpine's opinion, this is my opinion. The ones that are serious, I think it's Alpine, Citria, and Babylon. I think we do also have other members, but they have like their own tokens and so on. So you take any conclusion out of that. And we also have other players that revolve around the alliance. They're not members, like Fargate Labs. They're doing a lot of stuff with BitVMX and so on. And the BitVM Alliance, it's not only coding BitVM bridge primitives and canonical protocols, but also auditing those protocols in a shared pool of resources. Everyone kind of like donates to the alliance to audit those things. Zalek just audited the BitVM2 bridge, but recently it's starting to like do some forks and some splits off. So Citria is using kind of like, they use some primitives from the BitVM Alliance bridge, but their bridge is not the same as the one that's BitVM Alliance. We also use some primitives from the Alliance, but our bridge is different than Citria. Babylon is doing their own thing as well. So that's the whole state of the BitVM Alliance.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? We have plenty of time to more discussions.
There is also a recent company that was founded by Robin Linus, Ying Tong, and Liam Egan, which is called IDEO. And they are aiming to build a bridge, which is the Argo bridge, because they pretty much are the ones, two of the three co-founders, they are the authors of the Argo bridge. And the Argo bridge, they are going to do a bridge only for a shielded CSV side system, which is a shielded client-side validation, which is a paper that Liam Egan and Robin Linus published in 2024, I think, which is for very private and minimal on-chain footprint payments, very focusing on payments.
Is there any like very clear advantages that like the Glock setup would have over an Argo-based setup, like assuming that you built or you had like equal time and resources to build each?
So Glock was done in 2025 and maybe mid-2025, I think. And Babe was just announced 2 or 3 weeks ago. These things are really moving fast. So right now, there is also some research in Alpen that will even improve upon Babe. The problem is that those things keep increasing, advancing, and getting better, and so on, more efficient. At one point, you have to say, okay, let's freeze this whole thing and let's go with this design, because you need to build a lot of engineering stuff, a lot of tooling, a lot of clients, a whole ecosystem around it. And you also need to audit. You also need to go after the partnership. So we are launching with a Glock design focused on Graph 16, not on DV Parry. And probably we'll do a bunch of updates that will make the bridge more efficient, moving towards something like Babe or Argo and so on. But right now we are locked for mainnet this year with Glock and Graph 16.
I guess related follow-up question is, like how many more variables are there to optimize? Like it seems like all of the big costs have virtually gone to zero, including like on-chain footprint, off-chain data, like computation.
I mean, a lot of the things they pretty much depending on how many breakthroughs we have in cryptography, in like cutting edge cryptography. I mean, yesterday we discussed linear witness encryption. So if someone can come up with a way to do Graph 16 in a witness encryption setup, then pretty much you don't need a Bitcoin bridge. You can do this with a very simple transaction graph, and it's pessimistic, non-iterative, instead of being iterative and optimistic. Pipes also have done that, but their ciphertext from the witness encryption is 338 terabytes. So yeah, but it's pessimistic and it's non-interactive. But the ciphertext that you need to communicate off-chain is 338 terabytes. And there's Snark. It's recently published, so it's a new Snark that's based on affine transformation, something like this. I don't know how. They don't have like a proof, a really good reduction proof that the scheme is secure. They have like some proof of correctness under certain assumptions. I can say you that the lower bound is the size of the Graph 16, maybe 200 bytes, and no interactive. But we need to. Also, you heard about Pipes V1, which uses functional encryption and indistinguishable obfuscation, I/O, which is not feasible yet. I don't know if it will be feasible, but theoretically it's possible.
Okay.
Depends on a lot of things.
Yeah.
Question about permission challenging. What I heard, rumors or opinions, is that generally you would say permission challenging is bad because permission bad, but because you have this one of n set up anyway, it's fine as long as the permission is one of n. But then, if I understand that correctly, then it's still bad in the long term, because as soon as you have a covenant opcode, as soon as you have something like TX hash, then you can have 0 of n. Or does that not actually solve the permission, the one of n problem? No, I guess not, right? There's a separate problem. You want covenants to get rid of the pre-signing, but if you want actual permissionless challenging,
I think that covenants might get you permissions challenging.
A different kind of covenant, so more than TX hash, or?
I don't know. I need to get some days off and work on that. But I don't know. I think that they could they could. I would be surprised if, I don't know, maybe I'm making a fool of myself, but I think that you can get permissionless challenging if you have some sort of strong covenants here.
Yeah. But I guess my follow-up question is, if I look at the two last lines, Argo versus Babe, given the criteria you're giving, it looks strictly worse. It's a bigger circuit and it needs permission, but I'm sure the authors like it. So what?
Well, how it works is that Babylon bought early access to ArgoMac. And so they went ahead and already published Babe. But Argo, it's a bridge that the second part of the bridge, the ArgoMac something, equals Argo, is not published yet. So yes, Babe is slightly worse than Argo, but once Argo goes public, maybe Babe can, Babylon or Alpine or Citria can do further optimizations.
Oh, that's what the secret sauce is.
Yes, the secret sauce has not been published yet. No,
Okay,
no, the
so
secret sauce,
Argo has the secret sauce, and that's how they get 32 megabytes. Babe does not have the secret sauce.
Yes.
Okay.
And we don't know what secret sauce is
Magic.
yet. What?
Magic.
Yes, or you can pretty much buy early access as well, if you want to know early.
No.
Yeah.
I was thinking, like, in the versatility scenario, what are the attack surface on this? Sorry?
There's a talk about?
Oh, is there attack?
Yeah, but they are like, I think, attacks on different bridges.
Yeah, so there's going to be a talk about historic bridge hacks across the crypto ecosystem.
So, first of all, the canonical ones, you could have a bug and so on, but most of the, so how it works in a roll-up style side system, it means that when you post a proof and you want to spend a deposit from the UTXO as an operator, from the bridge UTXO set to yourself, you post three things. First, you post that you were assigned to fulfill a withdrawal in the side system, or in a checkpoint to the L1, and it's in the canonical Bitcoin chain. Otherwise, you can run your private fork and say, hey, I have a transaction here, and see, I was assigned it. So you post that there is like a signed checkpoint from the rollup sequencer that you were assigned to fulfill a withdrawal. Second thing that you do is that you fronted the user the withdrawal on L1, on the canonical Bitcoin chain. And what was the third thing? I think those are the major two things. And the third thing is that all of this happened in the canonical Bitcoin L1. Yes. So once you have those things, you construct a graph-16 proof for those things. And that's how you spend a withdrawal to yourself from the BitVM UTXO bridge set.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Jose. A big round of applause for that. Nifty. I run Bitcoin++. I was really excited about writing a cool talk about how to, whenever there's an exploit in code, one of the things, so I worked on Core Lightning for about full-time for about 5 years. I still occasionally help out with the project with like PRs, and there's some bugs that I need to go fix at some point. But one of the things that was cool about the project, and hopefully I'll do a talk and maybe post it online later, when you find an exploit in code or an exploit is relayed to your project, one of the things that's important to do as a maintainer of a project is to make sure that when the code gets shipped with the fix in it, you don't make it obvious that you're fixing an important thing. So that because this is open source, right? That means it's hard to hide fixes to problems just as much as it's hard to, because you don't want to like alert people that there's a fix coming until the fix has been added to the code and it's been patched and like shipped and you've given people enough time to update, at which point you can then let people know, hey, there's been a patch thing, etc. So we used to do this in Core Lightning. People would be like, hey, there's a bug. We'd have to figure out how to patch it, submit the patch to an open source repository, package up a fix, ship it on our normal, usually pretty normal release cycle. Give people enough time to update, tell everyone they should update, and then at some point in the future you can tell people what the bug is. Anyways, so I'm hoping I'll be able to do that. That was originally what it was, hiding exploits in plain sight, but kind of from the maintainer perspective. Unfortunately, I was a little busy making conference stuff happen, so I didn't have time to put the talk together, but I promise I'll do it later. Instead, Judy's here from the Human Rights Foundation, who's one of our big sponsors for conferences this year. We're very grateful for their support. In addition to supporting conferences and events like Bitcoin++, HRF also has a Bitcoin developer grant program, which allows developers who are working in the space to apply for grants. You guys were really kind of, I think, HRF was one of the original projects. They used to do bounties. How many of you here have heard of the Cashew Open Cash Association project? Fun fact, Callie started working on that because he was going after a bounty that the Human Rights Foundation had put up for the best implementation of an eCash thing. So he created the Cashew protocol and has submitted it in response to this challenge that the Human Rights Foundation has had. So I think they're great, and along with lots of other great projects that they've supported, it's been one of, I think, a really great supporter of kind of both putting out, hey, these are cool things that we'd like to see from a human rights perspective in Bitcoin, as well as I think challenging people to make sure that they're keeping an eye on the human side of what building freedom tech actually looks like. So this is Judy. Judy, do you want to maybe talk a little bit about what your work is at the Human Rights Foundation and maybe how you ended up coming to work for them?
Sure. Okay, great. It works. So hi, everyone. My name is Judy. I work with the Human Rights Foundation. I'm on the Bitcoin Development Fund team. So I handle the Bitcoin Development Fund operations. So basically, it's about managing the grant application process. So first of all, how many of you have heard of the Bitcoin Development Fund? Okay, great. That's quite a number of people. So yeah, as you're aware, over time, what we've done is we now have an entire application process that starts off with the Bitcoin Development Fund form. And so what we usually expect people to do who want to apply for grants is they start off with that form. So that kickstarts your journey through our grant pipeline.
Run the gauntlet of challenges to end up the end with some sats from HRF right now.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, so I promise you guys we're actually trying to improve our processes. So I know maybe some of you have been in the pipeline for a while. So first of all, I'm sorry. But yeah, we are improving our processes. So I hope over time it's going to get much easier. So that's one of the reasons why I was put on board as well to help out with that. And yeah, I'm around if you have any questions about that.
Here's a great question. So when you guys get applications in, is there anything in particular that you're looking for in applications? So like, what kinds of projects might be eligible to get money from HRF? Is it like, I'm working on an open source project in Bitcoin? Is it, I found a bug and want to, I don't know, fix it? Like, what kinds of stuff for you guys, maybe like, even historically, or like maybe like going forward, would you like to see maybe more of people applying for grants?
So generally, we have a very specific mission with the Bitcoin Development Fund. So just to summarize it, it's really making sure that Bitcoin and associated freedom technologies are useful tools for human rights activists and human rights defenders all over the world. So it's basically, what can you do that makes it easier for them to use this technology? So of course, if you find a bug and you want to fix it, that is important in the long run, because I'm just going to use something like Bitcoin Core, for instance, right? Let's say you find a bug in Bitcoin Core. That is important to fix, because obviously you want the technology to survive. Because a lot of these activists who are using Bitcoin in their work, they depend on its survival, for instance. Or let's say you find a bug somewhere in, Lightning, or maybe in some other associated freedom technology, let's say like Nostr or something like that, and you're like, oh, I want to work on fixing this, but I need support, for example. That's something that would align, because there are people that do need all of these technologies, and basically we want it to survive. A lot of people use this in their work. So these are some of the things that we would look at. And if you are trying to put in an application, what I would usually advise is really look at our mission. You'd see it on our website as well, and ask yourself critically, how does this align? Obviously, if you want to work on something like Web3 or like NFTs, I mean, I'm sorry, just forget about that, right?
Well, people can work on that, but HRF probably will not be supporting their grant application.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I'm just speaking on the context of like the BDF, right? Like, if you want to do it as a hobby, that's on you, but I mean, don't go through the pipeline for that.
That's cool. I mean, so I think you kind of touched on something interesting, which is, HRF really wants Bitcoin to succeed. Like, if there's bugs, that's something that you guys are interested in supporting, people fixing. Can you maybe say a little bit more about why Bitcoin is an important project for the Human Rights Foundation to be submitting, like taking their resources and the money from their donors and helping support the Bitcoin ecosystem?
So basically, what we believe is that financial freedom is a very important cornerstone for human rights. I like to give examples. So one of the easiest ways for a human rights organization, or even just an activist, to be silenced is by limiting access to their money. It's a very fast and effective way for governments to stop them. And unfortunately, that is something that we see happening time and time again. You don't have to look too far before you find an example of how money is being weaponized against people who are trying to do something good for their countries, trying to do something good for their people, and trying to speak up against tyranny. And so what we realize is that Bitcoin is a very useful tool to overcome this challenge. And so it's important for it to survive, basically. And even when you have things like, communications, like, for example, using things like Nostr, it really helps them in their work in order to continue giving them a platform to speak out. So I think that's really what I mean when I say that we want this to survive, because just think about it. If you do not have access to your money today, you can imagine how embarrassing that would be for you, just as a regular person, not to now talk about someone who is actively speaking up for democracy. Like, maybe they want transparent elections in their country, and all of a sudden they don't have access to their financing. That can be a very embarrassing situation. And at that point in time, when you challenge people with their money, it's like you're forcing them to stop speaking out against tyranny. And that is definitely a problem. If people are not able to speak out openly, how do you expect positive change to happen? That's not going to happen, And so Bitcoin is a very useful way of breaking that cycle of silence. So yeah, like, obviously you want something like this to survive so that people have that platform. And even when you're looking at it in a lot of authoritarian regimes, like, finances are also weaponized against the people. just regular people, even if you're not looking at it only from the human rights defenders aspect. I know like not many of us have one-on-one interactions with activists, but we do have one-on-one interactions with our friends or our neighbors or like people who are just the regular person on the street, right? Unfortunately, in authoritarian regimes, finances are also weaponized against the people as a whole. And that's definitely a problem, you know? And Bitcoin really gives people an opportunity to have something better. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think the human rights angle is one that, as technologists, I think a lot of cypherpunks and early people were very interested in removing the power of the state to have a say over their money. And it's so cool, I think, to see the Human Rights Foundation really kind of start connecting the work that you guys activists are doing with the work that the Bitcoin technologists are doing, if that makes sense, and really trying to say, like, okay, you guys have built these really cool tools. Here's a group of people that really can use free, like, money without borders, so to speak, money that's self-sovereign, that doesn't rely on government, that isn't permissioned. How can we take the tools and the protocols that all these smart developers have built and developed and really kind of start connecting it to the work that activists are doing on the ground, right? So I've been to a few events that the Human Rights Foundation has run. They run something called the Oslo Freedom Forum, which is a really awesome opportunity to get to meet a lot of the activists that are working across the globe to protect human rights, both to transact but also to run their own government, so to speak. And it's been really cool to see Bitcoiners show up for these projects and I think really support the work that the Human Rights Foundation is doing to make these activists more effective at the work that they're doing. So that's really cool. Have there been any projects, so you help run the application pipeline for the Bitcoin Development Fund at HRF. Are there any projects that you've seen kind of come through the pipeline that are like maybe a good example of the sort of project that you guys are excited to support?
So right off the top of my head, I don't want to give specific examples of stuff that are still in the pipeline, but I can give examples of some that have already gone through the entire pipeline and eventually secured a grant. So I'm from Africa. I know there are not many of us here. So I'm going to speak from the African perspective. Now, in Africa, we have like over 50 countries, right? But the problem is, despite being such a large continent, we're not even really connected with each other. And that's a problem. So it's like, imagine you're moving from one border to another, just as a regular person, mind you, I'm not talking about it only from the activist perspective, just as a regular person. You have to go through a lot of hurdles in order to, one, get there, two, even like interact financially with your counterparts in the other place, right? So you can already imagine how difficult it is for an activist. For a regular person, it's already very difficult, not to now talk about an activist. Because unfortunately, our reality is that most of the continent is under authoritarian regimes. That's just a fact. It's very unfortunate, but that's just the case, right? But when you have like freedom technologies and like interesting Bitcoin tools, it helps to reduce that barrier. I like to use this example. It pops the top of the box open for a lot of us. And I think one of my favorite projects is Tondo. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. Yep, some have heard of it. That's great. So Tondo is basically a Bitcoin bridge that works in Kenya. I love that because it makes it easy for you to spend Bitcoin while the other person gets it as Kenyan shillings into their M-Pesa accounts. So M-Pesa is basically, just to summarize what M-Pesa is, it's like their mobile money system. So it's something that's pretty popular. Everybody uses it, like most people use it, most businesses use it. And so you don't really need to move around with a lot of cash when you're in Kenya, right? But just think about coming from another country into Kenya. You have to start thinking about changing your local currency into the US dollars. From US dollars, you need to get Kenyan shillings. That means you end up losing value throughout. Not to now talk about an activist moving from one point to another. They already go through even more hurdles than the regular person does, right? So this particular project makes it possible for you to spend your Bitcoin and literally transact like a local without having to explain so much to the other person that, oh, can you like accept some Bitcoin so I can make this transaction? And that just makes transacting really seamless. It's non-KYC. So someone who is, let's say, for example, someone who's a refugee who had to flee a difficult situation, they are able to use this as well. Because just think about it, you flee from your country, you might not have been able to take anything like ID with you. And this is a real case. It happens, right? Or like you never really know what tomorrow might bring. You might be in that type of situation. And so just by having this type of bridge, you're able to survive. Because you could download a Bitcoin wallet that is like non-KYC, ask someone to send you some Bitcoin, and you can still survive. So it really opens up that opportunity for you to not be limited by the current system. So I really liked how that project makes this possible for a lot of people. And recently, there was an article written about how this person, first of all, I'm going to ask this question. How many of you are aware of the situation that happened in Tanzania some months ago? No? Right, so there was a situation in Tanzania, like some sort of political situation that happened, and so people's access to the internet was even cut off. So this person's mother somehow made it from Tanzania to the Kenyan border. Now this person had been teaching their mother to save in Bitcoin, right? Somehow she makes it to the border. Mind you, there's no internet, so like to contact this person's mother was already a bit challenging, right? She somehow makes it to the border. And they were able to send her help using Tondo. So you have a lot of stories like this, but I feel like having a project that we've supported being used in such a situation, it's amazing to see what, as a community, I'm not just saying it as, a single person, as a community, as everybody who's been working on Bitcoin, like, different parts of it have been able to achieve in this family's life is fantastic. And I like how we're able to, we're able to talk about there being options like this. Because when you think about the financial systems as we have it, it's very difficult to think of anything else that would have provided that level of help, and response to that situation. So I feel like these are things that, are powerful.
Was she able to get across the border then with the Tando? Does that help her like escape the Tanzania or
the Tanzanian situation? Yeah, like as soon as she got to the Kenyan border, they were able to like use Tondo to make things like payments and stuff like that. So yeah, it was great because just think about, right off the top of my head, I can't think of any alternatives that she would have been able to use in that kind of humanitarian crisis. Like I said, as a regular person who just wants to maybe do something fun in another place, right? You're already not able to do this, not to now talk about someone fleeing a difficult situation.
You guys fund projects across the globe, right? So if someone wanted to apply maybe from Brazil or Argentina or Chile or maybe Africa, those are all like applications that you would consider equal to a project that's coming from like the United States, right?
Yeah, definitely. So like we've supported projects from like over 60 countries. Yeah, we've touched basically, a lot of the continents, and I feel that's something that I'm pretty proud of that, to be honest, because I know that there are situations when some places might feel ignored, but I feel we've done a pretty good job covering a lot of the world, let me say. So yeah, like we receive applications from all over the world basically, and it's not something that I think is taken lightly, let me put it that way, because you have a lot of people working on very interesting things, right? So yeah, it's not like, let me just put it like this. I feel like the main thing that we're looking at really is mission alignment. So like, if you feel like, oh no, I'm from this corner of the world, like, do I stand a chance? No, apply. You get what I mean? Apply. Like, you never know, right? Just apply. Your application is going to get a fair look, that I can assure you of.
Oh, that's awesome. So if someone was in the audience, like we're almost done. I guess, are there any current, so clearly it's aligned with the mission, which is to make access to freedom technologies maybe more accessible to activists and people working across the globe. Is there any other particular aspect of your mission that projects might be in alignment with?
Can you?
Yeah, when someone's making an application for their project, what kinds of parts of the Human Rights Foundation mission are good ones to tie to think about when they're applying?
Oh, okay. So yeah, when you're looking at our form, for example, we have all these categories for where your project falls under. So yeah, you can pick whatever category your project would fall under. But I think another thing to look at when you're looking at mission alignment, I would say the best way I would describe the situation is probably put yourself in the shoes of someone, like an activist who's going to use this, and start critically asking yourself, okay, if I were in this situation, how would my project be useful? And so I think one thing I like to tell people is challenge yourself to also read some activist stories and try and understand. Because we can get so caught up with what we're doing, we don't really look at another person's story. So probably watch some of the videos of activists who attended the Oslo Freedom Forum. That's always a nice way of understanding that perspective. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for hopping up here last minute with no preparation or anything to talk about the work that you guys are doing at the Bitcoin Developer Fund and the Human Rights Foundation. Is it okay if I share the link for the application to the Telegram group for people who are interested in applying?
Sure.
Okay, great. And then if people have questions, of course, they can come ask you. I know we're over on time, but I think we have I think we're gonna hit. There's nothing after this. Maybe we have 5 minutes for the audience if anyone has any questions for Judy. I'm apparently really bad at leaving time for questions. That's okay. We'll be okay. Okay, cool.
Hey, thank you for the panel discussion, fireside chat. Some people recommend to grant appliers to apply to a bunch of different granting organizations. I'm curious from the perspective of the granting organization, how do you feel about that? Would you prefer individuals only apply to a single grant, or do you encourage people to apply to many?
So for us, we're not exclusive. So it's if you're applying to us, yeah, feel free to apply to a bunch of other organizations as well. We're not going to tell you not to. You can. If you do get a grant from them, I encourage you to be transparent about it, disclose. That would be great, but it's not like we stop you from applying to us if you have applied to other organizations.
Cool, thank you.
Hi, Judy, thank you. What is the level or the differences between the grants that you give for specific developers, projects, or educators? Do you have how do you channel those grants? Do you have, 80% goes to developers, 20% of those grants goes to educators, or do you have any sort of separations of those levels, or it just depends on what type of people are actually applying and deciding about the different projects, for example? I don't know if I was clear. Sorry, I can rephrase it if you want it.
No, I understand you. To the best of my knowledge, no, we don't have that. Only a specific percentage goes to this, only a specific percentage goes to that. We don't have that.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Got it. You don't have to just be sitting in the front to have a question, by the way.
Do you have a short list of a wish list for things that you would hope more developers focused on, either technical areas or just problem areas? Do you have any ideas that you want to share to developers?
We don't have a wish list per se. I think that's one of, I mean, I'm just speaking personally, right? I think that's why I encourage developers to watch some of the talks from activists who have spoken at the Also Freedom Forum. Because I think that that would really help developers understand what kind of things people in these circles would need. 'Cause it's a challenging thing, right? Like having to think about it from the, ooh, technical, this thing's so much fun perspective to someone actually depends on my work, you know? And when you think about that, it really puts your work into perspective, you know? So that's just my own personal advice. Like, probably watch some of our talks. They're up on YouTube. You know, watch some of the talks from activists. Probably read some of their experiences. I encourage you all to also subscribe to our Financial Freedom newsletter. That's also very helpful for you to understand what's going on around the world. So yeah, probably this is something that would help provide some information or some like guidance of some things.
Yeah, like Y Combinator has their like call for startups where they're like, hey, these are interesting things that we think would make good startups in our program. I'm thinking it would be cool for like if HRF had like a list of like project ideas or something like, it would be cool if people were working on these things, just to give developers ideas.
I will take that to the team.
Yeah.
Any other questions? It's great. Well, Judy, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming all the way from Kenya to be in
Nigeria.
Brazil.
I came in from
Oh, I'm
Nigeria.
sorry, Nigeria. Coming all the way in from Nigeria to join us for our Bitcoin Plus here in Florianópolis. And I'm really looking forward to seeing you at future events. So
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good to go. Hello, everyone. I am Stu, aka StuTXO, aka the Libitbu King. I work at Char Network. Maybe one day you'll find out what that is, and maybe one day I'll also find out. So today we're going to talk about the top 10 epic pwned bridge moments in crypto history. All right. What is a bridge? Okay, so a bridge is a structure that is built over a river, road, or railroad to allow people and vehicles to cross from one side to the other. Some examples here. Damn, bro. The bridge rug, no cap. This is a bridge. This is my favorite bridge. Some people, they call it London Bridge, but it's actually Tower Bridge. This is the best picture I could find, and the sky is still grey, so that sums up London. All right, so what actually is a bridge? The Liquid network is a sidechain, and you bridge your Bitcoin to the sidechain. You send the Federation your Bitcoin, and then you ask them nicely if they can give it back to withdraw back to Bitcoin. So that's technically a bridge. This is a Citra is like a new age bridge, I guess. BitVM style bridge, but similar thing. You send them the Bitcoin, and they mint some CBTC on the side chain, and then they control your funds, and then maybe they'll also let you get them out. You could say Fediment is also a bridge. It's the same thing. You're sending them Bitcoin, and then they're minting eCash, and then they hold the Bitcoin, and then they'll let you get it back, maybe. And I guess like anything with that's a multi-sig is kind of just a bridge. Like Coinbase, they have this distributed multi-sig like MPC stuff to secure their Bitcoin in cold storage. Okay, that's kind of a bridge. They just use SQL as their blockchain, so that's cool. And the biggest Bitcoin bridge, I guess, is WBTC. So it's wrap Bitcoin, which is the same thing. You send your Bitcoin to these guys, BitGo and His Excellency Justin Sun, and then they mint some WBTC and all these other chains on Ethereum. So it's just another multi-sig. Okay, so we're going to go through the top 10 bridge hacks by value, I guess. A lot of these are going to be North Korea, so you can try and guess what ones we're bridging to. The original title of this talk was going to be building bridges to North Korea, but apparently I can't name my talk that. So, okay, so number 10. We got Orbit Bridge, which I'm sure everyone's heard of. This is some random, bridge cross-chain bridge thing. This is we're starting off at a low value of $81 million. Okay. This guy's look like the bridge was hacked. You're going to see a lot of these are going to be like these wrap tokens or and stable coins. I'm guessing stable coins when the bridge gets drained of stable coins, the issuer just says, all right, we don't count that anymore. So sometimes it's not that useful to get these USDT tokens. So this is the CEO saying we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused our community. That's a nice message. And it says their security officer I guess their ex-security officer had changed a firewall policy, which is not great. Let's see who the chief officer in question is. Who's this guy? Okay. So now I'm guessing there's not much information about this, but I'm guessing they somehow got a private key by exploiting this firewall thing this guy changed. But then the EVM contracts, this is like a common theme in all our bridge exploits here is they're all using EVM, and EVM is a Turing complete joke, I guess. And they're writing these contracts, and there's bugs in these contracts. So it's very easy to make. I guess when they're writing this code in Solidity, there's lots of bugs that come up. So this bug is just allowed if you had a private key, which I guess they somehow got from the security officer guy, or maybe he got the private key himself. You could just fake that to get to the withdrawal threshold. And also these bridges, the contracts have limitations, so you can't. It's like, I guess exchanges have these where you can only send 0.1 Bitcoin a week or something. So they all have this to protect a situation like this. But this function just didn't do that. It just didn't work. So they got wrecked. Okay, so number 9 is Hecko Bridge. This is a bridge to one of those exchange networks. The exchange ran by this guy who was mentioned earlier. He holds one of the keys to the biggest bridge in Bitcoin. Okay, so they're trying to figure out what happened here. They're going to do an investigation. Investigation was someone just got a private key. I don't know. They got the private keys and they just drained the bridge. It's like, okay, this is the kind of thing we're dealing with here. Get wrecked. Who was it? Who was it? Okay, this guy again, supposedly. So, okay, number 8 is Harmony Horizon. 100 million. We're up into the triple digits now. So we got this tweet. Harmony team has identified a theft. Okay, and this one, there's a 2 of 5 multi-sig, the bridge. Okay, so you need 2 keys to spend, And it turned out both of these keys were held in the same key management service. So someone was able to, I guess someone working at this company or bridge or whatever, they managed to get the keys and then drain the bridge. So I guess this is a bridge secured by AWS Secret Manager, which didn't go too well. Get wrecked. Okay. And yeah, supposedly this was also this was a North Korean one. Okay. Confirmed by the FBI. I don't know how much this, like, I guess it's not. It's easy to just say North Korea hacked your bridge because it sounds like then it's not your fault or something. I don't know. Number 7 is multi-chain. This one, here's their little announcement. They've suspended the use. It's a common theme that they can. This is meant to be some kind of decentralized bridge, but they can just turn the bridge off at any time, apparently. So yeah, this is the amount they got here. They got some USDC, some WBTC, and the team is not sure what happened and is currently investigating. Okay. Turned out that I guess they were needed to investigate themselves because the CEO and his sister got arrested for just rugging the bridge. So that's not good. Get shreked. Okay, this one was not North Korea, so North Korea did not. They didn't get this one. Unlucky. All right, this one is really interesting. This is actually the first one that's actually like a kind of interesting exploit. So 190 million for Nomad. So basically, the attacker could use they could send any message to the bridge that the bridge had never seen for a withdrawal. And then they're allowed to get their funds out. So it's kind of they have all these different chains. They have the home chain, and then you can send these messages get sent around. And then if it was one that these guardians had never seen before, then it kind of acted as if it was valid. So what happened here was they had this function to initialize when a message came in. Which committed to some kind of root. And before, this would have been like some kind of hash or something. But here in this function, they say, so confirm that, and then whatever the root hash is equals 1. And then later, they updated another contract to pass in, instead of the committed root that got passed in was some hash, they just passed in some zeros, so 0 bytes. So what ended up happening is if it's the first time this software saw the message, the root, you could just pass in a message of your root was 0 bytes, and then it would check this, and it says, all right, committed root is meant to equal 1, so 0 is meant to equal 1, and then it returned time is 1. And then it used this return block.timestamp. So if the message has been seen after the timestamp, then they know that it's like a new one or something. But obviously, 1 is the timestamp is always going to be greater than 1 that gets returned. So then this function here, the process function, it checks this the root hash. And then it returns true. So it lets the hacker just take or craft these transactions that can just do whatever they want. So this is it. This is the transaction that lets anyone anywhere. You can submit this to the bridge, and then they can do anything they want. So this was like a very interesting social event that happened, I guess, on crypto Twitter, because you could just copy it, and if you wanted to abuse it, you can just go ahead. So yeah, if everyone exploits the bridge, there's no way they can prosecute us all. So this is going through some of the addresses that stole the most. There's 14 addresses that stole over 2 million. This group, they stole 4 million. This group C, 5 million, and then in total 54 million or so. And they were being all tracked from chain analysis, I guess. Yeah, but the nice thing is, if you stole some money from the bridge, and and you gave it back, they ask you, okay, if you give my money back, we'll give you a nice hat. We'll give you an NFT hat, so you can claim. So obviously everyone flooded, and they just sent their money back to get this little hat. I guess I don't know. So wrecked, I guess. This picture is probably not that appropriate right now, but anyway. Did Korea, I guess, North Korea, obviously they joined in, because why not? Everyone's joining in. It's fun. So maybe they were group someone here, but yeah, they apparently stole some funds too. Cetus Bridge, the Sioux Bridge, Sioux. These guys, this is recent. This is like this year, so this is a good one, I guess. They obviously haven't learned anything from the last like 5 years, but yeah, this is a library level vulnerability. So they were checking for like an overflow, and they used the wrong like threshold, I guess. So yeah, they would overflow the value, and someone did this, so they ended up sending one token into the bridge, and then they went to withdraw their token, and they could just withdraw everything. So that's kind of dumb. Yeah, wrecked. And this was not North Korea, unfortunately, for them. I mean, fortunately, I don't know. Okay, wormhole. This one's like a famous one, I think. 300 million we're up to now. They've taken the network down for maintenance. And then the next tweet is, we've been exploited for 120,000 Ethereum. Okay. So this is actually like a Solana exploit. So it's a bridge from Ethereum to Solana. And they left this little message on Ethereum. I guess it's kind of like their version of a not return. We noticed we're able to exploit Solana. We'd like, present you a bug bounty of 10 million, and then they'll tell them give the funds back, I guess. So what happened here was, I guess there's the bridge requires these like verified action approvals to happen, or like messages to happen. So someone generated like a fake one of these and sent it to the bridge. And on Solana, they need to verify the Guardian signatures using SecP 256K program, but there's no native program on like Solana, I guess. So they have the program in these instruction sets, which is they have like an account on the Solana, and it has their Guardians and the SecP 256K program in it. So they just call that from their bridge contracts. So what this guy was meant to do, the problem here was when they called this load instruction set, it didn't check like the source or like an account, which like where the contract belonged to. So someone was able to create the exact any contract they want and just pass in the address that was that this needs to reference, and then it loaded their program into the bridge withdrawal function. So this guy made this account, and then he was able to call this function with his arbitrary program, which let him withdraw with his keys, basically. This was the fix. So instead of doing loading this way, they updated it to actually check the check ID here, or the account that their bridge was meant to be running. So yeah, correct. Not North Korea again. Not North Korea. Unlucky. Okay, so now we're getting some serious money. 586 million. Binance. Everyone's heard of Binance. They have their own chain, of course. And yeah, they found irregular activity. They found. So yeah, an exploit on the BSC token hub, which I think before they had their token on Ethereum, and then they made their own chain because obviously they wanted to make some money. So then you had to swap from Ethereum to their chain with some weird stuff. I guess this is kind of where the 4 meme came from. Funza Seifu. So this is a decentralized bridge. There's 44 validators, which is that's a lot of validators. And somehow they all managed to shut down the bridge at the exact same time and coordinate to comply with Binance, which is very handy for Binance. Suspicious. So this is kind of like maybe like a BitVM-ish like attack. Okay, this is the one that kind of replicates like the BitVM bridge a little bit, but they were able to register themselves as a token hub relayer. Which I guess is like an operator of this bridge thing for 100 BNB. And then now that they're like an official relayer, they can operate the bridge and participate in bridge stuff. So they were able to find a vulnerability in the proof program used by the bridge. And then because they're one of these trusted people now, they were able to, create like a transaction or a message that exploited this verification bug, which is similar maybe to how they use this outdated block height. In BitVM, when you're verifying these contracts, you pass in the transaction to prove that something happened, and you pass in a block hash array, so from this block hash to the next block hash to verify your transaction was included in the middle. So it's not exactly like it, but it just reminded me of maybe something to think about for the BitVM boys. And then what happened next? This is the other thing with these bridges. They have these DAOs. So it was the DAO can now decide what to do with the funds. Do they burn it or do they do this? But this is Binance's chain, so I don't think the DAO. I don't think you have much of a chance if we've got $10 of BNB or whatever to vote. But yeah, they got wrecked. Not in North Korea. Also, it's weird. A lot of these hacks, because they're just minting these random tokens, they're centralized, so they just freeze them. So a lot of them, the hackers, they get stuck. They can't they have these tokens, and then the stablecoin owners or the tokens, they just freeze or burn the Bitcoin or roll back the chain. So yeah, okay, this is the best one, Poly Network. So, dear users, we'd like to inform you that Poly Network is temporarily suspended. Okay, so there's another one that just took down the network. Okay, so this is a flashy number, I guess. This is 42 billion. But because this hack let people just mint random tokens, they could inflate all these tokens, and then there's no one's going to buy them. So they just had $42 billion worth of assets just sitting there. So this one's kind of interesting, or maybe, I don't know. But they have, in their bridge software, they have a function that takes in the public key ID. And there was another function that anyone could call that let you try and return this public key. So you put in some bytes, and then it returned the public key of the bridge. And obviously they're the only ones that know these bytes that give them the right public key. And this was it. This was the string that they used to mint $42 billion worth of assets. So yeah, they'd pass it in here. You can see two-call contract. This method here, this is what they just had to pass this. Maybe this is like a fuzzing thing. Would have called this. I don't know. But anyway, they just pass this into method, and then it returns the 32 bytes that they need to enter into this function, which set the conkeeper's PK bytes to the expected one. And then here, when they're using this cross-chain data function to withdraw from the bridge, it was referencing the conkeeper's PK bytes, so they could just do whatever they want. Yeah, and the cool thing about, I don't know if it's cool, but This one, the hacker just decided to confess to everything. So this is this site you can go to and just see all the like correspondence between him and the bridge operators. But yeah, this one gets fun. This is like Q&A. Why hacking for fun? Why Poly Network? Cross-chain hacking is hot. That's true. And yeah, I won't go through all of this. This is like just fun to read, I guess. But yeah, this guy was having fun at least. And these are the like correspondence between a hacker and the network. So I don't know if I've got time, but it'd be cool I could go. We could get someone up here, and you could be Poly Network. I could be White Hacker, but we won't do that. But yeah, so it would have been a billion hack if I'd removed the remaining shitcoins. Did I just save the project? Not so interested in money. Now considering returning some tokens or just leaving them there. I guess this is the point where he realized he can't actually sell all the stuff he's hacked because everyone's freezing all his stuff. Everyone's all the exchanges are blocking his accounts and stuff. So now he's like, oh, what if I make a new token and let the DAO decide where the tokens go? Okay, so now he's trying to get the community involved. And at this point, people are messaging. This is all on chain, so it's all on Etherscan. And people have realized this is happening, so they're sending the hacker messages like begging for money, and then he would just mint coins and just send them like millions of dollars to like random people who are asking for it. So yeah, it goes on. Oh, it's not good. There you go. Okay, he's ready to return the funds. It's already a legendary to win so much fortune. It will be an eternal legend to save the world. I made the decision. No more DAO. Okay, so we cancelled the DAO. Here he's refunding some. He's refunded $100. That's nice of him. They're like, you're moving. I guess they're trying to be nice to him here. You're moving things in the right direction. And then he has this donate. I guess he was trying to get some real funds. Donate to him. Dumping shitcoins first. I think they're all shitcoins, so I don't know how that works. Yeah, just dumped all the assets on BSC. I don't use email. Fuck Poly Hacker. This is an interesting email address here. What that's about. Then the Poly network is so unreliable. For many times I thought I'd sent the transaction, but it vanished. That sums up Ethereum, I guess. I don't know. And yeah, this is him talking to the beggars. Hello, beggars. Why not ask for money from the Poly market wallet, Poly multi-sig wallet instead? And then he's just corresponding with the noobs, which is funny. And then some more stuff. And then at the end, this all happened. And he decided to send all the money back because I guess all the exchanges were freezing things. He couldn't really do much. He had his fun. So yeah, he ended up just returning the money. So I guess that's lucky for them. But yeah, they got wrecked. Is this the famous Mr. White Hat? Potentially, I don't know, but not confirmed. Yeah. All right, this is the biggest one. This is the biggest bridge hack in crypto history, I guess. Ronin bridge. So there has been a security breach on the Ronin network. Okay. What happened this time? This one is annoying. I was trying to research what happened, and then I go to the Ronin validator alert page not found. Okay. Audit details. All right, I'll go to the audit page not found. Cool. But I did eventually find out what happened. The bridge was exploited on 23rd of March, and it took 7 days for anyone to notice that all the money had gone from the bridge. Because I guess no one was trying to withdraw, and then some guy he was like, oh, I'll try and withdraw, and realized that there was no money left to withdraw. So what happened was a Ronin employee was compromised, a phishing attack, apparently. Ronin, there's 9 of these validators that can sign things for the bridge. They run 4 of them, and the attacker got the 4 of the keys, okay? So they need 1 more to spend from the bridge. So the attacker had found a really bad vulnerability in the 5th node, which is run by Axie DAO. Does anyone know what Axie Infinity is? Yeah, it's like a crypto game, which you could employ people from the Philippines to like work on your crypto farm as like little creatures. I don't know. But yeah, they ran this. They were the biggest user of the bridge. This is the whole reason the bridge kind of existed, I think. But yeah, so you need one more key. You already have 4 keys. You need one more. So the vulnerability was that if you have the 4 keys, you can sign on behalf of Axie's validator. So if you had 4 keys, then you had 5 keys, and then you can spend. This was based because previously they updated. It wasn't like this, but then they had to update something in 2021, which introduced this feature. And yeah, they got wrecked, which I don't know how they could think that was a good idea, but yeah. But luckily, their new bridge design has a contingency plan to increase the security by halting large suspicious withdrawals. So I guess they're all good now. But yeah, this is the game. This is how $600 million worth. This is why they got hacked. So. Yeah, looks fun, I guess. And yeah, this was who was playing the game, I guess. He got all the money. He was the employee who got socially engineered. So a big win for North Korea. Okay, so that's the top 10. But let's see how can you avoid getting your bridge rugged. So you can have any code changes, or you can have request you to say "fuck King Jong-un" in the pull request. That might help. Or if you're interviewing someone, you have to get them to say this. That could help. Don't run a bridge is a good way to not get hacked. Wait for BitVM 10. Maybe that could help. Or list some trade-offs, people need to know what to expect with these bridges. It's like most of these are just multi-sigs, and they're marketed as these like fancy cross-chain things, but they're not. So summary is 3 billion lost in those 10 hacks, and it's still not finished. This tweet was a couple of weeks ago. Another bridge got hacked. And yeah, it's just a never-ending story, I guess. So what does it mean for Bitcoin bridges? Well, you think that all of the examples I give, it's like pretty obvious that no one would ever do this in Bitcoin. Because we're Bitcoiners, we appreciate security more, we're very much more due diligent in what we're looking at and what we're doing. But yeah, so is it a skill issue? I don't know, because we had some close calls in the past with some Bitcoin native bridges. Notably this one in Liquid. The Liquid Federation is 11 out of 15, so you need 11 signers to run the bridge. And there was a vulnerability discovered which after a certain time, as like an emergency feature, the bridge signers after a time lock went down to 2 out of 3. And the idea was once it reaches the time lock, it refreshes and then it starts the time lock again. But what happened was instead of refreshing before it ended, the time lock refreshed after. So there was a brief moment where the bridge went down to 2 or 3 multi-sig, which was completely controlled by Blockstream. I mean, nothing happened, no funds were lost, but there was, I think it's 40 minutes where there was 870 Bitcoin that could have been that Blockstream could have just taken for their own, or someone, or an employee, or something like that. So yeah, this was fixed and it wasn't never exploited, but it just shows that even Bitcoiners can make these mistakes. And there was Citria launched their bridge a few weeks ago. Chainway Labs is the company that runs Citria, and there was a pretty bad vulnerability found about a week after their bridge launched. And no funds were taken. It's all good, but yeah, it's not a good look. We just saw there's so much history of Bitcoin bridges or Ethereum bridges and all these crypto bridges and what could go wrong. And then we're kind of doing a similar stuff now on Bitcoin, which is not great. But it wasn't exploited. But yeah, it was a vulnerability in there. Our EVM is there. It's like a Rust EVM implementation. And their sidechain is an EVM sidechain, so they just had a misunderstanding of how this EIP worked. And yeah, it could just let people just send funds, and then they would never, their wallet balance would just never update, so they just keep sending the same funds forever, which is pretty bad. But luckily, or not luckily, Citria have a backup very similar to the Blockstream time lock backup, like emergency backup multi-sig. They have one in their bridge, but there's no time lock. It's just you can do it whenever. But it's for cases like this. If there was a bug in the bridge, they can update the contract. They can do what they need to do. So yeah, I'm not sure what the threshold is, how big the council is, but it's just another multi-sig. So it's cool. They have BitVM2. They have all this cool stuff going on. But in reality, they kind of have this weird security council, which is just like all the bridges we've seen in the past. So yeah, but we can give them the benefit of the doubt maybe because they're trying things, but I don't know. So do covenants fix this? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get any covenant stuff. They certainly can increase security assumptions in BitVM, which is the main bridge that's now being built on Bitcoin. So, yeah. Hopefully, we get a covenant opcode, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen. But there is some interesting things happening in BitVM world. I guess this might be BitVM 5 right now, so we've got 5 more versions to go. But there's this Bino hash thing that Robin dropped the other day, which removes the need for these light clients. So in some of our examples, you've seen these light client things that are like verifying events that happened on Bitcoin or happened on like EVM and the other chains. This invention can help remove the trust assumptions. So I guess if we want a real Bitcoin bridge with, to be as safe as possible, maybe we need a bit more time, a bit more research to actually build one that would meet the standards of a Bitcoin sidechain or layer 2. Yeah. And so in conclusion, let's activate drive chains. Thank you. That's it. Any questions?
It's not so much of a question, it's more an advertisement. Stratum V2 talk will happen very soon in the other room. After this is done, please come.
Yes, please go to that. Okay. Thank you. Oh, you have a question. Hello.
Yeah, I mean, from your perspective, is there hope? One pessimistic takeaway from this would be that, all of these attempts are just kind of a fool's errand because we've learned how the systems kind of work. Do you think that there is redemption, or?
Well, we just have to, hope Robin Linus saves us, I guess, comes up with some other few cool things. But yeah, I guess maybe the roll up future of Bitcoin might introduce some interesting trade-offs that are more clear and less trust on these kind of centralized multi-sigs. Because a lot of the examples we saw, there's no way, if you were designing a bridge, it's obvious that this is easily exploited. And obviously the market don't seem to care that much until something goes wrong. But for Bitcoiners, yeah, I guess there is hope, maybe. We'll see what happens.
Was the drive chain slide a joke, or were you serious?
Maybe. Yeah. Well, drive chain is a bridge, but you just trust the miners as the custodians. So maybe that's the answer. Who knows? But it's kind of just a joke.
I want to say thank you for the great talk. Just would like to ask if the slides will be available. I'd like to look closer at code pieces to examine how exactly this exploit were implemented.
Yeah, I'll tweet them out or something. You can find my Twitter is StuTXO, STUTXO. Yeah. StuTXO. Yeah, I'll tweet them or something. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Very insightful.
Thank you. All right.
So without further ado, here is Bruno Garcia from VinTube. Oh, sorry. Oh. Do you have a way to do mirror on your screen? I'm really curious about finding out what a mutant is. Mutation? Does mutation have anything to do with mutants? Are we creating mutant versions of Bitcoin Core? No, I don't think that's what you wanted. Wait, there we go. Cool. Great. All right.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you. Hi everyone, thanks for having me. I am Bruno from here, Brazil. I am head of engineer at Differential. I work on Bitcoin Core, fuzzing, mutation testing, and other projects. And today I'm going to talk about when fuzzing meets mutation testing. First of all, I know you had some talks about fuzzing here, so I won't spend a lot of time explaining it. So let's start by introducing mutation testing. Well, if you work on a Bitcoin project, or better, if you work on any other software project, you probably write unit tests or functional tests, whatever. However, automated tests are softer, right? So how do you know your tests are correct? Usually, I know that most people rely on, for example, code coverage reports, but I think they don't say too much about the quality of your tests, right? So that's why mutation tests exist, basically. So mutation testing is a technique that evaluates the effectiveness of a test suite by introducing small changes that we call mutants into the code and checking whether the tests detect the resultant behavior difference. And I have an example here. So this is a clear example. You can see that we mutated that code by changing A equal to B to A different to B. So this is a change. And this is example. This mutation was not called by any automated tests. So this is mutation test. It's basically you change something in your code and you see if your tests can detect it. Okay. This is used by many big companies like Google. They use it, Facebook, and other big projects. I think some Bitcoin projects also uses mutation testing. Like I know Bitcoin Core, of course, but I know Rust Bitcoin and other ones. And okay, so I'm talking about mutation tests and fuzzing. So what is fuzzing? I said that I won't talk too much about it because I know you had other talks. But basically fuzzing, I could say that fuzzing is an automated testing technique that feeds a program with large amounts of randomly or semi-randomly generated inputs to uncover crashes, vulnerability, and unexpected behavior. Probably you see many memory bugs, and yeah. But CD corpus, since fuzzing is a search-based technique, having an initial set of inputs to help the processes is very important. So this is why we have the concept of CD corpus, and some open source projects like Bitcoin Core maintain public CD corpus, so you don't need to fuzz from zero. If you want to run like Bitcoin Core fuzz testing, you can go to the QA assets repo, download the corpora, and you can run from that inputs. Okay, so it's important to know what is a CD corpus for the context of this talk. And okay, yeah. In 2022, I guess, I don't remember exactly, I think so, Chaincode Labs got in contact with some researchers about Bitcoin Core's fuzzing efforts. And the result of this research is basically this paper, like looking for lacunae in Bitcoin Core's fuzzing effort. It was presented at the International Conference of Software Engineering that will be held in Brazil next year, by the way. Okay, but so they looked for lacunae and Bitcoin Core's fuzzing efforts because they wanted to investigate the saturation problem. And by reading this paper, I noticed they employed mutation testing to evaluate all the Bitcoin Core's testing efforts, especially for the TX verify file because it's a critical one. So they employed mutation testing, and you can see that functional tests could get like 73% of the mutants, and there's a difference between what unit tests and functional tests can cut. And yeah, so here they used a tool called Universal Mutator. It generated like 430 compiler mutants for this file. And then they also run two fuzz targets. So process message TX and another one. And I was reading this paper, and there's something that really got my attention. So this paper is about like finding lacunae in Bitcoin Core's fuzz testing. And reading this paper again, there's something that really got my attention. And it was exactly this statement here, because they said like they noticed that fuzzing was able to detect only 12% of all mutants. So while functional tests and unit tests got like 73%, 80% of all mutants, they noticed that fuzzing could detect just under 12% of all the generated mutants. However, this is not really a bad result, because fuzzing basically detects like crash-inducing bugs, like memory issues, and you know, right? So it's impossible to cover all the possible cases in the harness. Of course, you won't put like a huge if else on our harness. So this is not a really bad result, it's expected. And they say like, this is one reason differential fuzzing is promised, because a first implementation, like Bitcoin Core, is such a specification. So they also point this. And okay, so I was reading this paper, and okay, they used mutation testing, and okay. So fuzzing could detect just under 12% of all generated mutants. Cool. This is not necessarily a bad result, I agree, but I was not convinced that fuzzing is really bad to kill mutants. Even it makes sense, of course, theoretically. So what I did, basically, based on this provocation, I worked on an empirical evaluation of fuzz targets using mutation tests. So I worked on this paper. So an empirical evaluation of fuzz targets using mutation testing. This is a peer-reviewed and published paper, by the way. So the idea, of course, is like verifying if the fuzz test could detect this number of mutants or could detect more. Like, let's see. So initially, I chose basically 10 different Bitcoin Core's fuzz targets that address different areas of the code base. I don't know why 10, sorry. And I don't know why I chose these 10, but yeah, I chose 10 different targets. And what I did is basically I applied this methodology. So basically, I ran the mutation analysis executing only the cases from Bitcoin Core CD corpus twice. The first run, I executed the targets as they are. So basically, I just executed them. But in the second run, I removed all the assertions from the targets. Okay, so I ran the mutation analysis basically twice. So with the assertions and without the assertions in the target. And okay, so here we have the results. When I got these numbers, I got scared. So, whoa. Many targets were able to kill over 70% of the mutants. And some of them reached 100%. This is a super good result, right? And also, we have the mutation score with the assertions and without the assertions. And we can see that without the assertions, the mutation score drops. So for example, we have, or we don't have, now we have 81% and then 63, 82%, but removing the asserts drops to 44%. Okay. The results are great, so this is cool. But what makes this target special? Like, why? Because in that research, they said that for the TX verify functions and the fuzz target, it could detect only 12% of the mutants. And we saw that this is expected because of the nature of the fuzz testing. But when I run mutation analysis for other targets, I saw that some of them reached 100% or 70% or 80%. And one thing that's important to say here is that I just run it using the cases from the CD corpus. I could run it for longer, like for more minutes or hours, and I'm sure that it would detect even more mutants. But now comes the second part of this research. So why? What makes these targets special? What they have, like, because there are some targets that can detect like 12, 10%, but you have many targets that can detect 80, 90, or 100% of the mutants, more than the functional unit tests together. So what makes this target special? So I started investigating, and the first thing is round-trip functions. This is obvious. So if you can assert that a deserialization matches a serialization, a decode after an encode, of course that any mutant introduced in one of these functions, you make this relation to fail. So for example, I have we have many targets for serialization, deserialization stuff. If I introduce a bug, a mutant on the serialization code, of course, when I try to do this round trip, it will fail, right? So this is one of the reasons. I know this because of the batch 32 round trip first target. So here we have basically the encode function. Then we have the decode with the encoded one. And then we assert, like they are basically the same. So of course, if I introduce a mutant in this function or this one, of course, this assertion will fail. So it made the target to detect like many mutants. This is the reason. So, yeah. The second thing we notice is the strong oracles. So we notice that it's possible to determine correct output for arbitrary inputs depending on what you are testing. So one of the targets that reached exactly 100% of the mutation score is the FIFRAC div fallback. So rather than relying on an external specifications, this target basically implements I would say like a redundant reference calculation, use some alternative libraries. We can say that's basically differential testing. I don't know if I can say this, but yeah. So you are really testing the behavior against an alternative library. And of course, if I introduce a bug on one of these functions, it will like be called. So this is another example, I guess. Yeah, FIFRAC div fallback. But this is just one target. I think the third thing, and I think one of the most important one, is metamorphic relations. So what is metamorphic relation? What's a metamorphic relation? So metamorphic relation is when you can assert relationships between multiple inputs and their outputs. So I can show you a super dumb example. So okay, here we have a first target, and we have a function called isOdd. Okay, so what I do here is basically I consume a number x, then I pass this number to I send this number to the function isOdd, then I verify the result is basically true or false. Okay, this is basically a very simple first target. So it's super simple, but okay, nothing wrong. But I think I can improve this target, because if I introduce a bug on this function like isOdd, if I introduce if I create a mutant or introduce a mutation in this function, I don't think this target will caught anything, because it's just a simple target, you know, and I know that most of the targets are basically this way. But to give you an example about how we can put like metamorphic relations, we have basically this target. So I have the same number, and I have the first execution. Then I can, for example, get that number and +1 or -1, ensure that the second execution with that number, and then I can assert they are different, the results are different. So, of course, I can't put like a huge if-else. If the input is 1, do this. If else if this. If 3, if 4, if 5, if 6. Of course, we don't do this way. But I know that if a number is odd, this number +1 or -1, the result is different. Like it is not odd if that number is odd. So this is metamorphic relation basically. So this is an example. Yeah. So I know that most targets are basically this, but sometimes you can improve and have some metamorphic relations like this. And if I introduce a bug in this isOdd function, here we will detect that bug because we have the assertion, and we are basically verifying the behavior with 2 numbers, and yeah. Okay. So yeah, let me get back. So the results were great. So we have 2 targets reaching 100%, and we can see that this 182 is the batch 32 round trip, so round trip functions. We have this one that reached 100% because is address manager, serialization, and unserialization. And other ones like BIP, the cipher round trip again, and the fifrac div fallback, right? The other ones, we got like 50%, 40%, 25%, which is expected. But for these specifically, we got a high number. So the conclusion is basically that the evidence that we presented in that paper, it suggests that depending on how we write the fuzz target, we can detect more bugs. So we have to pay attention on how we are writing our fuzz targets. If we can put metamorphic relations, please put. And also, if we can, for example, have differential fuzzing, it's also powerful to detect mutants. And yeah, the general conclusion is the way you write the fuzz targets matter, basically. So yeah, that's all. Thank you. So, questions?
Yeah, thank you. Check. Thank you for the great talk. This seems like super low-hanging fruit for like all projects, just to determine the to measure like the strength of the fuzz tests. Is this something that's easily adaptable to other repos, just to get metrics on fuzzing?
Yeah, I would say yes. We have a lot of mutation testing tools that you can use to generate the mutants, and then you can run your fuzz targets with these tools. So it's easy, like to run the same analysis for other projects, and yeah. For example, for Rust, we have the cargo mutants that's used by Rust Bitcoin project. So yeah.
That's cool. Thank you.
More questions?
Maybe you talked about it or I missed, but is the paper available? Like
yes.
Okay.
You can
just like Google it and PDF type. Yeah. Okay.
PDF is available. It's open. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno. I think there is one more question there.
Bruno, thank you. I have one question because I'm not very familiar with mutation testing. Does it employs only mutation to controlling statements, or it can alter constants and math statements as well?
Yeah, it can do it as well. The tool I wrote, I think it has basically 25 different ways of mutating the code. So we saw a basic one, like changing the equal to not equal or not equal to equal. But you can, for example, delete function calls. There are many other ways of mutating the code, yeah.
How the situations are handled when the code doesn't compile after mutations, or doesn't run, or crashes instantly, or it works but simply in a completely weird way that not expected, but still passes the differential fuzzing.
Still passes what? Sorry?
Differential fuzzing tests.
So you mean that you have a mutant and then you run differential, you run your tests and fuzzing and it passes, you mean like?
Yeah, I mean like the software is working, but it's not doing its function correctly. So it looks as working for automated tools, but it would not be accepted by user.
Okay. It's not working for the user, like.
Yeah, maybe let me explain on some example.
Yeah.
It's mostly not about server-side software, but like in user software, user-facing, you may get some strange artifacts, but it still works and passes the test.
Yes. So maybe your tests are not good. So if it passes in your that behavior, like. Yeah.
Yeah, so mutation test is a way to test your test.
Yes,
if
exactly.
I understand it right.
Yes, exactly. Basically, you introduce bugs, and you see if your tests can detect that bugs.
Yeah, so
it's basically the idea of mutation.
The idea is one step from just coverage tests.
Yes, yes, because cover is like you're covering, but you can say like you are really testing that code, you know. So that's why mutation test exists, because you can basically introduce bugs and see like, okay, my test can detect it or no, so I have to improve my tests, write more unit tests or functional tests or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a great tool.
Yeah.
Worth trying.
Of
definitely.
course. Okay, we have time. Mutation test is good, of course, but it has some problems. The first one is time, because every time I have a mutant for example, Bitcoin Core, I have to compile the code. It takes time. But I have to run the tests, and it takes time. Especially on Bitcoin Core, that we have functional tests that one functional test like takes more than 1 minute to run. So this is one of the issues we have on mutation testing, because time. And another one is the equivalent mutant problem. It's basically when you mutate the code, but the behavior is the same, you know? So, yeah. So, of course, your tests cannot detect that change, because the behavior is the same. So this is the equivalent mutant problem. In another paper, what I did is basically running differential fuzzing between the mutant and the original code. So if I run it for hours and it doesn't crash, so I know that is an equivalent mutant. So I shouldn't care about it, you know? Yeah. There are other techniques like you can, there is the TCE, trivial compiler equivalence, when you compile the mutant and the source code and compare the binary, basically, because sometimes we do a mutation, but the compiler optimizes the code and basically are the same of the original one, so you can compare, but it detects only 20% of the equivalent mutants, basically. So I think the differential fuzzing is the most promising one I've seen, like, you know. Thank you.
Just one more question.
Yeah.
If the software, after mutating, passes the tests, could it also mean the presence of some dead code which not running at all, or it's running but not affecting anything?
Yes, yes. This is true. Also, for example, in Bitcoin Core, we have some cases where we have like if true, log. Of course, we don't test it, so I don't need to apply mutation on that if statement, you know. So, yeah. So my tool that I wrote for Bitcoin Core basically it reads the AST of the code, and then it can see like, okay, this if statement only prints something, or it's a log debug, so I can skip mutating that part of the code to save resource, you know. So yeah, sometimes you mutate like that code, and it's not useful.
Thank you.
Any more questions, guys? So, I think it's it. Thank you.
you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming to the Hackathon Judging Finals. For everybody behind the stage, recommend you come take a seat. We have 6 phenomenal teams. The judges had a really hard time picking the finalists. They're incredibly impressed with all the projects, but these ones were selected as the best of the best, the 6 projects that are going to be considered for the top 3 prizes. For finalists, check Telegram for your order. You're going to present in order of table numbers, which were assigned at random. So the first team is Bitcoin.js. Team Bitcoin.js, come to the sound booth to get mic'd up. And keep an eye on your order. So try to come up to the stage one team before you present. So Bitcoin.js is going first. Mindsploit already. You guys should come up to the stage just to get ready so we can have fast transitions. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present. Judges might ask you a couple of questions, and then on to the next team. We'll get started in just a few moments. Thanks. Just watch your time down there. That's 5 minutes. I'll give you
Okay. Okay.
All right, first up is Bitcoin.js. Mindsploit, you're on deck. Mindsploit, come down to the sound booth to get mic'd up. Can you reset?
Hi, my name is Lucas, and my implementation for this hackathon is differential fuzzing comparing Rust Bitcoin and libBitcoin.js. First of all, my inspiration for this implementation was the libBitcoin fuzz maintained by Bruno and Eric Sestari. And differential fuzzing, as I think that everyone knows, allows us to compare the implementation of the same abstraction between passing the same input for the functions with same implementation and compare the outputs of this function. And then I choose, some weeks ago, I find this library, Bitcoin.js lib, and as you can see, is a large used library, but it has not any fuzz test related to this library. So I choose a more stable version of a same implementation library. The Bitcoin.js lib is a lib focused on validation and consensus on Bitcoin, like validate PS, serialize transactions, validate PSBT, and so on. And I choose a library with similar purpose to apply differential fuzzing between comparing these two libraries. Then I used cargo fuzz and libfuzzer to set up my environment to run the fuzz and compare these two implementations. And the cargo fuzz guided by a corpus that, based on this corpus, I applied randomness to the inputs that I generated to apply the fuzzing. And the target, I created 4 targets, four fuzzing targets, focused on PSP and on the code PSPTs and validate transactions, scripts, and addresses and transactions. The test approach, as I said, I used libfuzzer to work with randomness to the inputs, and then I create a wrapper in JavaScript to the library Bitcoin.js lib, and extracted from this with this wrapper the functions that I would like to compare with this that implement the same abstraction in Rust Bitcoin, and then I normalize the output of these two libraries to compare these outputs, and then I check if it has any mismatch. If don't has any mismatch, it's okay. It's all okay. And then if have any mismatch, I check if was just a serialized divergence, but not a validation error. And if as a validated divergence, I check what happened and see what caused this problem. The results of I found 2 bugs in Bitcoin.js lib. The first one is transaction deserialization accept valid transactions without any inputs or outputs. The cause that the case that caused an error in this was a transaction deserialization with any inputs or outputs, and this violates the Bitcoin core consensus. The other one bug was a silent failure on parsing invalid PSBT. What happened in this was that on parse the hex of the PSBT ended up that the one function parsed a new value as 0 on the parsed as 0, and then caused a problem that violated the BP 174 definitions for malformed data. I communicated this to the main maintainer, and I also created a fix and a branch and a fork branch, and this was the feedback he gave me. Thanks for watching. Questions?
Great job, Bitcoin.js.
Okay, take one.
Thanks.
Were you able to find any time to see what specific projects depend on this library? If any major, minor?
Tether is one of the main users of the Bitcoin.js lib. Cardano also uses it. I don't know why, but Cardano, this shitcoin uses it. And sorry if anyone here likes Cardano. But as you guys can see, it's a really large used library. And that's it.
I have one quick. Did you write any targets that didn't produce any results?
Sorry, can you repeat?
What other targets did you write besides PSBT and transaction serialization?
I run the targets that I have created. Como é que diz a lei em inglês? Beyond these targets, were in script this validation. and in addresses validation. The script validation caused a lot of fake positives, and then I needed to apply changes on the comparison to avoid these fake positives. Was these 4 targets, these 4 main targets.
Great job, Bitcoin.js. Big round of applause. Up next is Minesploit, Team Minesploit. Minesploit. Local probe, you are on deck. Come to the stadium.
All right. Can we go already? All right. So we are team Minesploit. We built a Bitcoin white hat hackathon, and let's go. Next slide. Right. So this is our team. Myself, Jair Mota, Lucas Balheiro, and yeah, we built this because there's something wrong with the Zoom, but I'm sorry. The resolution is broken, but yeah, we can go. So Bitcoin mining has it is like the backbone of the $2 trillion industry that we are right now working on, and it has like real security vulnerabilities, but there is no like specialized framework to actually test and to also prove hypotheses for attacks, and so security researchers they actually have to come up with the ideas and also the code to test the hypothesis. And so this is why we built Minesploit. It's essentially like the security research framework. It's made to be like this Python library with an interactive shell, and it's made to be like easy to come up with ways to prove a point, to actually validate an idea, a hypothesis. It comes with a bunch of protocols like Stratum v1, v2, and also P2Pool. We have like scanners, a bunch of utilities like CPU miner, using Mujina, networking, and crypto helpers. We implemented 15 known CVEs that we found on the Bitcoin core blog, and also other like public websites, and also like bugs on CG Miner that are known, and you can reuse and test, and that's all made to be fluent, composable in a simple Python API, so you can test your hypothesis in like 10 lines of code, like 10 lines of simple Python code instead of like building something monstrous to test your idea. And let's see if so now demo time. Let's see, here we have, there's something wrong with the resolution, but I think you guys can see this. So this is one of the actual code of the one hypothesis. This is actually like the Stratum v1 hijacking. So we are actually like bringing up a Stratum v1 server, a sniffer, and we are diverging 20% of the work. And this is actually using the framework. So if I run the hypothesis, which is just simple Python code, it's going to bring up the two servers that show the steal ratio, shows the authorization. But for now, we are having some issues with our CPU miner, but it actually shows like the connection. We diverged the authorizations, and then in the end it shows the two messages. So yeah, we actually diverged the authorization, and so we proved that we can actually use the framework, and also we also found a new vulnerability with one of the hypotheses.
Hello. So I want to talk about this vulnerability that we found. How do I pass to the next thing, bro?
Yeah. It's really buggy.
Yeah, so basically this bug allows, what happens is that when you find a share, but specifically when you find a block, you can resubmit that share like 1,000 times if you want, and that basically destroys the pool counting. So basically miners, they can inflate their hash rate, there can be like fraud and so on. You can proceed, please. Obviously, we did the right thing. We contacted the maintainer of Stratum V2 along the other guys that we met. So I think that's it. Thank you, everyone, for listening to us.
A question. Did you also check other mining pool implementations like Ocean, for example?
Yeah, you can't really test the mining side, like the pool side, because that part is actually not really open source. So you only have the gateway as open, not really open source. If I remember well, it's more like code available. If I remember well, the license. But we can add like the part where like you can pretend to be a miner, but then if you don't have the other side, like you're limited. It's more like a black box testing. You can do some testings, maybe like if something works on SV1, you can also test if the same payload actually works on Ocean, but then you're actually attacking like a live target, and then that's dubious, right?
Great job, Minds.
Right.
Great job, Minds played.
All right. Thank you.
Up next is Local Probe, LN Gossip Observer Tomography. You are on deck. LN Gossip Observer Tomography. You are on deck.
Here.
No. Yeah. Thank you. Good luck. So before we start, please no pictures. Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I'm BTNC. My project was Local Probe, but I want to hear from the audience and maybe even from the judges, who here is running or has ran a Bitcoin node on their local laptop they use all day? Okay, so definitely half or a bit more. So I do this all the time. I run a Bitcoin node for testing or whatever reasons on my local machine. Mostly it's a SIGNet or a testnet or a rec test or so. And I'm doing this right now here as well. So this is a mainnet node, this is a SIGNet node, and this is a rec test node on my local machine. So what Local Probe does, it alerts you if you do this and the browser you're using actually leaks this to everybody on the internet. So if you visit the website can actually tell that you're running a Bitcoin node on your machine, which like advertisers, for example, can use to figure out that they should give you ads for your whatever Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin here or whatever, but also they could just mark you in the database as, oh, this is a Bitcoin developer because he's running a SIGNet node. Who else would be running a SIGNet node on his computer? And I have a demo of this, so I have this on my blog post, implemented on my blog post. So if I just click on this blog post here, it's going to pop up in a second. Okay, that's a bit small for you, but it says, this website has detected that you're running a Bitcoin node on the same machine as your browser. Any website can probe localhost ports on Firefox. So this is a problem with Firefox. And it says here, it's very small for you, but it says here, it's a mainnet node on this port, a SIGNet node on this port, a rectest node on this port, and a Tor proxy on this port. So it actually can also see that you're running Tor. And trying to hide maybe your identity. This is a Firefox-specific issue. It's not an issue for Chromium browsers, but yeah, it's fixed there. It's not fixed in Firefox, so be aware of this. But then during the presentation yesterday, Paul came up to me and we had a short discussion, and he was like, wait, we can actually do more with this. So using the same way, we can actually try to DOS a Bitcoin node. So let me try this now. So we're doing this live on stage. We're trying to evict peers from one of my testing nodes. So it currently has 111 connections. And if you scan this QR code, open this with your phone. No way, man. You should be fine. I promise. Now we see a bunch of people have scanned it. And we have evicted 3 connections from one of my nodes. Now it's 4. Yeah, so using the same technique, now it's 5. We can evict actually like through the browser. If I send you a link, or if someone sends you a link, you can actually point your connection from your phone, from your laptop, to someone remote node and evict connections there. This is not like a very big problem in Bitcoin Core, because we know people can evict connections just by using IP addresses and connecting there. But I think the novel thing here, it's through a browser. So whatever, if you manage to have this short like JavaScript in a website, then you can attack a bunch of nodes here and there on the Bitcoin network. Note that Bitcoin Core has like a way of protecting some peers, so you never can evict all peers, and that's also why I didn't file a disclosure. I spoke with Niklas beforehand, and he said, yeah, it's probably okay to show this here. And I also think this is okay to show here, because there is protection against this causing real harm. But yeah, I think novel is that we can do it over the browser. And I think I'm finished 40 seconds early.
How deep into the P2P handshake are the clients getting?
Nothing at all.
So why is it evicting nodes if it's just a port connection?
Because in the P2P version 2, you expect the peer to send you random data, or like it's not random data, but you expect to send random data. And actually the browser is just sending the TSL handshake to this port, and Bitcoin Core can't make sense of it. So it's not trying to do the handshake at all. It's just putting or using up one of the connection slots, and that's enough to evict other peers from the node. And maybe the next question would be why can't we just block or say maximum 6 of these not yet handshake peers? But then I could go ahead and just make 6 connections to you, and nobody else would then be able to connect to you, because I always block these 6 connection slots. So yeah, I thought a bit about like a fix for this, but I don't think there is like a real one, and also don't think it's too dangerous.
Local.
I have a question. How did you find out about this possibility of the browser?
Yeah, so last year I participated in Capture the Flag, and there was a challenge to connect to a FTP server on localhost. And actually send a payload with it. So we say here we don't send a payload, but you can actually send a payload with it. And there the challenge was to send a payload to extract the file from the FTP server. So the FTP server would upload the file somewhere else. And I finished this challenge, and then coming here I thought maybe we can apply the same trick to Bitcoin nodes as well. So I played around with it a bit. So the local probe is definitely something you can do, but also the remote eviction is something you can do with the same trick.
Great job, local probe. Up next is LN Gossip Observer Tomography. Physical badges, NWC, proof of pub, you are on deck. Physical badges, NWC, proof of pub, you are on deck.
Thank you, everyone. Signal. Okay, so I move. What if I move the browser there? There we go. Cannot see the mouse. Do you see that? Oh, there is. Yeah, the timer is. Can you just mirror this one? Okay, here we go. Good. Good. Well, hello everyone. We are here with the B4S residency. I'm Diego. I'm with Diego, Tori, and Nacho. And we are the team of Gossip Tomography. We are building this on top of the Gossip Observer project. This is a project that offers massive amounts of data about the Gossip network activity. And we are working with a data set of 416K messages from 978 peers, 758 which are part of ClearNet, and we have their IP available. Basically, what we have built is a dashboard for showing insights about the what is it called? The Gossip Observer. Basically, we can select any of the message here, and we can put play and see how the messages propagate through the Gossip network. There you have the propagation of the messages. You will see some color nodes appear there. Those are other friendly Gossip network nodes that basically collaborate in propagating the information with us. All the other ones, the white ones, are random nodes. Then on the right, we have the geolocation of all the nodes. And we have some scenarios here identified. For example, in the bottom left, we have the fuzz relayer. These nodes are suspects of being surveillance nodes because they respond too quickly. Okay, so they are suspected of reading and not writing. That hence being surveillance nodes. I don't know if you can read clearly this from your seats, but what we have here is a lot of information about each of these fuzz relayers. For example, this one is a Tor-only node. And we have here the implementation fingerprint. Basically, what we see here in all these tags down here are the feature codes of the fingerprint of the node. This allows us to produce a lot of insights about the node's characteristics, if they are prone to certain type of vulnerabilities, and we did so. Basically, we generated alongside this report some other views. Here in the bottom right, we have the co-located nodes groups. Basically, we have a ranking from the most co-located nodes. This is nodes that are under the same subnet on the same, how is it called, DAS? Autonomous systems. Autonomous systems. So basically, we can point to any location in the map and say where these collocated nodes are, okay? Being these data centers or stuff like that. Basically, we can also click any of the nodes individually and see all of the characteristics of the nodes we have, okay? Then we have some specialized reports here. We have produced the reports for example, all the feature risk signal displays that we have here, and basically we have all the analytics for different categories of risks identified, and we show some insights on these type of threats.
It's time you got to stop.
Okay, thank you.
Great job.
Questions?
If I understand well, you're doing data analysis on a static data set, right? How hard or what do you need to make this real-time thing for monitoring, like data that's coming on a stream, for example?
Well, that's part of the roadmap we have ahead, but it changes all the dynamics of what we are doing, because we are working on a time frame and not on a snapshot of a specific moment. We have 24 hours of data here, 164 million of records of all of these messages we just described. So basically, we need to rethink and change the mindset to focus on a specific snapshot and not on an aggregation of an entire day, for example, right? But yes, this is part of the roadmap we have. We should probably adapt the metrics and the type of analysis we do for a given moment instead of.
Great job, Ellen Gossip, Observer Tomography.
Thank you.
Up next is Digital Badges, NWC Proof of Pub, C12D, Real-Time Bitcoin Core Analysis and Visualization. You are on deck.
There you go. So hello, everyone. We are Digital Badges NWC. Does anyone knows what NWC is? There you go. What is it? Perfect. So we have a problem with physical gatherings like Bitcoin++. There's a disconnect between our identities and who we are online and the experiences we have in person with each other. So we really thought it would be cool to bring some in real life experiences for connecting the digital world with this physical experiences we're having. So we thought it's very cool to have swags in events, but mainly everybody loves beer. And what if we could integrate Noster Wallet Connect into beer tabs? Because tonight we have a party, the closing party, and it would be very cool if Bitcoin++ provided free beers if you had your badge showing your proof of presence here at the event. So this is what we did. We integrated the wallet. You can claim your badge, which is an IP58 badge. And you're going to get free kombucha or beer. And we're going to try to do this right now with you. So if you have any app in your phone downloaded right now, either Amethyst or Primal, can you guys help me do a live demo right now? We're going to scan this QR code. And whoever claims the badge right now is going to have tonight in the kombucha tabs free beer or kombucha. So I'm going to give you guys about 30 seconds. Please open your phone. All you got to do is point to the QR code. You're going to open the app, and you're going to permit and claim your badge. And that way, when you show up at the event today, you don't need to pay for your drinks. So if I can get the judges to also open their phones, even if you're not going to the closing party, it'll be very cool to have everybody participating. So 5 more seconds, maybe I'll give everybody to give this a try. And live demos are very hard to do, as most of you know. So if it doesn't work perfect, there you go. Someone saying something back there. It did not work, it did work. Too small. Are you serious? No. Was anyone able to scan it? We got a scanner over there. Damn it. Okay. So luckily, all of you guys were not hacked, but you could have just been hacked right now if you had scanned the QR code, which was apparently too small, and if the internet worked, which apparently did not work, I would have hacked you. And how would that work? We have a hook, and instead of giving you to claim a badge, we will fish you to actually give me a spend permission. So that's something with the Nostr wallet, which is if the user doesn't pay attention to what they are permitting you to, you have right now given me the permit to spend on your behalf. So my wallet could now spend on your behalf. Of course, for this experiment, we created a shorter span of time. So for only 1 hour, we will claim automatically 1,000 Satoshis. And yeah, this is crazy, but you would think most people in this room wouldn't fall for that. But yesterday, we had some people opening Primal and opening Amethyst. And despite all these messages telling them they are about to give me access to their wallet, and they're about to give me and let me spend on their behalf without their consent, they clicked it. How many of them? 35% of you, judges. So this was not people that had no clue what was going on. And I will not name names, but 2 of you actually clicked permit and gave me access to your wallets. So this comes to show us that when we're online, we're usually very careful to what we do. We don't click on links, we pay attention, and we, as educated human beings that work in the industry, take very careful. But then sometimes we come in real life and we really just want a beer. And we download the QR code that's right in front of us. So the software is secure, so we don't even need to tell Nostr. But the humans are not secure, so we're telling you all today, and that's our disclaimer, please verify the things that you click. So what's the solution here? One of your judges asked me yesterday, so do you guys have any solution? And we ran out of time, but I think we just got to upgrade all the humans. That was my solution.
Great job. Digital badges, NWC.
Don't trust, verify. And actually the beer is free tonight, right?
Great job, Digital Badges, NWC. Up next is C12D, Real-Time Bitcoin Core Analysis and Visualization.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Bitcoin data can be very overwhelming and opaque. What if we can make it more visual and intuitive?
Hi guys, we are Guille and Fernando from B4OS residency. Our goal is to make data accessible, not just for our goal is to make data accessible, not just for developers, for everyone that runs an app. For example, we can see the orphan transactions here. The chatbot starts to help you and explain you what's going on. We selected an orphan transaction, and he starts to explain you and helps you with that. And we have an alert system too, that you can set some rules and start to make different thresholds and set anything. For example, these are all the peers and the different messages that the node is receiving. And you can filter for the different networks too. And the alerts start to trigger. And that's all. Thank you. Se me ocurría.
Are you connected to a live mainnet node here? Whose node is that?
Yeah, thanks to VTC that he helped with that. It's a WebSocket from the peer observer system project, and it streams in real time. These little dots are messages or pings that are going on between our node and the rest of the network. So it's streaming in real time.
Is the idea with this tool, I mean, these visualizations, are they generated by the assistant, or they're part of the software, they're nice visualizations and they're just supposed to explain, or both?
The app has some dashboards made, and the assistant has all the context in real time that is going on the graph, so he can help you, and you can click on the graph and send the data to the chatbot.
But to customize the visualizations, is that AI powered as well?
No, the customer no. It's a nice idea. We can work on that.
Great job, team C12D.
Thank you.
All right, one last massive round of applause for all of our finalists. Judges, please join me in the deliberation room. For everybody else, tune in for the one of the highlights of the conference, the most amazing panel you will ever see, and we will see you in about an hour with the results.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Can I get another round of applause for an amazing group of presentations? I can't believe you guys found exploits in real projects. That was really cool. Or maybe problems with this stuff.
As we wait in great anticipation for the hackathon results, we have a great panel today with 4 experts in Bitcoin security and exploits. So take a seat, everyone get ready, and we welcome our esteemed guests to the stage. So I'm joined by Shors, Matthew Zipkin, Nicholas, and B10C. Let's go ahead and I'll give you all a chance to introduce yourselves and talk about what you do in Bitcoin.
Hi, I'm Shors, Provost. I work on, well, most recently, mostly on trying to support Stratum v2, at least indirectly from Bitcoin Core. I've previously also worked on the wallet, I still do, and just randomly reviewing stuff.
My name is Matthew Zipkin. I work at Chain Code Labs, mostly focused on educational projects, but I also participate in development and review for Bitcoin Core.
Hi, I'm Niklas. I work at Brink. I mostly work on Bitcoin Core, security stuff, a lot of fuzzing, and most recently I've been working on Fuzzamoto, which I also gave a talk on here.
Hi, I'm B10C. I'm not on the stage. I'm next to the stage because I don't want to be in video. I have a grant from OpenSats, and most people call me the monitoring guy, but I've been trying to get it to a point where there are multiple monitoring guys in Bitcoin because I think there is a bunch of stuff to monitor and look for in the Bitcoin network. Yeah.
Something very interesting about our guests today is that they each represent a different role, a different complementary role in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So Shorst does PR review, Matthew does some simulations through Warnet, which simulate exploits. Nicholas works on fuzzing, and finally B10C works on monitoring. Each of these different roles have a very special place in finding and identifying Bitcoin's vulnerabilities and exploits. I'd like for each of the panelists to go ahead and explain where they fit into the ecosystem in this way.
Oh, maybe start on that side?
Oh, go ahead, Shorst. I'll let you begin. I'll let Shorst begin.
I typically don't find them. I just review stuff, and then sometimes that stuff is actually a fix.
All right, still, review is like I think the first thing where you can find like bugs or something.
Well, I will find many things that had I or somebody else not found them,
definitely,
everything would be broken. That's kind of what review is about. Yeah, on the prevention side.
Yeah, interesting. You find the bugs before they happen, and I try to implement them after they happen in Warnet. With the game that we didn't play today, but have played before, where participants try to take out Bitcoin core nodes with publicly disclosed vulnerabilities and some additional nodes that have additional specific vulnerabilities that the Warnet team has explicitly added. So like we'll create a node that will abort if it has more than 50 orphans in its orphanage, that kind of thing. And so that people can get practice thinking adversarially about attacking Bitcoin and how to defend it.
Yeah, so fuzzing is one of the tools that we can use both either during PR review, so while the PR is still open, to try and find bugs on the PRs, or even after something is merged, we run all the fuzz tests all the time on the master branch. So it can be both, before the bugs happen or after the fact. Yeah.
For monitoring, I think it's mainly after the fact. So mainly if we made a release, we run the release or the release candidates for it. But obviously you can also run like PRs for monitoring. Yeah, but I think mostly for like monitoring the production network, once everything like review is done, once fuzzing is done, then we run the release and the binary and see if it actually performs the way we expect it to perform.
I know that you all use very specialized tooling for each of your particular roles. I'll begin with B10C down at the end for your peer observer tool. I understand that this tool came about of necessity through some type of bug or exploit, something that you observed in Bitcoin, and you said there has to be some type of monitoring software which I can use to reliably and systematically catch these vulnerabilities in the future. Would you be able to share with the audience the story of where the software came from?
Right, so in the summer of 2021, there was something people called an adder flooding. So it was IP address messages being flooded on the network. And a few people noticed this, but only by coincidence. So I think one way it was noticed because people were reviewing a PR at the time. And we were actually running like logging enabled and looking at the logs. But yeah, by coincidence, then for I think one of the implementations, I think a Go implementation or so, it actually crashed because it couldn't really handle the masses of messages we saw, and there was researchers who had some monitoring, and their monitoring also crashed because they couldn't handle it. And reading up on this a month later or a few months later, I thought, well, these all were like some coincidences that people had in finding these, and I thought maybe we should be a bit more professional about it and say, actually have some way of recording this data or extracting this data, some way of visualizing it and making sure we can actually find these the next time on purpose and not because they just happen. Some people randomly were running something, yeah, be a bit more professional about it and cover a bit more of the unknown unknowns that we might face in a Bitcoin network.
Nicholas, does Fuzzamoto have a similar origin story?
I'm not sure if it's similar, but basically I saw the need for well, if we wanted to continue to add more typical fuzz tests to Bitcoin Core, we would have to refactor a bunch, and that is a big cost on the project. No one really likes changing the code if we think it's working. So I built a tool to create a testing suite that tests our whole project from the outside instead of having to change it first to add the tests.
Cool, thank you. And Matthew, we've been playing Warnet here this weekend. We see a lot of people playing, doing channel jamming, taking down Bitcoin Core nodes. The way that we know the software is a way to simulate and play out these attacks on Bitcoin. Was the software always this way? Did it begin as a tool for education on Bitcoin exploits?
So the idea for Warnet came out of an incident that I believe B10C mentioned in his talk earlier this week, about 2 years ago, where there was a flood of transactions on the network related to some kind of rune mining or ordinal sort of thing. And he mentioned that there were two sort of different bugs around that time, and one of them was really only noticed by developers who were running nodes with a default compile, that those nodes were running out of memory. And so Josie Blake had the idea at that time that we should have a network simulator where we can sort of find these sort of things before they happen. Then later that summer, there was sort of a chain code sponsored hackathon based around tooling. SimLN was another project that came out of that, which is a Lightning Network simulator. And Josie and myself and Will and a bunch of the guys who were there, and then Grant and Max, a bunch of people contributed to this project over the next 2 years to create this network simulator. It started off as Docker Compose, and then eventually we moved up to Kubernetes, which is just really amazingly powerful. Like the game we played today used over 200 CPUs and like hundreds and hundreds of gigabytes of RAM, and just when you have that many massive resources, you can spawn hundreds of Bitcoin nodes with different Lightning nodes attached. And it's been very helpful for some research projects, things around like Erlay and like increasing the number of default peers that Bitcoin Core has. For example, think about like opening a PR to Bitcoin Core where you change a 1 to a 2. Instead of having 1 peer, now we're going to have 2. And you write a test, and the test passes because you change 1 to a 2. But what happens when all 10,000 nodes on the network do that? What's going to happen? And Warnet gives us a peek into that. So it was originally a research tool, but we've definitely been using it quite a bit more for the educational wargame kind of thing. But to this group, especially after this week, after we have all learned so much about exploits and networking and what kind of things to think about, like if you have in your imagination, like, well, what if half the nodes on the network did this and the other half didn't? Like that could be a great use for Warnet. So let's talk about it.
Thank you. Shores, I understand you don't maintain any particular exploits monitoring tool, but I think there could be a great opportunity for you to...
Okay, so as a side project, an earlier project, I worked on Fork Monitor. This is somewhat similar to PTC's PMON or...
Peer Observer.
Peer Observer. So Fork Monitor wasn't so much an exploit, but keeping an eye on different node implementations to see if they suddenly disagree on a block. That's basically its goal. Yeah.
What are some insights that you gained from this tool?
It's a pain to develop them and maintain them.
Thank you.
And also that if you try to run different implementations, they are all different, but that also means that, let's say, you Bitcoin Core, you have a get block info RPC, and then another node implementation might not, so you have to sort of deal with all these different implementations. And we also wanted to test different versions of Bitcoin Core, so even older versions of Bitcoin Core behave in different ways than newer, so you get all these different handling for different versions. It's a bit annoying, but...
Very cool. When it comes to Bitcoin security vulnerabilities, they're categorized in different levels, like a low risk, medium, all the way up to critical. Would you be able to share with the audience what takes a bug or an exploit and puts it in a particular category of severity?
I think that's Nicholas' job to categorize them, right?
Yes. I'm not sure if I can nail the exact categories, but it's basically a scale that considers the impact a bug can have, and maybe how easy it is to exploit. So if you have something that doesn't really impact the whole network and is really hard to trigger, then we would probably say it's a low. On the other hand, if you have something like an inflation bug and anyone could, for example, broadcast a transaction that triggers it, then it would be critical. And we have different disclosure timelines on Bitcoin Core specifically for these. Yeah, and for like the critical ones, we would handle sort of on an ad hoc basis, depending on what it is. We give ourselves the freedom to decide what would be the right call. Either keep it like secret for a while, or maybe it's really urgent and we need everyone to upgrade right now. I think this was before my time, but this might have happened like once or twice, I think, in the past.
Oh, the inflation bug.
Yeah.
In 2018, I think it was.
I think so.
There was a bug where, at least, you could cause some nodes to believe that there were more coins than there actually were, and that had to be rolled out carefully but urgently. So you kind of have to tell people, like, please upgrade. We'll tell you why later.
Yeah, and I'd say the most common type of bug are definitely not the critical ones. I don't think we've had any critical ones since the inflation one in 2018, knock on wood. But yeah, so there's typically, I think, high or medium, and the highs would be something like a crash bug that's easy to trigger, so you could take down the whole network, or maybe you can target a specific Lightning node to try and steal money by stopping them from broadcasting transactions, for example.
You mentioned the disclosure timelines. What's the reasoning behind disclosing a vulnerability at certain time periods, depending on the severity?
Yeah, so because we don't have any auto updates by design, we could not immediately push a fix and make everyone upgrade. So we kind of have to try and covertly fix these things and then wait for the network to adopt the change before we can, safely publish what the actual bug was, because otherwise someone with nefarious intentions could obviously take that information and exploit the bug.
It's interesting that you bring up that there are no auto updates with Bitcoin. Cash on the internet, no auto updates. Bitcoin is over $1 trillion network now. Some people may have some hesitation that you cannot send out bug fixes. How can we be rest assured that Bitcoin is safe and secure, even if the developers can't go ahead and remotely update someone's node?
Would you sleep very well knowing that if the Bitcoin Core maintainers are replaced by SEAL Team 6, the auto update sends all your coins to the CIA?
I certainly would not.
Well, then that's why we don't do automatic updates.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the auto updates would sort of be a vulnerability in itself and kind of, against the ethos of the software that we ship.
Another place that people have concerns is in regards to updates and changes to Bitcoin. I know many people in the pro-ossification camp may say making updates and changes to Bitcoin introduces new attack vectors. Are these concerns valid?
Well, there's two kinds of ossification, I guess. You can talk about changes to the protocol itself, so new soft forks, and changes to the software itself. Ossification for the protocol, well, that's a whole separate debate, I think. But ossification of the software is just stupid, because there probably are already bugs that we haven't found. And so what does ossification mean? We just let everybody crash every node they want. But at the same time, it's true that if you keep tinkering with the software, keep adding new features and making it prettier, every time you do that, you do introduce the risk of adding more vulnerabilities. So I guess you could make the case for only fix bugs, never add features, but that sounds depressing.
Yeah, I think, and I mean, this is kind of subjective, but I think as the people working on Bitcoin Core, we try to work on things that are actually useful to most people running the software. And if we had adopted, say, we don't change anything, we don't add more features much earlier, then maybe we wouldn't have compact blocks or any of the other things that make the network actually reliable and efficient.
Thank you. One of the things we also explored in the debate last night was talking about how using Bitcoin for non-monetary purposes might open up new attack vectors to Bitcoin. Is that a good enough reason to say maybe Bitcoin should only be used for a particular purpose? If we try and change Bitcoin in a certain way or extend its capabilities, are we starting to introduce new attack vectors towards Bitcoin?
Well, again, I think you want to distinguish between new use cases popping up under the current consensus rules versus changing the consensus rules to allow new use cases. I think the second is certainly something you need to be very careful about. That's why there's still a lot of reluctance when it comes to covenants, because we just don't know the set of things that could go wrong. But when you talk about the current consensus rule, yeah, people come up with these runes or whatever it is, and there's not much you can do about it. And so then you discover, I think there was a talk about it, that, yeah, I guess BTNC's talk, showing, okay, this new use case comes along, it certainly crashes, or doesn't crash nodes, but at least stalls them a bit. And then you just need to fix those bugs. And as was said then, it's not about supporting those use cases, it's about making sure that if an evildoer finds the same exploit and just starts blasting transactions over the network, it doesn't crash everyone. So it's really just being able to say everything that's theoretically possible should not be a problem for the nodes.
Yeah, and maybe worth highlighting there that the type of transaction broadcast was not the actual cause of the CPU usage that we saw. It was just the amount of transactions being broadcast. So this would also have happened if, I don't know, there was some huge event and all of a sudden everyone was trying to use Bitcoin or something.
For the reason people want to migrate, for example, to Quantum or so, and that's, for some reason it's very small transactions they're sending all at the same time, we would have seen the same. So yeah.
I'm going to pull you back into the conversation for a moment, B10C. It's in regards to the inf to send bug. You kept quiet about it, but then later wrote on a blog post that maybe you didn't need to keep it secret or didn't need to remain so quiet about it. Could you elaborate on why your position changed?
Right. So after this was all done, after the disclosure was done, we did some reflection on this. And obviously there is no one having the authority over it. Like there is no one saying, okay, we have to be quiet about this. It's more like ad hoc. So people just think, okay, we don't know, maybe let's not publish something. Obviously, like for this specific reason or for this specific bug, there was like discussion on GitHub. There was a bunch of people actually complaining on GitHub. There was a mining pool opening an issue on GitHub saying, hey, we have this problem. And there was a PR which attracted quite a few reviewers over the span of like 24 hours, all reviewing this PR and saying they have been running this for the past few days. So definitely people who had been made aware of this before, but nobody took it upon themselves to say, okay, I'm going to Twitter and posting about this because maybe we don't want to make this public yet. And after reflecting on this, I said maybe we could have been more open about this, but I don't think we need to be more open about this. And obviously, like this was shared between developers who know each other personally, but maybe telling someone who has the power of broadcasting a bunch of transactions, especially during a time where there is a big problem in the network anyway, could have been more harmful than keeping quiet about it. Yeah, so I think there is no like central like entity or group of people making a decision to keep quiet about it. It's more that people think about for themselves and say, hey, maybe not yet, maybe at some other point. And then, yeah, for this specific one, there was a disclosure, I think, 1.5 years later. So, yeah.
Now, we've had the opposite problem where Bitcoin Core over time has fixed many bugs. And then everybody thought, oh, I guess we should not disclose it just yet. But then nobody took the time to actually disclose it. And so there was a huge backlog. But I think that's been recently caught up.
Yeah, I mean, this was part as well as of the severity scale that I briefly talked about. Because we saw the situation that there were quite a few bugs that we never actually published any details on, and we wanted to change that, so we introduced a little bit of a process of like categorizing and making a write-up and then eventually publishing the details.
What are some situations where keeping quiet about a bug might actually be worse than disclosing it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't speak for the Bitcoin Core project, but I think in the case of the inf to send one, my opinion, we should have probably been more proactive and actually like make a release and then also broadcast the message that you should probably update your node. because the bug was already being triggered on the actual network, and then waiting really, in my opinion, didn't really do much.
And what level of severity was this bug?
Medium, if I remember. Because
well, for mine, it's a bit more than medium because they were basically getting stale blocks, right? Or at least more likely to get stale blocks.
Right, but on our scale, we call it a medium.
I understand that you'll put some code out for a fix, and then you'll review the code. Sometimes the fix for a bug can contain another bug in it. Can someone share a story about a time that this has happened in Bitcoin and how this was remedied?
Well, I guess the inflation bug is an example of this, because what happened is there was a long time ago, transactions, I think the UTXO set wasn't stored the way it is now. It was the full transaction was stored, and this was actually vulnerable in itself. And so the database was changed to the current UTXO set design, and I think in that change a mistake was made that eventually led to that inflation bug. But I might not remember it entirely correctly. There's probably easier examples out there, but I don't recall them.
If it is the case that bug fixes can contain other bugs, what do we need to remedy this? Is it just more eyes on review? Do we need better tooling? What can we do to improve on this?
Well, it means you generally want to avoid a situation where you're in a rush, because that's when mistakes happen. So you want to generally be careful to review things before you merge them, so you don't introduce too many new bugs, so that the odds of the fix for the bug. Because you don't want and just writing well-maintainable code, lots of tests, all that stuff.
Excellent.
You kind of want to avoid bugs in the first place, so that the odds of the bug triggering another bug just goes down with it.
Very good.
Yeah, I think specifically, if you have a fuzz test that can find the first bug that caused the fix to be made, you can later on sort of focus the fuzz test on that specific, for example, test case that triggered the initial one, and sort of analyze if maybe there are variants of the same bug still present. Obviously, if you make a fix and then something completely else breaks as a consequence, maybe this isn't going to help, but it is at least a technique we have to prevent this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and similar monitoring, like if we have one bug, we look at it and there is a metric we record for monitoring this bug being triggered or not triggered, then we can expand maybe the scope of this metric a bit and catch similar classes of the same bug as well.
Matthew, I hope you're taking notes for the next release of Warnet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drag you back into the conversation.
Or even add a fuzzer in the first place, right? If you say, I don't know, let's hypothetical like PSBT, and let's say there was no fuzzer, and you find a critical bug, and you fix it. If you then don't add fuzz coverage to the whole PSBT code base, you're probably just waiting for the next bug. So if you find that a certain area of the code has a quality issue, then adding fuzzing to it will probably, hopefully, quickly review all the other bugs.
I'm interested to hear about some of the blind spots that we have when we are testing Bitcoin, when we're trying to monitor the network, examine, do some fuzz testing. What can we not see? What can we not simulate? Where can we improve?
So sorry, go ahead, Nicholas.
Well, I'm not sure if I can think of anything concrete right now, but one example I think that we've recently improved on is testing reorgs. And reorg specifically, I think I've seen in other Bitcoin projects as well, is something that maybe not everyone thinks about as deeply, but the chain is not just continuously extending. You might also go back and then continue on another chain. And that specifically, we've just improved the testing more recently on that, and it's found a few bugs. Yeah.
One more thing could be like if we do change some part of the network, how it behaves across the network. For example, ASMap comes to mind. So with ASMap, we're changing how we make connections to which IP addresses or which nodes, and we can't really simulate this quite well because we have too many unknowns in the network. We don't know how many exactly how many peers there are that are just not listening. and we can't really reconstruct this in a simulation right now, just because I think Warnet caps out what like 1,000 nodes, 2,000 nodes or so, and maybe like there is 10,000 or 100,000 of nodes on the network. So we can't really have a simulation in the same scale, just to figure out how a change would behave at the real mainnet scale.
And I think your question ties back into the ossification and like why do we need core devs to just fix bugs and don't work on features? It's more complicated than that because the world is changing all the time. Blockchain is getting bigger. We have more data to deal with every single day, and hardware is changing, compilers are changing. There's new, younger, smarter attackers with better tools, and you know, like the transaction flood that we talked about from 2 years ago, like it wasn't just, oh, it could have been anybody sending a bunch of transactions. I mean, there was something that happened, something new, and that new thing was an incentive for people to send these tiny transactions because these tiny dust outputs had amazing value that just looking at Bitcoin in isolation, you wouldn't have been able to really detect. And we never know what the next kind of thing like that is going to be. So it's important just to have creativity and observation.
Thank you. Before we open it up for audience questions, I'd like to hear from each of you. What do you see as the greatest security threat to Bitcoin?
Maybe I can start. Not having enough curious people trying to break Bitcoin and making it more secure this way. So I think this conference is a great example of inspiring people to be more curious about, to break it in some way, or to think about why it's not broken in some other way, keep at it, keep trying to break it, and keep trying to fix it.
Yeah, I think it's maybe difficult to pinpoint like one exact, like the worst thing. But a thing that I think is also completely unsolved problem in all of software development is probably supply chain attacks. So we build our binaries reproducibly with geeks, so everyone could verify that the code we have on GitHub actually matches the binary that we ship. But then during the whole process of building the binary, we pull in all this stuff that we need for building, like incrementally. You start with some like very basic hex blob, and you get to some basic C compiler, and then you compile all the dependencies. But if one thing in that chain that touches the binary is compromised, then the resulting binary we ship would also be compromised. And I don't know what a good solution to that is. Maybe the LLMs can help analyze all the code that is like in there somehow. But yeah, that's, I think, a scary part that I don't really know what the best solution is.
I have two sort of things that I wanted to mention about this. One is the enemy of Bitcoin, of decentralization in general, is convenience. It's the thing that prevents people from onboarding in the first place. Like I've kind of always said that Bitcoin's greatest feature and its most obtrusive obstacle is self-accountability. Like, you know, you're not relying on anybody else to keep your money safe. It's up to you. And that's what Bitcoin offers us, but it's also the one thing that is going to be the hardest for more users to accept. So I think a lack of users is important. And as part of that, we need to, as Bitcoin protocol developers, need to make sure that people can access the software and the network without third parties. Just a simple thing like being able to run a full node or UTXO node on whatever hardware is available, keeping that available, because other blockchains like Ethereum, like you can't run an Ethereum full node unless you're a rich kid with a nice laptop, and like that means that there are gatekeepers, and we don't want that in Bitcoin. And then finally, like security threat, it's minor centralization, like for me, hands down. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Stratum V2.
Yeah, thanks for pulling the rug from under me. No, I was also going to say, I think KYC AML is a security threat also, because it might trick people into not using Bitcoin in Bitcoin Core at all, like just keeping the money on the exchange because it's less hassle than to go through travel rule kind of stuff. You know, if you don't have a node, then you don't care that it crashes, I guess. But yeah, I agree with most of the things that were mentioned here. Just if you focus on security risks to Bitcoin Core as a project, supply chains, friendly new developers, LLMs maybe being better at hiding exploits in pull requests. who knows?
Thank you very much. Now, do we have some audience questions? Raise your hand and we'll come over with the microphone.
Hello guys, thank you for this knowledge dump here. My question is a bit practical. Let's say that someone found a bug on Bitcoin Core that lets you store all your private keys from there. And then this guy do the responsible disclosure for the team, and then you guys notice, okay, this is a real bug, this is exploitable, and we know how to fix this. How do you guys apply the patch for it? Because you then have to open a public PR, the people will review it and see, oh, without this fix here, I noticed that we can really store the private keys from the people. Do you guys have a way to obfuscate this, or?
Yeah, so Nifty is going to give a presentation about this, and then we'll know. No, it's quite tricky. It goes even beyond the audience, right? Somebody opens a pull request with a fix in it. Well, it's not like Bitcoin Core is this like giant organization in the same office where the CEO walks in the morning and says, guys, huddle, there's this vulnerability in this pull request. Don't talk about it. No, the reviewers come in and are like, why are you, like, I've seen it once, like, why are you reducing the maximum DB cache for 32-bit machines from 4 gigabytes to 1 gigabyte? That's pedantic. And then people start asking questions. Why 1 gigabyte? It's like, well, don't ask. Other times, yeah, so some developers, reviewers might not even know about it. Other times they do know about it. One way to get a fix in is to make a massive improvement in general. So this has happened with the headers attack from many years ago, where it turns out like at some point we should have added a new checkpoint, because otherwise it just becomes too cheap to send people lots and lots of headers and just make the nodes run out of memory based on headers. And so nobody wanted to add a checkpoint, so the solution was then to build this whole new system where we sync the headers twice. And so that new solution was presented as just this really cool way to get rid of checkpoints in general without revealing the little details, saying like, we probably should, add a new checkpoint or deploy this fix before somebody realizes how cheap it is to attack the network. So that's a nice way to do it. Come up with some over-engineered cool project and then fix the bug while you're at it.
Also, the blog posts on bitcoincore.org that disclose the backlog of vulnerabilities that George mentioned earlier, you can see the timelines there, and they include the fixes. And a lot of times you can see the pull requests that introduce the fix and are very, either it's like 10,000 lines that look like you're just, we just need to change a single quote to a double quote in like 1,000 places, but like in there somewhere there's one little extra thing. Or it could be an entire BIP, like I think strict DER encoding was a soft fork that was added, and it seems reasonable. Oh yeah, we should keep the signatures small, keep them consistent. There's a malleability fix in there. But that whole thing, if I recall correctly, was actually to cover up the fact that on like 32-bit systems, entirely different types of signatures were considered invalid on certain systems. And imagine being somebody like Peter and discovering that, and like not really being able to tell anyone or talk about it, and trying to push this BIP and get like, for like 6-8 months, like this vulnerability is sitting there just waiting to crash the network, and hoping that nobody notices.
Yeah, I think it's not always like a huge change. Sometimes if you go through the list on the website, you'll see sometimes it'll also be like smaller things. Something that we sometimes do is ask other contributors in the project, hey, can you look at this patch and maybe tell us if you see, what you think of it, to like probe if maybe it's easy to spot or not. So we try to obfuscate that we're making a fix, obviously, otherwise it would be way too obvious. I think partly why this works right now is that not that many people maybe are looking. Like usually it's the people working on the project that find the bugs. So most likely it would also be someone who's already working on the project who would realize, oh, actually, I think we're like fixing something here.
When Satoshi
it might stop working in the future.
When Satoshi changed the block size to 1 megabyte, it was like in a giant PR called MISC changes, which was changing fonts everywhere. But nowadays, that just wouldn't get through review, because people would be like, wait, why are you making like 15 different changes? You should make separate commits. Yeah, but then there would be one commit that says reduce block size to 1 megabyte. That would be kind of obvious. So I don't know how he could have obfuscated that one.
Yeah, I think especially if it's something like the validation engine, we can't just rewrite the whole thing in an attempt to fix like one tiny bug. We'll have to get creative.
Questions?
I just want to add one concern regarding this. It's a great way to hide the critical fixes under a pile of unrelated changes, but it could be more complicated today because people are using LLMs. They can ask LLM, what is doing this PR? Are there any critical fixes within? And it will spot it instantly, even if we have hundreds of files with a lot of unrelated changes. So do you have a plan how to protect against it?
No, but I do wonder how good they're actually at it, given just how good LLMs are at writing code so far, right? It'd be interesting to run it on historical bugs. The problem is it might already know about them, but you could look at some of these pull requests that have previously tried to sneak in fixes and see if it can spot it by... I'm guessing it would find a lot of false positives, but that's fine if you're an attacker, I guess. You could just ask it to look at every pull request and, you know, make it extra paranoid, and then it'll say, well, maybe this is a vulnerability fix.
We'll see how this evolves, I think. Like, I am not sure if like the current process we have is going to keep working. Like, if the LLMs get much smarter, then yeah, I think this is probably going to be an issue, and maybe we have to change and adapt to the environment. But for now, it seems to be working at least reasonably well.
Yeah, the worst case is that you would have to fix, or maybe you'd have to review a fix privately and ship a new release with very little time for people to look at it. But you kind of don't want to do that because you don't want to tell people, go and download this binary that nobody's looked at yet. So it's very tricky.
From your experience, what would you say is the biggest obstacle to adding more fuzz tests to, like, from this conference, I realized how important fuzzing is, but it seems like not many projects are using fuzzing. So do we just need more people, or do we need more educated maintainers, or what is the problem?
Fuzzing is really hard to set up. I've tried it on a different project. I spent 3 days fighting an LLM, and I couldn't get it to work. And then Nikos looked at it for like 2 seconds, and like, you're stupid. You need to do it this way. But it's hard.
Yeah, I think fuzzing in particular, the learning curve is quite steep at the start because it's, yeah, you have to like change the way you think about writing the test. So I don't know what the best solution to that is. I guess to everyone who's like building fuzzing tools, make it as easy as possible for anyone to use it. I think if you look at like what fuzzing engines, for example, are used at the moment, libfuzzer is in like maintenance mode, so it doesn't get any new features for years now, and it's still the most popular one because it ships with Clang and it's just super easy to use. Yeah, I don't have really any good solutions here, but.
I have a question that's not like entirely software development related. Sorry, but it's related to Bitcoin. You mentioned that it wasn't also software related, but like I still think about the decentralization, the mining decentralization, and also like the fee market. Is that something that concerns you guys, like keeping the mining part of the system running when there's no more subsidy?
Not yet. I mean, it's a long way, and we're still a few halvings away. It seems to me right now that a 51% attack is not like the most obvious thing to do. It's very expensive, and for that budget, you can do any of the supply chain or social pressure kind of things. It could be in the long run, of course. The whole premise of Bitcoin is that the security budget should be enough to at least deter people from trying a 51% attack. but I think it's probably decades away. And yeah, well, anyway, yeah.
Yeah, it seems hard to know what will happen. I think obviously if Bitcoin does not get adopted and no one's using it by the time we run out of subsidy, then the whole thing has failed. So it's good to see, ARC, or even, I know you don't like the bridges or the roll-ups, but even that, like anything that gets people to use Bitcoin, I think is probably good. Yeah, but other than that, I don't think anyone has really any answers to this question.
Of course, if those bridges and roll-ups are moving transaction fees away from the miners, then it's...
Right. I would be assuming that the transactions they do have to put on chain would have to pay fees, but that, I guess, only works if there's enough people also regularly transacting to compete.
Do you think it's worth having bug bounties for Bitcoin? Because I know there are a lot of companies that have it, but they currently having a lot of issues, like some LLMs are just spamming their emails and saying, oh, I found this bug, and it's like really hard to reveal some real bug issue. And do you think it's worth having it for Bitcoin or no?
I think so. I think it's a little hard to do because, yeah, I guess it's like an organizational question of how, for example, Bitcoin Core will be doing this, like who's funding it, who's controlling it, like who receives the bug reports and who pays out. But yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it could be one of the reasons why maybe we don't see a ton of external security researchers looking at Bitcoin Core, because it is not easy to find bugs and it takes a long time. And then if you don't get paid, like why would you spend the time, right? So yeah, maybe we'll figure something out.
Didn't Brink just pay for a big security audit or something? Do you know what I'm talking about?
So we have some plans that are moving along in this regard.
Everyone, please give a big round of applause to our panelists.
Hi, I just wanted to take a picture with everyone from the cohort. So if you can come while I'll talk about the program and what we did. So everyone who was in the Bitcoin Developer Launchpad, come here to the stage. Edil and Bruno also, come on up. Yeah, the mentors, everyone from the Bitcoin Developer Launchpad and the mentors, etc. Just want to say thank you for all of you to trusting us, and it's the second cohort of this program. We have coming up on stage some of the cohort 1 people who were also mentors together with some of our veterans who are grantees of Intune. It's been a very fulfilling program for me and for all of us, because like last year we had 20 people here at Bitcoin ++ at the end of the first cohort of the Developer Launchpad, and from that time to today we have at least like 9 or 10 developers who are full-time working in open source, getting paid, and receiving grants from different organizations like OpenSats, BDK Foundation, ourselves. So it's been very awesome to see how we can actually accelerate the process of someone going from zero Bitcoin knowledge. Sometimes like some of them didn't even know what like an UTXO was before the program, and now they're like presenting at conferences and going to like retreats and being actually part of the core teams of multiple projects, Stratum V2, Bitcoin Fuzz and BDK and multiple different other projects. Floresta even was like kind of born within our parameters, and then now it became like a very mature project with funding from even other organizations. So we are very happy, and thank you everyone for trusting us, and I hope I can see you all in the next Bitcoin++. And also, I can also tell everyone that you are also great success cases from the second cohort in the future. Bruno, you want to say anything?
No, it's fine. Just want to say thank you for trusting me, and especially Lucas, thank you for trusting my work, and thank you for being maybe one of the best partners that I have had the honor to work with. And I don't know, see you next year.
I also want to thank everyone who came to like mentor our students, like even some of you like from the different organizations bring OpenSats grantees. Like even thank you B4OS for the collaboration. Like it's such an honor to share this path with you and with Bitshala and Bitros. Like we're all like building something unique. Also, thank you, Chaincode, because a lot of our programs are heavily inspired in some of the things you did. Really, I think that we are like, what we are doing is very important because, as we saw here just in the panel, it's important for us to have more developers working in open source and more developers working in making sure the infrastructure we're building is robust. And we can't always count on the same people from 10, 15 years ago. Like they're all gonna at some point get like tired or just like get other interests. So we need to always create different generations of developers who will be working on Bitcoin. At least say something.
Yeah. No. I would like to thank everyone you guys for trusting us. And thanks for our donors, of course, that made it happen. And I always say that when I started working on Bitcoin, I think 3 or 4 years ago, I didn't have this kind of opportunity. So yeah, this is a good opportunity, and they are enjoying. And yeah, thank you everyone for supporting us, and thank you guys. Yeah.
Let's just now take a picture of everyone. Yeah. Can everyone be? Is everyone in the like? Who is taking the picture? Okay. Thank you, Nifty.
Wow, look at all these trophies.
Hey, Lisa.
Hey, Alex, how's it going? Alex, we only had 6 people. What's going on with the trophies? I guess we'll find out.
6 people.
Well, we only had 6 finalists.
But it turns out we have a lot more than 6 impressive projects.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I guess we're going to find out who's going home with a trophy.
Yeah.
Or 2, maybe. I don't know.
We'll
all right.
see. You ready?
Oh, I'm so ready. You guys ready? Yeah. All right.
All right. So first, a quick overview of what just happened. So in this hackathon, we blinded ourselves. We had 2 tracks, which was a first for us. We usually just do 1 track. So 2 tracks. We had a whopping 21 projects. So thank you, everybody that submitted. And we found over 10 vulnerabilities in real open source projects. It's pretty ridiculous.
That is a record, new record.
Yeah, I think this...
First record, first time caller, first time winner. Also, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think we could say, we were talking before, this might be the most impactful hackathon we've done because we actually found real problems with real software and fixed them. So, cool. Shout out to Loot.fun. So we tried their new hackathon platform. It looks beautiful. So if you want to see all of the projects for all of posterity, you can go to loot.fun/hackathon/bitcoin-exploits-edition. And you can see the full gallery of projects forever. You can also continue to update this page if you want to change it and you want to post it. So yeah, feel free to update the information now that the hackathon is over with the details of your project. Yeah, thank you, Loot. I see pictures are being taken, but okay. Another shout out to our absurdly star-studded panel of judges. Yeah, you guys made this hackathon feel legitimate and important, and thank you for putting so much attention and effort into selecting the winners. I can vouch that, yeah, there was fierce debate, and it was a very hard choice. So, and the judges put a lot of effort into picking the right people. So thank you, judges. Now on to the goodies. Yeah? For the first prize from Alpine Labs, Alpine Labs actually put up 2 challenges for the best tool built for their testnet and also for the best bug found on their software, earning some pretty cool merch bags, including some of their world-famous hoodies. We have 2 winners. The winners of the Alpine Labs challenges are Alpine Fuzzing and Alpine DOS.
They're going to come down and get your prize. We have a trophy for you. And there's also merch that I understand will be delivered at a later time.
Yeah, the Alpine people said that they know both of you and they can get the merch to you.
Also, if you don't want to be on camera, please
if you don't want to be on camera, then don't come on stage. But if you do want to be on camera, come up, have a trophy, and take a picture.
Oh.
Welcome. Congratulations.
Good for you.
Congratulations. Yeah. Cheers. Sorry. Oh, yeah. You guys can take one. Cheers.
Thank you. No, it's okay.
You guys are part of the same team or different teams?
No.
Different teams?
Different
Okay, fantastic. Well, congratulations. Cheers. Cheers.
Nice
Congratulations, guys.
Yeah,
Well
good
done.
job. Congrats. Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool. And thank you, Alpine, for putting up some merch for people to get. Next up, we have Shakespeare. For the best project built with Shakespeare.
We have Representative Daniel from Soapbox.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for participating in the hackathon. We had a good experience here. And about the prize, we choose Choke as the winner. And they made an app using Shakespeare that increased the Nostr user adoption in other areas. So we Soapbox are giving you 1 million sats.
Thank you, Daniel. Oh, Daniel, you want to hand it out? Here, you want to give him the...
You want a picture? You want to take a picture?
Nice job.
worth crunch?
I don't know. And we'll see.
Congratulations, Choke, and thank you again, Soapbox, for supporting the hackathon. All right, moving on to Best Beginner Hack, winning tickets to a future Bitcoin Plus event. This prize is eligible for only teams where each and every member of the team is a first-time contributor to Bitcoin open source. Usually, this prize just earns tickets, but thanks to an anonymous donor, they're getting also 1 million sats. So. And the winner is Differential Fuzzing for Rust Bitcoin, Bitcoin.js.
So cute.
Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. Want to take a picture? Yeah. Congrats. Yeah. Cheers.
All right. Next up, our community favorite, based on a number of stats on the Stacker News Post. Thanks to some generous donors from the Miami BitDevs community and community at large, we are happy to have 900,000 sats to give away to our community favorite, which is Signal 21. What's this one? We also have a hat for you.
You want to come? Yeah. Picture? Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
There we go, yeah.
There it is.
Congrats, Ruby.
Thanks. But you might need this award.
No, we're good.
Like 60%.
All right. Thanks to another anonymous donor, we have a couple more prizes that we didn't have announced at kickoff. But for judges' pick for the bug bounty, winning 1 million Satoshi, sponsored by yet another anonymous donor, goes to Mindsploit.
That was for our exploits track. We also had a builder or hackathon track, for which we also have 1 million Satoshis to hand out to the #1 project in this category, which is C12D, real-time Bitcoin core analysis and visualization. Congrats, guys.
Congrats. Yeah. Sweet. Congrats. Yeah.
Honorable mentions.
All right, so for prizes, for the overall prizes, we judge with a set of criteria. Nifty, you want to tell us about how we pick our top prizes?
Yeah, so we took inspiration from the women's gymnastic floor routine at the Olympics. And we have 3 categories that each project is judged on. The first is called routine difficulty. This is how hard is it? How difficult was the tasks that you set out to do? The second is something we call routine execution. That is, given how well did you actually execute on your project idea? Was it a PowerPoint or prototype, or did you get all the way to shipping and finishing an actual working project that has users in production? And the final category is something we call general effect. This is how on theme you were. Maybe your presentation had extra pizzazz or pop that really impressed the judges. Kind of a place to give extra points for extra creativity or polish that you add to the final project.
Great. And the honorable mentions, these are prizes that didn't get in the top 3 but still scored very well in this overall category. So winning Bitcoin Plus tickets, we have a bunch of honorable mentions. The first goes to Signal 21.
Wow. We gotta...
You earned it.
You're definitely
Oh, go ahead. Next up, we have ArcD fuzzing. Come on down.
Yeah. I want to. Okay, so, well, we want the picture to be the.
That's a good point. Okay.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, amazing projects. Nice haircut. And the next honorable mention goes to Vulnerability. Congratulations. Congrats again.
Fourth honorable mention we have to give out is to Digital Badges in WC Proof of Pub.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Amazing project. And for the next honorable mention,
Fifth honorable mention.
we have
Differential fuzzing for Rust Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.js.
Bitcoin.js.
Stacking trophies.
The last honorable mention to give out, but certainly not the least, is Ellen Gossip Observer Tomography from the B4S team. Great job, guys. Muy bien hecho.
Congrats. Yeah. Great project. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congrats. Congrats. Cheers.
Amazing.
Thank you. Of course.
Give another round of applause for all of our amazing honorable mention projects. That was incredible. We still have some trophies up here, though.
So, moving on to the moments we've all been waiting for. Yeah, these are the best projects overall across all criteria. Just a reminder, the prizes that we're giving out for third place is getting 1 million sats plus Bitcoin plus tickets. Second place is getting 1.5 million sats plus Bitcoin plus tickets. And first place is winning a whopping 2.5 million sats and Bitcoin plus tickets. So let's start with third place, winning 1 million sats and Bitcoin plus tickets. Actually, but first, we have some announcements.
First up, I would like to thank our headline sponsors for this year, the NIDIG and the Human Rights Foundation. Without support of these two awesome organizations, it wouldn't be possible for us to throw all these amazing events for Bitcoin developers around the world. So really appreciative to them for putting up the sats necessary to make these things happen. Also, a big thanks to Stackworks, who sponsoring our workshop room this year. They are a huge contributor to our ability to make these things happen. So that's great. What else do I have here? Also, a reminder, when the conference closes, you can go ahead and head over to Founder House, which is an amazing Florianópolis institution, which is sponsoring our party tonight. We're going to have churrasco and cerveja. It's up in Jurerê, and I think we can head there immediately as the event ends. So it's a great spot to hang out. I hope to see everyone there to celebrate their wins and all the fun that they had at Bitcoin Plus this time. Is that okay? I think that's it. All right.
All right. So,
I guess this is, we'd love to have you at more events. You can find more events on the website. Great. Okay. And
oh, yeah, where were we? Okay, back. Third place, 1 million sats. Bitcoin plus tickets goes to. Actually, there's one more prize to give out before that, which is our Star Volunteer Award. So they're going to win a really cool Bitcoin plus hat and also earn a spot in our Hall of Fame. So that goes to
Paloma. Yeah, thank you. I also have a little trophy for you. Thanks, Paloma. That's really great. Yeah. I'm gonna take it. Yeah. We can't make these events happen without. Thank you, Paloma. As I was saying, we can't make Bitcoin Plus events happen without our volunteers. So if ever you guys want to come back and help out, or any of the events this year, volunteers always get free tickets, and sometimes they get awards. So we would love to have you guys join us for future events on the support staff team side. So you can sign up on the website now at btc++.dev/volunteer, and there's a great spot to look that up. Great. What else do we have, Alex?
Oh, yeah, back to this. Okay. Finally, actually now, third place winning 1 million sats plus Bitcoin plus tickets goes to C12D, real-time Bitcoin Core analysis and visualization.
Yes. Coming in second place for 1.5 million Satoshis and Bitcoin Plus tickets, we have Local Probe. All right, and last but certainly not least, coming in for first place at the first ever Bitcoin Plus Exploits Edition, winning 2.5 million Satoshis and the opportunity to come back and try again at a new next Bitcoin Plus is...
And the title of overall winner
Bitcoin
Plus Exploits Edition goes
Forever
to...
bragging rights.
Goes to...
Mindsplit.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
That's awesome.
Well-deserved win, guys. Well-deserved win. Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. And that's it.
That's everything, folks. Thank you so much. Can't wait to see you at the party where we'll be celebrating. Again, love to see you all at future events. We've got a lot of other events coming up this year, and we will hopefully be making an announcement about what to expect the following year very soon. So stay tuned. Telegram. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
The meeting is concluded.